Good morning, everybody. Russ Dog gets the bell. Congratulations, Russ Dog.
Good morning, Chetty House.
I'm not sure the vibes have ever been higher.
The vibes are high.
What's up, Scooter? What's up, Warren? I got a preemptive we up in here from Warren last night.
Oh.
Yeah. A nighttime, because I was like, see y'all at 10. Warren's like, we'll be up in there. I was like,
You didn't see him at the game or anything?
no.
I did go up. There was quite a few people that were up there at the game.
Yeah?
Yeah. I said hello.
Who else is in here? Johnny G is in here, of course.
Of course.
Steven, what's up? Zabo, what's good, bro?
Johnny G's ready with his puns.
Of course. Tay, what's up? Brian, good morning. What up, Manny?
No, Weezy.
What's up,
I had
Tyler?
one cookie.
What's up, Tara?
There is something that happens. I do share the cookies
What's up, John?
from the press room,
What's up, Westack?
but
What up, Jason?
with my friend who is our usher at the
Alexis,
top of our
what's up?
section.
Hey, P-Dub. I got 2 Hello Kitty towels. What's really good, though?
Okay, there's a story.
What's up, Mrs. Mac?
You know you were supposed to get a keychain, right?
Yes.
Something was wrong with the keychain, so they ixnayed the keychain at the last second and just had those towels printed.
Oh, wow.
So all those
okay, that's funny because I was like, oh, we must have just gotten in hella late.
no. Hello late.
Hello
Late. Hello kitty late.
There's something there. Hey.
I'm sure there are a lot of
It's
people.
a good joke. Trista said she's going to be a food influencer. I said, influencer.
Oh.
It's a bad joke. It's a terrible joke. Hey, what's up, Greg? What's up, Chris? Hope you're doing well.
I always like
Yeah, you too, man.
my Ken
Good to meet the
Piffany.
fam, Manny.
Ken Piffanies are my favorites. Made up words. What make up words here?
Oh, shit.
I don't know what just happened.
Oakland City politics is nuts, dude.
Uh-oh.
Former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and 3 others have been charged with bribery in a sprawling corruption probe.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Is that where Casey's at?
What?
Didn't Casey Pratt join the mayor's office?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, man. What up, Lizzie?
Oh,
Good morning, John Poles. Hey, probably. Okay, hey, here we go. Oh, good morning, everybody. The vibes are so high on a Friday. It started last night, really. Like the Kings game, man. Look, we're going to talk about the Kings 132-127 win over the Houston Rockets on national television. An incredible game. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Kyle.
I want to talk real quick, though. I went to the game last night as a fan. I didn't use my credential to get in. I did not sit on press row. And let me tell you something. If you know me and you know this show, you know that I am a fan of the Golden State Warriors. Grew up in the Bay Area. It's part of my life. Even when they're ass, it's fine. But I love the city of Sacramento. I watch every Kings game. I love Kings fans. And I always have. I got my start in media here during the Here We Stay movement.
Mm-hmm.
And I just fell in love with the city and the fan base at that point because I've never seen anything like that in sports. And I don't think we'll ever see anything like that in sports again, where a community just kind of rises up and says, no.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. So I've gone to a bunch of Kings games in my life. A lot of the ones I've been to were during the lean years. We're talking 2010, 2011, went to a bunch in 2018 and 2019. And then the last couple of years when I've been here, I've been going as press. And I sit on media row. And it's just a little different. Like we're kind of in the stands, but it's not the same. because it's not cheering. It's something happens and people looking down to take a note. It's not.
Yeah.
It's very different.
Yeah.
So I got to last night sit in the crowd and I went to a game last year, but I don't remember. I don't even think they didn't win, and it wasn't. But last night, sitting in the Golden One Center stands, as the Kings took a lead and then started to let a lead slip and then wound up winning that game, was incredible. Like I had no doubt about what a Kings crowd was like, but getting to experience it from that angle and from that lens, it was immaculate, man. It was such a freaking great time, sitting there and being amongst people who everybody's into the game. The two little girls in front of me who could have been more than like 5 were just locked in.
Oh yeah.
Had their thunder sticks, they were dialed. They were ready to go. The guys behind me, a salute to Raymond, guy sitting behind me. He and his buddies, or I don't know if they're his buddies, just a guy sitting next to him, were hilarious the entire night, locked into the game, making little jokes, not being rude, not being disrespectful. I've been to a lot of sporting events, and I've had a lot of fun at a lot of sporting events. That was some of the most fun I've had at a sporting event ever. So salute to Golden One and salute to Kings fans. That was a blast.
Yeah, I've had this conversation with Scott Moak, the PA announcer, and he said that every game, they understand that there are maybe 100, maybe 200 kids that have never been to a game.
Yep.
That this costs their family a lot of money, that they might not get to go to another game for a long time, and they want to make sure that everyone in the building has the best experience possible every single time. And so the letdown is never there from what happens in the arena, from the staff.
Yeah,
all
sure.
that.
The in-game experience is
it's
one of the best.
Yeah, what you're hoping is that the talent on the floor matches what's going on in the building.
Yeah.
And I think that was just an absolutely gritty, like really, really impressive win that realistically it plays so well on TNT.
Yeah.
Like you want to show who you are to a national audience. Okay. Like a 25-point blowout, that doesn't really help. It'd be like, oh man, they're really good offensively. That there was one of those games where it's like, oh, Sacramento's got something. Like that was gritty. I mean, hitting 13 of 13 from the free throw line in the final in the fourth quarter.
And 20 of 22 for the game.
Yeah, just like the way that they were able to keep their composure. They did give up a 16-point lead. They did fall behind, but they just kept fighting and kept hitting big shots and kept getting to the free throw line. And again, Houston can complain all they want. I saw Houston fans just really going off on the internet. It will tell Dillon Brooks to stop grabbing everybody's arms.
Yeah, man. Dillon Brooks doesn't help himself.
He doesn't help himself at all.
And
he yells and screams at everybody, but then the grab fouls.
I didn't think any, honest to God, both directions last night. I didn't see any call that was like, oh wow, that was egregious. That was a game changer. The one that they reviewed, he whacked De'Aaron on the arm. That's a foul.
Oh yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, that and it was before the inbounds.
I don't care what Chuck and Kenny say. Like, it's a foul.
Yeah.
It happens.
I know. And Fox is like literally going down the court, like showing the lines on his arm.
Yeah.
He's
got
like
whacked.
And then the worst part was they reviewed it because he fouled him before the ball was inbounded.
Right. So no, I was talking about, well, there was that one, but then there was the other one that the Rockets challenged.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, he smacked his arm.
Yeah.
And he smacked the guy's arm, gets his in there, it's like, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
He just fouled him.
I know and the Kings kept, the players kept asking reviews from the Kings side, and they kept looking at it and like, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, Domas. There's foul number 4. There's number 5. There's number 6. And it's like, review. It's like, I can't do it. Like, I'm not going to waste the time out. You fouled him.
The guys behind me were funny because every call that went against the Kings, they'd immediately be like, oh, what? No, you got to review that. And then they show the replay and everyone's like, all right. Yeah. All right. Well, what are you going to do? It's so funny. But yeah, man, just the gritty type of win. It was the same type of game like they had in Chicago. Only this was the number 2 seed in the West and not a team fighting for the play-in in the East. It was super impressive, dude. Bouncing back after your first loss in 7 games, first game back home after a road trip, you know, that's always the big
Mhm.
talking point. If you've ever listened to, speaking of Bob Fitzgerald, that's his number one excuse.
Oh,
First game back after a road trip is always tough. Like, no, get out of here. But
his number one excuse is that he works for the team. That's his number one excuse.
Well,
but go ahead.
No, but you know, people always go first game back after a road trip stuff.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah. And they showed out, man. When they started letting the lead slip late in the game, because they did a great job keeping Houston at arm's length, and then it just, you miss a shot here, they get a bucket, they get an and one, they get a steal, they get a three, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, whoa, I thought this game was wrapped up, and now all of a sudden this thing's tied. Like, what happened? And it was funny because early in the year, when that would start to happen, you could feel the uneasiness.
Mm-hmm.
You could feel just the tension build.
That's a really good point. You could feel it in the building.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah, it's the opposite of home court advantage. It's like it's like the other end of that spectrum. It's like the excitement helps, but then when that tension. Last night, maybe it was just me. Maybe it was the strawberry lemonade vodkas that were flowing, but it didn't ever. It felt to me like they were in control the entire time. Like, okay, Houston made a little run, but that does not mean this game is over. That does not mean the Kings can't get another stop or get another bucket. It's call a timeout, get to the sideline, regroup, go out and execute and do what you need to do to win the ball game. And that's what it felt like. And it never got. There were points in the game where it felt, oh God, that was kind of deflating. Mm-hmm. But never, well, what are you going to do, Kangs? But they're not going to win this one. Like, no, I kind of felt the entire time they were going to win that game.
No, I thought so too. I also, when you're watching the game, a couple of things, like, they look like the young team that they are. Mm-hmm. They try really hard. They have unbelievable talent. Mm-hmm. You can see the talent. Oh, but you know, like, but at the same time, they're young and they're gonna make mistakes, and mm-hmm. they're not gonna be able to finish a game here and there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt.
But at the same time, you know, you can see like where they're heading. That is going to be like an absolutely like a title contending team in 2 years, as mm-hmm. long as they don't do something silly.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. You see the outlines.
Oh yeah,
of a very, very good team. I was so impressed with Amen Thompson last night.
Oh,
I don't want to focus on the Rockets necessarily, but he was awesome.
And Jalen Green, like,
really good.
Just those 3-point shots he takes are just like every single one of them feels like they're going down.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, just real quick, and then we'll talk about the Kings just while we're here. I did not realize how important Fred VanVleet is for them.
Oh yeah.
Their offense looked so disorganized at times, where it was just get it to Şengün and then somebody run at the basket and hopefully it'll go. Like, this is probably not a great offense, but that's tough to defend, man. Uh-huh. They're just throwing athletes at you and letting them be athletes, and the Kings figured out a way to get enough stops and to make enough baskets, to hit enough free throws to win the game. And it was one where I have harped a lot on DeMar DeRozan, and like, dude, get in the flow of the offense. It can't be the Kings have an offense, and then 10 minutes every game, DeMar DeRozan's going to dribble the air out of the ball and just kind of take his shots now.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because the shots were going down, but last night it felt more within the flow. It never felt like, okay, everybody stop what you're doing because it's DeMar DeRozan time. They needed him. He was outstanding. He was outstanding for all 4 quarters. Mm-hmm. And I thought that we were talking to Kenny, D'Lo and KZ coming up here at noon, and we were talking to Kenny after our show the other day and kind of debating the DeMar DeRozan performance against the Bucks. And Kenny's like, you need a guy like that. You need that guy. And I thought they needed DeRozan last night. Malik Monk was also outstanding, but it was really clear the Kings needed somebody to take them home. They need someone who's going to take control of this game and go, all right, hey, this game's starting to slip away. I'm going to get to the free throw line. I'm going to get to my spots. I'm going to hit my baskets. And he was stellar.
What I really liked about the game is that, first of all, the physicality that the Rockets, okay, so they have super athletes everywhere. But then
insane. They're bench too.
Yeah, and then they match that. They're playing so incredibly physical. They're playing hard, right? Every single one of their players. So there was a point where they just kept driving to the rim.
Yep.
And it didn't matter who it was, whether it was Tari Eason or it was Amen or like
Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, just Cam Whitmore. Just name that like 6'6" to 6'8" physical specimen who is just running right through the Kings defense. And then on the other side, they kept throwing one of those guys after another at DeMar, and DeMar just like
didn't matter.
Old school. Like, hey, I've been here a million times. I don't care who is next to me. I'm gonna hit one shot after another. And that's where realistically I think that in a game that gets into a grinder game where DeMar is you do need that type of player.
For sure.
And I don't think we've ever said you don't need that type of player. I think what everybody thought is that we would see more DeMar DeRozan in the flow of the offense.
Yeah, that's it.
And it just stands out. It stands out that he does something that's so different than what everyone else is doing. Every once in a while, it's in the flow of the offense what he's doing. But there is going to come a point where, he has to like assimilate a little bit more. And then there's other games where it's like, look, nothing is falling. We need you to go. We need 6 buckets out of you here. And what did he have? He had 26 in the second half. He had 10 points in the third quarter. He had 16 in the fourth. He was incredible.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to like separate like the good and the bad of a player like DeMar. And you know what you're getting. This is who he is. You're not going to be able to change him that much. You just hope that there's a little, as you get deeper and deeper into the season, there's more of, okay, it doesn't always have to be, 6 dribbles, turn around and hit a jumper in somebody's face.
Yeah. Yeah. He was about as good as you can hope for last night. And on top of that, you're getting 28 points out of Malik Monk as he continued. He looked great last night. I was a little concerned. Okay, he's coming back off a groin injury. Groin injuries can be a little tricky. How effective is he going to be? Nope, just right back to what he was. And it's kind of insane how he has fit into the starting lineup and on so many nights been like their lead guard. He is the number one guy. And I not that that's a bad thing. I just didn't I knew Malik Monk was a good player. I did not think that him going into the starting lineup was going to mean that he was going to lead them the way he does as often as he does.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like everybody, like both Doug and Mike have tried to like twist and turn the rotation, right? And they're always looking for the 2 or 3 man group. And for the first half of the season, through with Mike, he had this group that he would, when he went to the bench, he would pull De'Aaron, and then he would pull Keegan. And then so he would run with Malik, with DeMar, and with Domantas Sabonis, and then 2 subs, right? That was his group to start the game. Then we saw him switch it up, and all of a sudden Keegan is with that group and DeMar's with De'Aaron. Last night he totally mixed it up again, and he pulled 3 starters early and went with Domas and Malik just with 3 second unit guys, right? With I think it was Kevin, Trey, and Keon. It's interesting how he's making these little adjustments, searching for the right combination of players. But the 2-man game with Domas and Malik, when you get them cooking, is unstoppable. Like
impossible.
I was telling earlier, there was this play where Malik came right towards where we sit, the media up above, but right to our side. And he cuts around, he gets around like 2 Rockets, but there's 3 Rockets converging on Sabonis in the key. And Monk just hits this bounce pass that we saw this little tiny window opens up out of nowhere.
Basketball size window.
The ball goes right to the ground, shoots right through the hole in the defense, right to Sabonis's hand, who goes up for a layup.
Yeah.
It was so gorgeous to watch.
Nasty.
And that's where like he just has that knack. And yeah, you do need to break up the De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk tandem on occasion, but you also, one of those guys has to be on the floor at all times. And
flat out.
Yeah. And so Fox had some nice assists to Domas as well. But overall, I mean, that's been the combo that works, and it works for like 8 plays a game.
Yep.
And you're like, okay, this is yeah, I need more of it. Like, but you also don't want to use it so often that it becomes that the defense figures out the way to stop it because it becomes less effective.
Yeah. It's one of those things that come playoff time, it's tie game, 3 minutes to go. You can just start spamming that.
Yeah.
Like that's it. Or it can be DeMar, or it can be De'Aaron one-on-one. Like this team has so many different ways that they can go about attacking defenses now.
No, I totally agree.
I think you saw a couple of those be really effective last night. You mentioned Keon Ellis. I want to talk about him because you had a couple interesting notes from after the game. It didn't look good when he went down. He turned his ankle. He stepped on Domas's foot, or looked like he stepped on his foot.
He did. Yeah.
Rolled his ankle, immediately left the game, didn't return. So I want to put a pin in that for a second. What did you see after the game with Keon? Was he around the locker room?
Yes.
Was he what do you got?
So we asked Doug about it in post game, and Doug said, "Hey, he's in the locker room. He's got a big smile on his face. He seems like he's okay." He's like, "I don't know yet. We don't have like a medical report on him." After the game, we went in the locker room last night, and Keon walked in, and he had just got done probably with an ice bath. And like, look, he wasn't moving like a normal everyday Keon Ellis guy.
Sure.
His gait was a little messed up just because you could tell he was favoring the ankle a little bit, but there was no boot. There was no wrap. There was no, it wasn't like, there wasn't an ice bag that was all like wrapped around it. There was no crutches. He was walking on his own. He didn't do media because he doesn't have to. And teams usually say, no, we're not going to do media if a player's injured,
because
of course we don't want the question and then him saying something he doesn't know.
Right.
Yeah. I know one time Bogdanovich told us that he tore a muscle in his hamstring, in his quad, and we're like, huh? And it was like, oh, okay. One time Tyreek Evans told us, oh, I'm gonna have that shockwave treatment on my plantar fasciitis next week, and I'm gonna be out for 6 weeks. And we're like what? And then he went out and played 3 more games, and then sure enough, had the shockwave treatment. We're just looking at him like, and the media director's like, no. What are you saying? Like, we don't know anything about this. And like, yeah. So that's why
you can't trust players also.
You can't.
Especially like in the NFL, you'll see a guy like, I'm playing Sunday. Definitely. I'll be out there. You'll see me. And out.
Yeah.
Oh,
you get that a lot though with players where, oh, I'll be fine. It's like, are you sure?
Like,
I'll be fine.
Right. You're not going to die from this.
No.
But what does fine mean? Are you out 6 weeks and then to be fine?
Yeah.
Are you out 2 days? So fingers crossed it's nothing major for Keon. He might miss in that event, you might see him miss a couple of games and then be back, that day-to-day type of thing.
Yeah, it's possible.
That's the ideal.
He didn't walk in with a softball on his ankle.
Yeah.
You know, that's so like there's a lot of good signs that it's possible he won't miss a ton of time. He walked off the court on his own.
Yeah, right.
And that was a good sign too. He went straight to the locker room, but what didn't have to be carried, didn't have to, you know, I'm going to guess a grade 1, grade 2 ankle sprain, but
sure.
But you never know. I mean, if he's a guy who has never had ankle sprains, then the ligaments are nice and taut, and he's not going to have, ideally, he might recover very quickly. If he's a guy who has had a bunch of ankle sprains, which I don't think he is, then that's where you usually get problems. Like, everything gets all loose, and it takes a while to heal up.
But we also have no idea.
Nope.
So as soon as there is an update on Keon Ellis, either me and James or D'Lo and KC will have it for you. So stay tapped in here to ESPN 1320. Let's go to the world where Keon Ellis is out.
Okay.
Let's just go to that timeline. What do they do?
Well, I mean,
it's like the depth thing is obviously an issue already, and I know that he's not technically like a wing player, but he's one of their best wing defenders, arguably their best wing defender.
I mean, I think initially the idea will be to go with Devin Carter playing, you know, additional minutes, and that's if Devin's okay too. He's got his surgically repaired shoulder. He was questionable coming into yesterday, and he did play. But he didn't play a lot, and he wasn't super effective. His shot looks like it's a little off with the shoulder. So I think you're going to have him work through it. Jordan McLaughlin has been he missed this game due to personal reasons. I think I know what's going on there, but I don't talk about players' personal issues unless we have clearance from the player. But I don't think there's anything bad going on there. It's just
fingers crossed.
Yeah, he needs to step aside for a sec. And I don't expect it to be long term. So that's always an option. And like, look, overall, you got some other bodies you can throw at him. If it's going to be, maybe Colby Jones, maybe Mason Jones gets a couple of minutes to just see what they can do. Yeah, but I mean, look, you got you've got Washington coming up, and it's a game where you just can't drop. You can't drop that game at all. It's your opportunity to get back to 500 at home, and it's the worst team in the league.
You can't lose to the Wizards.
No. So
you can't.
So
you're not allowed to.
I think there's hope though that you can't lose to the Wizards. I mean, I think that they can go and beat the Wizards without Keon Ellis.
I would agree.
It's when you get to the Golden
you have
State
a
Warriors.
much larger problem.
Yeah. I want Keon.
The Wizards are 6-33.
Yeah, I want Keon 100% ready for the road trip, and I would really hope that again they don't play again till Sunday, and then they don't play again till Wednesday when they play the Warriors. So that's plenty of time to assess and see what you got here. I'm going to guess that just by judging what I saw last night from him, barring some weird MRI that shows something horribly negative, that he's not going to miss a lot of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Wizards, by the way, lost to the Suns last night by 7, so the streak continues.
Yeah.
No one possession losses all year for the Wizards.
Tough.
Can't lose that game. Cannot lose that game. Also, side note on the Wizards playing against the Kings at Golden One Center on Sunday, it'll be the second night of a back-to-back for the Wizards. So you cannot.
Yeah.
Wizards by 10.
Oh.
Now that we're saying all this.
Oh, don't you say that. You shut your mouth, Kyle.
No, I think the Kings will kick the hell out of them because that's what this version of the team is want to do. Yeah, I was just, dude, like last night, I've got a couple of nitpicks from the game that we can get to. Not right now necessarily. We'll get to those in a bit. But I was not that it was something new.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the more the Kings start to string these types of games together and these different types of wins together, the more impressed I am with it. And the further we get from whenever that first Doug Christie game was late December, the further we get from that, the more it becomes like, oh, this is real. And that's why I'm not going to call them title contenders because of last night. But when you start hoping that, hey, maybe this version of the Kings is one that can get back to the playoffs, wins like last night are a major drop in that bucket because this was not the Bulls.
No,
this was not the shorthanded Grizzlies. This was a very good Rockets team.
Oh, yeah, it's a very, very good Rockets team. I mean, it's a top 5 team in the NBA right now.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, we've talked about it so many times, but this is one of the most talented teams in the league. Mm-hmm. And again, I think when you figure out a way to play with the force that's necessary against a team that's who they are. Mm-hmm. Their calling card is physicality, athleticism. Mm-hmm.
All the things that should give the Kings fits.
Yeah, exactly. Even like the lack of athleticism in Şengün, like everyone else around him makes up for it, and he's just like a hub. Like that is just such a well built machine of, again, young players and older players. They've really got a nice combination of things happening there, and the sky's the limits for them. And to have them come into your building, and that you've got to pick this up to sort of put the Bucks loss behind you and just kind of step into this and not make excuses. I thought it was a very, very impressive, probably their best overall win of the season.
Ooh,
but we keep saying,
was that the best? Was it the best?
I mean, the Celtics, the year? Yeah, the Celtics win is huge, but again, that you got into like a really physical battle with the team, and you figured out ways to win.
Celtics win goes ahead of this one for me.
Okay.
That was on the road. You were down but you went down a bunch, and that one, it looked like they were going to kind of take control of that game in the first half.
Okay, I'll give you that. The Celtics win, but this is up there.
Pulled away late. Yeah, no, this is top 3.
Top 3.
Call it top 3
Yeah,
comfortably.
it was a really, really big win. And so was the last one against them.
Last note on the Wizards real quick. Sorry, I just have their schedule in front of me.
Oh, no.
Their last 3 wins, Charlotte, Chicago.
Oof.
They haven't beat a quote-unquote good team since they beat Denver on December 7th.
Okay. Well, you can't be that team.
You cannot lose on Sunday. No, we'll talk more about that. We're going to revisit our keys to the game from yesterday.
Oh.
And see if the Kings followed our instructions or not. If they didn't, I'm moving it down the ranks of good wins of the year. I have a couple of nits to pick, and we have NFL playoffs this weekend. Divisional round.
I'm in.
Got some big time games. We'll dive into those as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Oops. I did not put together the thing I need to put together.
Oh, that's not good.
It's going to go there. And then this is going to go here.
Scooter. Okay, so Isaac Jones, because he's on a 2-way contract, can only suit up for 50 games under a 2-way contract this season. Last time I checked, he was at 33 games already that he'd suited up. And I think he's been available the last couple of games. And so I haven't checked, but it's possible he's up at 35, 36. And that just means that once he hits 50, he literally cannot suit up for another game unless they convert him to a regular contract. Now, the Kings have an open roster spot. We all know that. They parted ways with Orlando Robinson before his contract became guaranteed on January 10th. So, but here's it with teams, they don't want to tie up that roster spot until after the trade deadline. I believe the trade deadline is February 6th this year. And so the Kings have a certain amount of games as long as Isaac Jones doesn't go over that amount in that time. They don't have to make any move at all with him. And even if they do go over the 50 game mark, he just becomes a 2-way player that can't play in the NBA. He can only play for Stockton from then on. So I would expect the Kings to figure out his situation down the road. Like they're just going to kick it down until, maybe All-Star week, maybe a little bit after. They'll figure out their roster. They'll figure out if they made any trades, if they did a 2-for-1, open up another roster spot, or if they did 1 player for 2, and now you need that roster spot, and then maybe you waive somebody else at a certain point and you give Isaac Jones an opportunity. But I would expect Isaac Jones to sign by the end of the season, I would be surprised if he doesn't sign a 3 or a 4-year contract with the Kings that will look a lot like Colby Jones' contract.
I'm going to go get an Advil.
Oh, all right. You all right?
Yeah.
One of those days, Kyle. Boy, is it. I'm looking at that little tiny table and my coffee down there. This is horrible. We no longer can have coffee or drinks up on we can have water, but we can't have coffee or drinks up by the computer. Somebody decided to blow up a computer or a board in the Bay Area. I did almost spill coffee one time. Well, it wasn't near the board, though. Yeah, Spencer, pod on Saturday, I believe. Yeah, Scooter, I just like the salary cap stuff is intriguing to me, and I just if you guys have questions on those things, always feel like you can You can ask me. If it's a much bigger question that we need to address on the air, but Isaac Jones' situation, I don't know how many games he's suited up at this point. It's probably hiding in the game book somewhere, but I'm going to guess it's 36, maybe 37. And so he only has like 13 more games. And there's also the other thing, the two-way players cannot play in the playoffs. They're not eligible for playoffs. So you have to actually convert a player. If you guys remember a few years ago, the Warriors did that with Omri Caspi.
Oh, hey, we're coming back.
They had to waive him right at the last second.
Warriors legend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to let the intro run.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. We have a Jiffy Lube keyword of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're going to do is you're going to go to ESPN1320.com and you're going to enter this keyword for a chance to win a Jiffy Lube gift certificate.
Yeah.
And an exclusive Insiders hoodie.
Of course.
That you can only win via this giveaway.
That's right.
So go to ESPN1320.com.
Right now.
You'll see the contest page.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, unless you're driving.
No, if you're driving, doesn't matter.
Then don't do that. If you're driving, then just remember this. And then when you get to a place that you can safely do so. Go to ESPN1320.com, find the contest page, at the Jiffy Lube contest page, and you're going to enter the code word Debo.
Debo.
Deebo. Debo.
That's right.
Is today's Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game because DeMar DeRozan was sensational last night. I don't know that the Kings win that game without him. He had 31 points, had a couple of huge shots down the stretch, hit big free throws down the stretch.
Actually, you know what? They stole 2 of his free throws at the end and gave them to Malik Monk. So Malik Monk had 26 points, not 28, and Debo had 33 points, not 31.
Wait, what?
They corrected it after the final box score. During the game, they accidentally gave DeMar DeRozan's final 2 free throws to Malik Monk. So Malik Monk had 28 points and DeMar DeRozan had 31 points. After the game, they went back and even DeMar's like, hey, this box score is incorrect. They gave those last 2 free throws to Malik. And I'm like, you're correct. They did. And then the NBA corrected it after the game.
I've got a bone to pick with whoever's doing the stats.
Yeah.
At Golden One.
I don't know what happened there.
Because I had an underdog lineup one night.
Oh.
Where I needed a player, Jaren Jackson, I believe, to have some amount of points in the first quarter. And they awarded him free throws that he did not take. And so I thought I hit my number in my lineup. And I was like, I don't remember him taking free throws. That's sick. I must have missed it. Awesome. Like, nice. Yeah, chalk it up. W for Kyle. We love to see it.
I was sitting next to you. When
yeah,
this all
no.
happened.
Oh, yeah, you sure were. And then I look up a minute later, 2 points gone. Brandon Clark, 2 for 2 from the free throw. I'm like, hey, the hell?
Who did that?
What the?
Shout
and
out
that's
to
the second
Dell.
time that's happened. Dell, figure
Shout
it
out to
out,
Dell.
Dell.
Shout out to Dell, who is a listener of the show.
Good, Dell. Pick it up.
I don't know what happened.
Lock in, Dell.
I tweeted out last night DeMar DeRozan with
I bet that job's impossible.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dell.
I tweeted out late in the game. I said DeMar DeRozan with the late rebound. They fouled him. He's heading back to the line. I looked down. I started finishing up 6 quick thoughts. And then I get to the end and I'm like, hey, why does it say DeMar's still at 31 points? Because I'm tracking the whole time and I'm changing numbers the whole time.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, that's weird. I swear he had 33 points. And then I look and they'd given it to Malik. And I looked at Sean. I'm like, hey, did Malik shoot those free throws or did DeMar? He's like, oh, I don't know. and because we're all caught up.
Lock in, Sean.
In the final.
Come on. What's happening?
I look at Matt
over
George.
there?
I'm like, what's going on here? He's like, I thought it was DeMar too. I'm like, all right, well, I guess we'll figure it out later. So I put out 6 quick thoughts and they, of course, were incorrect.
You expected Matt George to know what was going on? Well, that's your first mistake.
There it is.
I love that guy. Love you.
I should ask Brendan.
Brendan.
Brendan has he color coats all of his game notes. I don't know if you've seen this.
Oh, I've seen.
He has like 6 different colored pens, and he takes all of his game notes and he's color coding the whole time. It's incredible to watch. Sometimes I hide his pens.
Does he freak out?
No, he knows that somebody hid his pens just to mess with him, and he knows it's usually me. I wanted to pull up one other thing before we move on.
Yeah, no, fine.
Big shout out to the Cardacelli family. Frankie and his wife.
Oh, nice.
Had
not the Hatchkin music. That's not what I'm
Frankie Jr. Frankie Jr. is in the house.
They named it Frank.
It was his wife, his wife's decision.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah,
we had a whole thing going one day about what Sacramento King he was going to name him after.
Oh, yeah.
And they landed on Frankie Jr. Very good. Congratulations. While we're doing shout outs, Tim and Rebecca, God, I hope they're listening. They were delightful.
Okay.
They let us stand at the table they were using. Me and my 2 friends I went to the game with before the game so we could eat our food. We're like, hey, can we borrow this little bit? And they were like, yep. We weren't really like talking to them. We were talking amongst ourselves and stuff. And then you came over. You were generous enough to come say hello. And I'm not going to put you on blast what you were doing, but you're generous enough to come over and say hello. And after you left, Tim goes, hey, do you work in entertainment?
This cracks me up, Kyle.
And I was like, what? No, because when I think entertainment, I think my brain goes to movies. If someone just says, "Oh, I work in entertainment," oh, you work in movies.
I was thinking Rockhead instantly.
That's what my brain goes to.
Kyle doing high kicks.
Yes, you should. My hamstrings are so limber, bro. And I go, and I'm trying to figure out. Because it wasn't a bad question when you put in the context of like entertainment is media, right? And so I'm trying to figure out what did I say or do that made him think I work in movies? Because in my brain he said movies when he said entertainment, and I was like, and he goes, "Well, I saw you talking to James Ham." I'm wearing an Insider's hoodie that says our names on it.
It has both of our names.
You couldn't see it at the angle. In fairness to the homie Tim. And so I was like, oh, yeah, we do a radio show. Tim and Rebecca, they were delightful. They let us use their table again at halftime. They let us infringe on their space. They were really great. So shout out to Tim and Rebecca. I got to see Manny last night from the Chatty House and meet his wonderful family. And for the first time in my life, I met Kevin Fippen.
I've known Kevin Fippen for a long time.
Right, bro. So Kevin Fippen has been in my like orbit. I think
he's in everybody's orbit, but
right. First of all, at the Bald meetings, have never met him. Never seen him once at the weekly meetings of the Bald delegation. Never seen the guy. I have known people who know him. I have been friends with people who know him. I have hung out with people who know him. We've followed each other on Twitter for like 12 years, and I've never met the guy. Randomly ran into him last night for the first time ever. So salute to Kevin Fippen, the homie. We've now met in person.
That's right.
And Raymond, the guy sitting behind me. What a guy.
Yeah.
What a pal.
Kevin was, he jumped in on the Here We Stay movement towards like once it started rolling, and he did the video, the drop a grenade on you song. He did a tribute video to the Kings that just like was incredible and during the Here We Stay movement. And that's how it was like, oh, we got to reach out to that guy because he did this video, and we kind of like pulled him into the inner circle, and then it was like this.
Hell yeah,
really interesting. Yeah,
what a
good
guy.
Good dude.
Keys to the game from last night. I want to revisit them because we do our keys before every game, and we never go back and look at them. And I think it was you who went, we should go back and look at our keys.
Yeah, well, we had a game where I'm like, I think all of our keys, like, they did not listen.
Right, yeah, they were just all wrong.
It was
the Bucks game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, they let Giannis get a running start.
Yep.
They didn't pick Dame up full court.
Yep. Just like, did everything wrong.
Yeah.
Did everything wrong. And so we decided to be accountable. This is what we're going to do because this is what we're all about here. We're not going to say a take and then leave it alone forever. we're going to revisit this. So key number one, you wanted the Kings to match the Rockets' physicality because Houston plays very hard. I think they did that.
Yeah, I think we need like a reverse ding, like ding. But if we
first of all, reverse ding is crazy. Buzzer, but that means like wrong. I've got the reading rainbow.
I don't know. Well, just because every time we do keys to the game, we do a ding. You can suck it.
Okay, so yeah, one of the things we specifically mentioned there though was don't go overboard with that. Defend without fouling, and the Rockets got too physical late in the game.
We've lost our mind.
That's okay. It's a Friday. No, the Rockets got too physical. I don't think the Kings ever did. The Kings did a really, really nice job of that. I thought.
I thought they totally matched their physicality. Especially like early on, you saw it with the matchup with Sabonis, who was running over Şengün early, and just spectacular, overall, like on the glass and everything else early on. Once he got into foul trouble, there was some trouble. There was also this moment where you could see that they wanted to crank up the intensity and the physicality even more. And Emi Udoka went to Steven Adams, Tari Eason, Amin Thompson, Cam Whitmore, and Dylan Brooks as like a 5. And I'm like, holy cow, this is probably the most physical and athletic 5-man group that you could put on the court together in the NBA. Like I don't
like
think
that's on a team.
Yeah, that's on a team.
Yeah.
I don't think you could find another team with 5 guys who play more physical than that group.
Yeah.
And it did not work out that well for Houston. But I saw the design and the idea.
Yeah.
And when that happens, the Kings went to a zone.
Yep.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
And they didn't have an answer. I also like shout out to Steven Adams, who like his back in the NBA. And I did not know that he would be able to play again. He's not the same player he once was, but still a good dude and like a warrior out there.
Steven Adams is only 31 years old.
Yeah, I remember him coming through pre-draft.
He's been 40 for 15 years.
Yeah.
It is so silly that he's not even like old.
No, I mean, I remember him in pre-draft, and he had short hair.
Yes.
And all he said was mate like 100 times. Yeah, mate.
He's got best NBA tattoos.
Yeah,
that tribal he's got down his arm is unreal.
He's a really, really cool dude.
Yeah.
Like a very, very nice guy.
Very zen.
And I think one of his best moments, his best moment in Sacramento was when Keegan Murray went up for a layup and caught him with a knee. And he started counting to make sure everything was still in place down below. And he goes, 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're okay.
Number 1 for me was De'Aaron Fox stay mad. Nope. Swing and a miss.
Oh. Yeah.
I did not think I didn't think he came out with it. I thought he would come out with like force. I thought we were going to see a just demon type of performance from De'Aaron Fox where he goes and gets 35 and has a couple of steals and a big dunk on a breakaway. I was just fully expecting the full De'Aaron Fox best player on the floor experience. Didn't get it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. But I'll counter with this. The physicality, when they start Amin Thompson at the point guard, who's 6'8", and is like a super athlete and can legitimately guard 1 through 4. I don't know if he can do 1 through 5, but 1 through 4 without any problem. That's who you're up against. That's crazy. And so they kept throwing their best defenders at De'Aaron Fox to try to take him out of the game. And I don't know that that's the wisest move, because the Kings are a team that is sort of built around like sharing the ball. And then the other point I would make is Fox won Defensive Player of the Game, where he had 4 steals, he had a block, he had 4 deflections, and I think he held his opponent to like 3 of 14 from the field. And so he was really good defensively. He just wasn't. He didn't stand out. And a game where it's on TNT and you expected him to stand out, and Keegan Murray stood out. DeMar DeRozan stood out. Malik Monk stood out. Domantas Sabonis stood out. They all stood out.
I was expecting De'Aaron to have the type of game DeMar had.
Yeah, I got
you. And not that he was bad. This is not. I thought De'Aaron stunk last night. Yeah. That wasn't the case I was making at all. I thought we were going to get this like, oh yeah, De'Aaron Fox is an all NBA superstar level player, and he was really good. Just not the performance I was anticipating. Number 2.
I will finish. He did have 5 straight free throws to finish the game. Yeah, so
I didn't say it was bad.
Yeah. No, it's okay. And that my number 2 is his showcase game. And this is exactly what we thought. Especially Fox and Sabonis. They're trying to make their all-star case. And I think that's what we expected. We expected him to go out there and make his case for an NBA all-star game. And I don't know that his case, that the case that he made was all that strong. I do think Sabonis, up until the fact that, to the point where he fouled out on like 3 or 4 consecutive plays by Şengün. It was, and I don't know like if it was 100% officiated properly. The physicality of the game dictated that calling touch fouls in that situation was a little strange. But I also don't think he got called for a bunch of ticky-tack stuff. It was physical. And I thought, again, Sabonis put up 20, 14, and 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think he got overshadowed by DeMar and Monk for sure. Fouling out doesn't help, but the Kings as a whole, I thought showcased very well on national TV, and Golden One Center definitely did.
Oh yeah,
that was a big time performance from the Kings. So yeah, I think they took the national TV game to heart and took it very seriously. Number 2 for me was hit the gas early. They won the first quarter and led by 9 at halftime. I thought they did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah.
Rockets were on the second night of a back-to-back and needed to kind of jump on them, and they did.
Yeah, they built a 16-point lead, I believe, in the third. And then, again, the Rockets kept hitting shots. The Rockets kept going at them.
Yep.
That wasn't like, you messed around and they caught up.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah.
They made a bunch of plays where it's like, dang, that's a
late
good group of dudes.
The Kings went on like an 8-0 run and went up by 10.
Yeah.
And the Rockets answered with an 8-0 run.
Immediately.
It was like, holy cow.
That was that was the point of the game where I was saying they go up 10 and it feels like, oh, all right, wrap this up. This is over. They pulled away. The Rockets' second night of a back-to-back. They're going to cruise to the end here. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's the Kings are calling a timeout because the Rockets have made it a 1-possession game again.
Yeah.
And that was the point that I thought maybe you feel that tense, maybe feels that, but nope, never felt like the game was out of hand.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Yeah, great game.
Number 3. I don't know. I'm just picking random.
Yeah, it is 3.
I'm just picking random sounds to play now.
This is completely BS.
Okay. They had a chance to move within 500 at home, and I believe that matters, and they did.
Yeah, they sure did.
Now they're 1 game under 500 at home, which has been a major point in contention. And weren't they 6-13 or 6-12 at home? So they're on a win streak at home, and that's big. This team needs to be better at home. They need to figure that out. And Doug Christie has made it a huge thing that they put on a show for their home crowd that believes in them and supports them.
Yep. I needed bench scoring. I needed 30 points off the bench.
Oof.
It's a complete crap.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did not get 30 points from the bench.
Nope.
The Keon injury didn't help. They got 16 points out of their bench, but they managed to overcome it, which I guess leads me to this question. We talk so much about the bench, and you need bench scoring, you need this and that. To what end, though? Like, what do they actually need from their bench?
Okay.
To me, it's like energy. Can you get some rebounds, play some defense? Because when your starting lineup includes De'Aaron Fox, and it includes Malik Monk, and it includes DeMar DeRozan, and it includes Domantas Sabonis, where any of those guys are capable for going for 30 on any night, and you're going to get your points from that group, and now Keegan's hitting threes again, so you're going to get 15 a night from Keegan. I think when that's happening, I don't think points are necessarily what you need from the bench. And I think that's something I need to recalibrate when I'm assessing what the Kings need from that group.
Yeah, and I also think like breaks matter in the schedule. And I know that sounds kind of strange, but like the Kings don't play again until Sunday. And so if I'm Doug Christie and I'm looking and it's Thursday, I've got Friday and Saturday for my team to rest up. I don't mind going 38, 40 minutes with my starters. And then you look at what's going to happen. They play, on Sunday, but they don't play again till Wednesday. If you need to go heavy on your starters again on Sunday, it's okay. They've got 2 days to recover. What you don't want to do is get to Wednesday, get in a knockdown drag out, then get on a plane after that, fly to Denver, have an hour bus ride to the hotel plus an hour time change. You won't get in until 3 or 4 in the morning. And what you don't want to do is play your starters 38 to 40 minutes to try to beat the Golden State Warriors and then lose the next day because of it. And then you start off a road trip with a whole bunch of logged minutes trying to compete and get off on the right foot.
Those are tough minutes in Denver too.
Yeah, they are. They're tough minutes in Denver. And that's where I would say, look, it does matter. Like the schedule matters. Everything. It's not just, hey, we need to have this many points from the bench every night. Some nights it's okay that the bench doesn't have a big night.
Yeah, I think what I need from that group is when Devin Carter's on the floor, can you just be a pest defensively and grab rebounds?
Yeah.
Whether Devin Carter scores 0 points or 10 points matters way less than him doing those things. When Kevin Huerter's on the floor, can you knock down however many threes you get? If you get 4 attempts, can you hit 2 of them? Is that the number of points I think matters less than finding the specific roles these guys are going to play. Because when you have the starters the Kings do, bench scoring goes kind of out the window. There's going to be nights where you need, like, hey, Malik's not playing great and DeMar isn't hitting his shots. Like, man, you really need Trey Lyles or Devin Carter or Keon or somebody to do something offensively. But I think on a night in, night out basis, something like 30 points from the bench isn't going to matter if DeMar and Malik are going to combine for 60.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron's going to put up 20 of his own.
Well, that and Sabonis put up 20 and Keegan Murray at 18.
Yeah.
Like there are certain nights you're going to need it, but right now your starters are playing really well.
Bad key by me. What are you going to, they're not all going to be winners.
It's an okay key.
Nah, I mean, in theory, yeah, but they came way short of 30 and they won. Not a key to victory. Gosh, or they 4 of 12 from 3, 6 of 18 from the field, 16, 6 of 16 from the field.
I keep saying this,
16 points. Oh,
Trey Lyles again had 5 rebounds in 19 minutes. Like he is at least trying to do other things. Like the Kevin Huerter struggle bus is tough to watch.
Yeah,
I'm feeling for that guy right now. I just like he's in his head.
It is one of the I pretty sure we talked about this with him last year. Go take a week off.
Yeah.
This isn't a demotion. It's not. Go be away and maybe it's the All-Star break, but it's like, don't work. Like you can exercise, but don't do basketball.
Yeah.
Go to Hawaii and sit on the beach. Have a beer.
Yeah. Either that or go hang out with your family for a week.
Whatever it is.
Whatever that makes you centered.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just, again, not a demotion. You'll come back. You'll get your minutes. But I feel so bad for Kevin Huerter because you can just tell.
Yeah, it's like the Steve Sachs, like Chuck Noblock thing at this point. Like he just feels like a player who
second baseman who could not make the short throw to first base.
Yeah, it feels like
got the yips.
He's got the yips, and it's tough.
And the way he moves is like he's wearing a 15-pound vest.
You can see the stress of it all. Dude. Yeah. I feel for him.
Feel for the guy for sure. You know who else I feel for? Me. Feel bad for me. 7 straight losses in underdog.
Oh no.
Will Z pointed this out in the chatty house. Somebody else pointed it out as well. I had Domantas Sabonis more than 15.5 rebounds last night on underdog.
No.
I do lineups with the underdogs pick them. It's hella easy. You pick a higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. They got a bunch of stats. You can do it by quarter, by half, by game. There are so freaking many to choose from. I think that's part of why I'm losing is I'm digging so deep into these. But I tried a home run swing last night to change my luck. Didn't work. Domantas Sabonis, 15.5 boards. He had 14 with like 10 minutes to go. And I'm like, I'm in a good spot.
Oh, yeah.
Finished with 14 after fouling out. And fouled out at the point of the game where the Rockets are going to start chucking and he was going to have a lot of opportunities for rebounds. Tough beat for me. I did have Jalen Green higher than 24.5 points. That's a winner for me. He had 28. But unfortunately, with the underdog flex play, you need 2 out of 3. And I did not get that because I had De'Aaron Fox to have a double-double, and he finished 3 assists shy. Okay. So not really close there. That's 7 consecutive losses in a row. So you should be, I'm going to give a lineup later. You should be fading that lineup. You should download the Underdog app right now. Sign up with the promo code Kyle M. Deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. And a promo code Kyle M. And then when I give my lineup later, do the opposite. Oh, that's cash.
Well, that's what I like. For
you could be winning right now.
People know. Go just do the opposite of what I say.
Fade the insiders.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. That's the Underdog app. Having a ton of fun with that. And again, I'll have a lineup for you later. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right, we'll have James Ham 6 quick thoughts, and we'll take a look ahead to what should be a sensational weekend of football in the NFL, the divisional playoffs, arguably the best weekend in the NFL season. That's all coming up in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. They're Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the show, and this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We have never been more clear.
The A's will wear...
Haven't seen it.
The patch? They will wear 2 patches, one to honor Ricky Henderson, who passed away late last or early this year, and then to celebrate the greater Sacramento area. They will have 2 giveaways, a trucker hat featuring the Sacramento patch and a Ricky Henderson rally towel. I have not seen... so the Sacramento A's, there will be a Tower Bridge. And then they'll wear the number 24. All right. I have not seen the patch. Oh, well.
I haven't either.
What's going on, everybody? We need to get on that list.
Which one?
When are we doing this?
End of the show.
Okay.
So during the handoff.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was scrambling. I'm like, oh, I need to get that ready. Athletics Twitter posted. All right. Unless I did get the email, I just wasn't paying attention. No, I did not. Oh, hang on. I need to drink some of my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I rock with the patch. It's kind of fire.
Yeah?
Understated.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
I like that.
Yeah, same. Oh, hey, hang on. Was I genuinely don't know the answer to this, which is why I'm comfortable making jokes about it. I was Matt Steinmetz's producer for how long was I at? However long I was at 95.7.
2 years, 3 years?
For 3.5 years.
Oh.
And August of 19 to March of 23. Yeah, 3.5 years.
Okay.
And I was Steiny's producer for 3 of those years. That guy would bring in a pint glass of water and just set it there. Like, just buy everything. And it was like, man, that makes me so nervous.
Oh, yeah.
So all of that said, it would not shock me one bit if it was Steiny. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Technology, am I right, folks? Hey, let me just say, we're rocking with you until noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock. They'll take you into the weekend. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. We love Jiffy Lube very much. Matt Steinmetz is not a name drop. I love Steiny.
Ouch.
Steiny is
He's a good
the
dude.
homie. He is a real one. Love Steiny. Saying I produced a show for Matt Steinmetz is not a name drop. I saw Johnny G in the chat like, who casually drops more names, Kyle or James? After I was talking about being a producer for Steiny. That's not a name drop. I'm sorry.
No.
Matt Steinmetz is just a dude. Who broke the story that Latrell Sprewell choked out PJ Carlesimo.
Oh.
That's a fact.
Oh.
That's a true fact.
Wow.
Shout out to Steiny.
That's crazy.
Hey, speaking of old basketball reporters, James Ham. No, I'm joking.
I don't know where this is going.
No, just a gap in my what's the cultural knowledge, sports culture knowledge.
Okay.
Not really a gap, just one of those things that you kind of, I think, had to be around to understand the gravity of.
Okay.
Was the Magic Johnson HIV diagnosis.
Oh.
Somebody posted an old column from when Bill Simmons was in college reacting to the Magic Johnson HIV diagnosis. And reading it and seeing the replies, because everything in it is just everything that Bill Simmons writes about in it, it turns out backwards. He's never going to get to do this. He's never going to get to do this, blah, 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 because it's devastating to read. And everybody's like, but this was the consensus, thought at the time that Magic Johnson got this diagnosis and he was going to be gone soon. And I don't it's just one of those things that I obviously know about it, but I have never been able to, or really tried to wrap my arms around the fact that was just this because I've known Magic Johnson is just happy ass Magic Johnson just all the time. And that's who he is in my life. I did not really until I read this piece by Bill Simmons from whatever that is 30 plus years ago now.
1991, 92.
So 35 years ago going on.
Yeah.
Reading that and just how devastatingly sad it was jarring to me because I've never taken the time to understand what that moment was.
Okay, so living through that moment, first of all, I almost got in a fight in the locker room when somebody said, oh, Magic Johnson has AIDS when I was in high school, because I was a huge Magic Johnson fan. And I'm like, hey, that's not funny. You shouldn't say something like that. He's like, no, he does. And there was almost fighting words.
You don't have Twitter at this time to go look.
No. Well, not only that, but you didn't have, the internet wasn't readily available.
Yeah.
And
Right,
so, you had to wait for the newspaper the next day or go turn on sports talk radio. Like, just to be honest with you, the moment was incredible. And I'll relay this in a weird way to what we went through with the global pandemic. So when Rudy Gobert goes out there and like smacks everybody's microphones, and then a couple of days later ends up with COVID, like we didn't really know what it would look like, how many people would die, all that stuff at that moment. But the AIDS the epidemic at that point, it was, you didn't survive.
Right.
It was like it was a death warrant when you had that diagnosis, and it was a very, very hard time. And there was a lot of, like, especially being a high schooler at that time, while like, they're doing like public service announcements and lots of things that would scare you as a high schooler about partners and all that stuff. So it was very, very scary. And then as soon as Magic like put another face on it. There were faces before that, like Rock Hudson. There were other people that had died.
Sure.
Freddie Mercury. But to see Magic, who is like, he was so larger than life.
Right.
I mean, like, for me, there's still a lot of people like myself that put Magic Johnson on your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, he won Finals MVP as a center.
Yeah, one of the greatest players of all time, but to have him be the face of it. And then, of course, when they brought him back for the All-Star game, there was people who didn't want to play because they were like worried, uninformed,
didn't understand,
and worried. And like, it was a really tough time. And I think a lot of people, the fact that Magic Johnson is still with us is a medical miracle, because I would say probably like 97 or 98% of the people from when he got the disease, like, to today, like, are gone.
Yeah.
He just, again, first of all, he had a lot of money and he had a lot of fame, and he was able to get treatments that other people, normal, everyday people, weren't able to get.
Sure.
But at the same time, like, it's a miracle that he's still around. And so, I haven't read the Bill Simmons piece, but living through that was, it was different,
because you read it and it's like, oh, what? Like, here's how it ends. But the bottom line remains: Magic will never be in a Laker uniform again. That makes me sad. He will die before the year 2000. That makes me sad. He will never play in the Olympics with Larry Bird, and he'll never own an NBA franchise. That makes me sad. And it's easy to look at that and go, he did all of those things.
Yeah.
But knowing that, like, everybody thought that, like, this is just it. Really dry. I did a deep dive last night. It was
it's even like when Scott Moak talks about like, when someone bleeds on the court, he says it's a stoppage for infectious disease.
Yeah.
Stoppage.
Yeah.
Right? And Kevin Durant got all upset, and he said, "Hey man, I have to say that every time."
Yeah.
And Kevin was like, "That's not cool, man." He's like, No, it's not just you. And then somebody else bled right after that, and he said it again. And Kevin Durant's like, "I got you."
Yeah.
Now
it's a mandated thing.
It's a mandated.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, okay, got it."
Making fun of Kevin Durant.
Yeah. So it's one of those moments with Scott Moak that he'll talk about, like, funny moments where you had this like little bonding experience with somebody over a strange thing. But before that, like, again, you're in high school, someone starts bleeding, everyone's like, hands off. Stop the game, like, clearing it up.
Yep.
Like, hey, someone with
if
gloves,
it gets on the
over
uniform,
here.
you got to remove the uniform.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was just, again, that's where I kind of like relate it to what we went through at the early stages of pandemic. It was like, there was just this fear. We all hid in our houses.
Yeah, of course.
You would bring grocery bags home and take bleach wipes and wipe the bag off, and then take your cans out and wipe your cans off. Like, that's where we were in the beginning of this whole thing. And that's kind of like, it was at, I think we knew a little bit more when Magic, by the time Magic had, contracted.
But still.
The HIV virus, not AIDS, but HIV virus.
Yeah.
But I don't even know that we understood the difference between the two at that time.
Sure.
So,
Man.
Really interesting time.
That was just, sorry for the non sequitur. That was something that, I saw last night and was like, wait, this is devastating to read. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Anyways, read that before going to the Kings game, where the Kings beat the Houston Rockets 132-127. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. We're the Insiders. We're here every day from 10 a.m. to noon on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Let's get into James Ham's 6 quick thoughts, which you can read on the various social media and, of course, at Twitter at James_Ham NBA. James_Ham NBA on Twitter. But we're going to do a little deeper dive now.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Yeah, big thumbs
Kings
up.
insider
Maybe.
James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, here they are. Number 1.
School is in session. DeMar DeRozan took a bunch of young players to school, and that's what it was. It just looked like it didn't matter who it was. Even Dylan Brooks tried to step up and guard him and try to get all physical with him, and he just turned around and just buried jumper after jumper in their face.
Yep.
Like there was a jumper like in Dylan Brooks's face.
It was great.
And
There's not a player I love watching fail more than Dylan Brooks.
I think that goes for most people in Sacramento.
That's the best.
Yeah. So he's what we're seeing out of DeRozan is amazing on specific nights. So 26 points in the second half, 33 overall. But I thought he was having a good game in the first half, and he had 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was efficient, and you're like, oh, okay, this looks
right
good
in the flow.
And then you get to the second half, and 10 points in the third quarter, 16 points in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was a difference maker in that game.
My favorite thing about watching DeMar, it's like different sensation, but follow me. When someone's telling a joke and you can kind of see where the joke is going, and so you start getting excited for the punchline,
Mm-hmm.
and the punchline, and you're like, that's similar to how I feel when DeMar gets the ball and then turns his back to a defender like 15 feet from the basket.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, here it comes. Oh, this is going to be so cool.
They don't know what's about to hit them.
Every time, yeah. And you can, the beauty of it and what makes it so difficult is you can't, because he's going to turn and get that separation. Well, first he's going to get that shoulder.
Yep.
And then he's just one shoulder, not 3. He's going to get that shoulder. And then he's going to turn. He's created separation. Then he's going to create more separation to where if you try and contest it, you're either going to get in his space, which is a foul, or you're going to hit his arm, which is also a foul. And then he's going to make it even if you foul him. Like it would piss me off to no end if I had to defend him. Because literally, what do you do?
Yeah, the only other
You hope he
player
misses.
that I remember that did things like this all the time was Paul Pierce. Like Paul Pierce, if he's wide open, like he's probably not hitting the shot. He needed somebody like in his grill, in his business, and he was slow and methodical, and but it didn't matter. Like you could have two players, all over him trying to block the shot, and nothing. Like he knew exactly where the basket's at all times. Yeah. So when DeMar is on one, yeah, feed him.
Yep, right there with you. Number 2.
Keegan is back.
Boy, is he.
18 points, 11 rebounds. He's up to 32.4% from the field. His climb continues. Doug Christie talked about it after the game and said, like, look, like, other coaches have said this too. Mike Brown said this too. Keegan doesn't know how good he is. And you have to continuously remind him, but also put your arm around him and show him a bunch of love and try to get him to the next stage. Like this is only a blip on who you're going to be as an NBA player. And man, to me, it's not just that the 3-point shot is going down. He goes 3 of 6 from 3. It's the type of rebounds he gets now, where
Tough, dude.
He super tough rebounds where he's going above, like just ripping the ball out of the air from other players. And then he had this crazy finish in transition where he went behind the back and then had to switch hands midway up to it was like, ooh.
Yeah.
And then his dunks, see about a couple of baseline dunks. Like he's just starting to look like the player that we saw that we thought would ascend. And all of a sudden it's happening. Yep. And so for me, it's only 7 games, whatever it is under Doug. Go ahead.
So he missed the 2 games with the ankle against Philly and Memphis. Since then, it's 6 games, averaging 14.5 points, 7 boards, 1.3 assists, 0.7 steals, a block, and he's shooting 48.5% from the field and 47.7% from 3 on 7.3 attempts a game.
Yeah.
That's the ascension.
That's it. That's the player you needed.
And you'd like to see the volume tick up at some point, but for now, 11 shots a game, 7 of them threes. Take that.
Yeah, I want him taking 8 threes a game. I want him taking 12 to 13 shots a game. But
I'm
again, it's just complicated.
Yeah, man. It's not. It's whatever he needs to do to stay on this pace that he's on. If the Kings get a version of Keegan Murray that's playing very good defense, hitting 40+% from three and averaging 14.5 points a game,
take it.
That is all you need. Number 3.
Let's see. Sabonis is a star. If I don't get how people who watch the Kings don't come away with it thinking, my goodness, look how good he is. Like defensively in the first half, he was incredible. I think, he got some tough calls late, and which is why he finished only with 20 and 14 and 7. But 20 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists. Look how consistent that is. It's basically his stats for the season. He's actually shooting. He came in leading the league in 3-point percentage, and he raised that up. He's now shooting 47.8% from 3 on the season. And you know who's number 2 in the league? 3-point percentage?
Oh. No.
Nikola Jokic.
Jokic is taking like 9 a game.
It's incredible what we're seeing from these two players. And third is Luke Kennard. That one makes sense. That makes sense that Luke Kennard is third. But to see that Domas is leading the NBA in rebounds, in total rebounds and rebounds per game and 3-point percentage, that's just wild. Like, I mean, I don't care. Everyone keeps like moving the goalpost. You say, oh, well, he can't shoot well enough, so we're going to bag on him. Right. Okay, now he's leading the league in 3-point percentage. And it's like, oh, the next thing is, well, he's not going to shoot enough. It's like, okay, does he have to average like 2 blocks per game in order for him to get any respect? And that doesn't make any sense because there's only like 3 dudes in the league who average 2 blocks a game
or like 25+ points.
Yeah, but
I don't know, man. Like I genuinely, I don't know. I think people probably look and they go, well, DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk were the ones who led the way there. That's probably what people take away.
But that's crazy talk because the entire table was set with the 2-man game of Monk and Sabonis.
Yeah.
So
very, very, very freaking good player, and you saw it again last night.
Yeah.
Number 4?
Number 4.
4? Yeah.
Yeah, well rested. Malik Monk looked re-energized, 26 points and 9 assists. Again, the 2-man game was incredible. Like you just miss his energy when he's not there. And that's
it's
just
so different.
Yeah.
It's so different. The way they came out last night versus the way they came out against Milwaukee and every game before that, night and day.
Yeah, it's like a skill that you can't put on the box score and you don't know where how
it's intangible.
Yeah, and but what he does is crazy. He just brings like a joy and everything else to the game.
He does what he does very effectively is it looks out of control, but he's never out of control. Does that make sense? Like it may look a little haphazard as he blows by his defender, but once he gets in the paint, everything's under control for the most part. He might throw a couple of wild shots at the basket, but for the most part, he's going to make the right play once he's there. Whether that's passing it, whether that's shooting it, whether that's getting to the mid-range, whether that's pulling back out and shooting a 3. He I think has a very, very high basketball IQ, and you see it on nights like last night.
Yeah.
Just the impact that it has.
He's just a hooper. He just has like a really like instinctual game.
Yeah.
And a feel. And so I love watching him play. Like he does like bring so much joy. And again, it's just so difficult to find players that have that.
He had the stare down on Dylan Brooks.
Oh yeah.
Like nobody else on the Kings is doing that. Keegan's not doing that. Domas not doing that. De'Aaron's not doing that most nights. Nobody. Keon might. Keon's got a little bit of that to him. But when Malik does it, it's like that is setting a tone for the rest of the team.
Yes.
And it is so much fun.
I totally agree.
Number 5.
Number 5. Fox was a bit of an afterthought. I thought Amen Thompson did an incredible job. He's just nasty as a player. But I also think that Fox came up big when it mattered. Like he hit the 5 free throws. Defensively, I thought he was incredible. He did a very, very good job of an all around game. He
Mhm.
just didn't stand out in a game where there were multiple standout players on a big stage.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum he was really good. My expectation was just different going into last night for what we'd see from him.
Mhm.
And ideally, you reach a point where even if Amen Thompson gets thrown at you, who's an outstanding young player, very good defender, really, really tough, you still find a way to kind of get yours. But again, if you've got two other guys going for 60,
Yeah, that and I
it's
think we
tough to
can
argue it.
all remember that De'Aaron Fox got blocked by Şengün on that incredible block. That was wild.
Really great
And
block.
then also De'Aaron missed a layup. I think he missed 2, but let's just say he missed 1, and it was right at the rim, and he just bricked the layup.
Yeah.
You give him those 4 points, and are we talking about it? No, he's got 21 points, and he just has 21 or 23.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like every once in a while you're gonna have a
4
couple
steals,
of
a block. My God.
Yeah. What's that?
He had 4 steals and a block last night.
4 steals and a block. Yeah, and 4 deflections, and like I think it was 3 of 13 is what he held his defenders, the
Pretty good
opposing
player.
offense too. Yeah.
Pretty good player. Real quick before we move to the last one. Let's do the last one and then I'll do my real quick thing.
Okay.
Number 6.
Yeah, the Keon injury is no bueno. I mean,
it's tough.
the Kings need him. I don't know if he's going to be out at all or how long he'll be out for. But you just look at the next 2 games, and I'd rather have him to go send at Jordan Poole, and I'd rather have him to go send at Steph Curry than to not have him.
Sure.
And so, like, you're hoping that he's able to figure it out, and that there isn't too much swelling. And today will tell us a lot. But the Kings are off today. It's their bowling night tonight. They have their big event where they're all bowling and doing all that stuff. We'll know more tomorrow about him and whether it's like some sort of ankle sprain or not, or it was just a quick roll. He walked off the court. He was walking in the locker room. I think he's going to be okay. We're just going to have to wait and see what the medical says.
Yeah, hope so. You're definitely in wait and see mode on that. That's all. That's kind of all I've got for now.
Yeah.
Once we know how long he's out, then we can kind of assess what do the Kings do.
Yeah.
My real quick thing, this is my quick thought. I want to like Alperen Şengün's game so much.
Yeah.
But there's something about he moves like his bones are made out of rubber.
He's just a noodle.
And it bothers me.
Yeah.
It bothers my spirit. I don't like it. And he's sick. Like, he's awesome. Got the little midi, hit a 3-pointer. You could see how crafty he is passing the ball. He's so good around the basket. Like, he's a really good player. He's like Diet Sabonis kind of. Like same kind of different skill set, but gets to a lot of the same things, just not as well.
Yeah.
And I want to love his game, but just watching him function, the way he moves,
it's weird.
It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, it's very strange. Like it's very different than anyone else that we've seen in maybe like the last 15 years. Like,
yeah, it's just awkward.
The league went away from players that were like this, the guys with like the crazy footwork and like
Al Jefferson,
7 different post moves. Yeah, the post move on the post move on the post move. And like, look, there are moments where you can really enjoy his game. They also, like, if you put him, like, just to do the Brock Purdy thing, if you put him in the Kings offense, where they run the ball through him the whole time, Şengün would be incredible. He's a great passer. And I think that he's a little miscast with a group of like super athletes. Just like a whole bunch of super athletes and then dude who trips over like a phone book.
He's the inflatable noodle man. It's like one of those things went to the gym with Hakeem Olajuwon.
Oh yeah.
Like that's the vibe. Not comparing him to Hakeem. Hakeem charges a lot of money to teach guys how to play basketball. It's like one of those things, got some post moves. But man, some of the passes he throws are sick.
Yeah.
He's
so close that you want to.
I'm just out on just his aura, bro.
Yeah.
I don't like it one bit.
Yeah.
All right. We got Jesse Tapia coming in for the handoff. We got Mad Props. Got NFL divisional round Mad Props. We'll do our predictions for the weekend. I think you and I both went 5-1 last week.
Oh,
I don't know what Jesse did. I don't think Jesse did as well.
I thought I was like one below. Like
you were 5-0
Okay.
because I was 4-1.
Oh,
you were 5-0
on the games.
Then you picked the Vikings.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I picked the Rams.
Okay.
So we'll do our predictions again, and then I'm gonna give you my underdog lineup right now. Underdogs pick'em game. This is so easy. You're gonna download the Underdog app. You're gonna sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Promo code Kyle M. And all you do is you pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on their stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. That easy. So I've lost 7 straight lineups.
Oof.
So maybe take this lineup and just do the opposite. Here's what I'm rocking with. I got 3 players tonight. I've got Paolo Banchero for the Orlando Magic. I've got him higher than 24.5 points against the Celtics. The Celtics really had trouble with Domas. I think they're going to have trouble with a big athlete like Paolo Banchero. I know the Celtics also have big athletes, but Paolo Banchero is legit like 6'11". He is a monster of a human, very good player. Anthony Edwards, I'm going higher than 26.5 points against the New York Knicks because I think Anthony Edwards' sole purpose in life right now is to score points. And then Josh Hart in that same game against Minnesota, I've got him higher than half a double-double. So I'm going back to the double-double well. And I like Josh Hart to get to grab 10 boards and to score 10 points against Minnesota.
Okay.
That's my 3-player lineup on the Underdog app. Hope you play along with me or fade my picks. That would be my recommendation right now until I start winning some here. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. All right. NFL divisional round picks. Mad Props. Jesse Tapia coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. And clear.
Clear.
Oh.
What's going on, everybody?
Hang on. Stop.
Let's see. Yes. The Kings, they're over the cap, but they're under the luxury. I mean, they're under the apron. Yeah, they could use a trade exception for sure. They could also use it as part of a bigger deal. So, like, it gets super complicated, but most big trades are actually a series of smaller trades. And you can, like, again, if you were to trade 3 players for 2, that exception could be used as part of a deal for one of those players. And then the other 3 players can be used to match salary for the other player on the other team. And then, so it's in aggregate, but it's a series of small trades. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah. So yes, I can use that, but it's good until, well, the day he was traded the following year. So got a little bit of time. Actually, it's probably a good trade exception because it happened. The DeMar DeRozan trade happened during the California Classic and didn't get announced until like the 7th. So that of July. So that trade is going to be good all the way through the draft.
Jesse, you're good, by the way.
What's up, Chatty House?
Oh, man.
What's up, James? Kyle?
Jesse.
What's going on, dude?
I think I got some bangers in Mad Props this week.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so. Feel good about it.
Me and James will be the judge of that.
We will be the ultimate judges.
We'll let you know.
I read the first one and you're like,
This
no,
is
seriously,
trash, yeah.
what's the actual one?
Me and
Like,
James
you're
look at you
joking.
like, what's this guy's deal?
It's trash.
Oh, somebody asked where the light came from. I don't know. My buddy Andrew made this.
Oh,
So I don't know what light stick this is.
I'm guessing it's from the Amazon, but I'm not sure.
I got nothing for you.
Okay.
It changes colors.
Does that thing not pull apart? You can't like look at it. I'm just. You don't have to, Kyle.
Let's take it apart on air. What's up, Drew Down, Johnny, Germs, Zabo,
Rufus, come
Wheezy.
on, Golden One Center.
Wilson. They're just going through a tough stretch. That's it. I'll be ready for playoffs.
Kings broke him. Jesse
That
doesn't
too,
want to
yeah.
admit it.
But that's what it was.
Chris Ochoa,
Scooter, John Poles.
the Clippers aren't going to trade Derek Jones Jr. right now. I don't believe. Now Bones, yeah, I don't think that they would care, but Derek Jones Jr. plays in the rotation. Somebody else had like a whole list of like really interesting young players that they wanted the Kings to trade for, and like, why would any of those teams want to trade those young players? Not to be like, most teams don't want to trade their young players.
Yeah, there's no markings on that light stick.
Oh,
Google generic unmarked color changing light stick with remote control USB. What?
Nothing, dude. Just go.
Me?
It felt like a flag.
What?
I don't know. I
For
just
light stick?
might be a bad call. Might be, but it felt like one.
oh.
I need a review.
There's no review. I'm the
I need to
ref.
review
You're a
this. I
player.
need to
You're a
review this.
player. I am the only ref.
Review this.
Let's go to the replay.
See, we got an AO right there. That's a cosign right there.
Oh, dude,
There we
no,
go. There we go.
boo,
Shout out
boo,
Zabo.
Boo.
There we go.
That's what I get for
Sideline
trying,
judge.
for trying to help people.
Eric B, Zabo, sideline refs.
This is insane. This is ridiculous.
Shout out to the crew.
I was going to make a joke about those guys being in a certain city in New Jersey, but I don't want another flag thrown on me.
That's smart by you.
Oh,
Yeah,
here it is. Yeah,
we're coming back right now.
Okay.
First day.
For who? For you?
Yeah.
Why you didn't hit the
Now,
button?
back
There
to
it
the
is.
Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Bad call got me flustered, man.
Yeah, guy still acts like he's new here.
Probably put you in program one. There you go.
Oh, you can't even hear me.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is crazy.
Yeah.
Take a lap, Kyle. Take a lap.
I'm out. You guys do something.
Fencing back.
One producer to the next.
Yeah, you just give me the mad prop sheet first.
Yeah. Oh.
Fencing back is one of my favorite things that you say.
Yeah.
You have a lot of like little Jesse-isms. Fencing back is the best.
Shout out to middle school PE.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's great about it is I don't know anyone who says it. So in my mind, it's a Jesse original. And B, everybody knows what it means.
Exactly.
There's no, wait, what do you mean fencing back? Everybody knows.
I know. Yeah.
Shout out to those of us who had to run fencing back during PE.
Absolutely. We had in baseball, we had what we called greens. So our complex where our baseball fields were like just this big, it was like a park basically. And then there were fields all set up. So the outfield's all kind of, and all the way around the loop was like a half mile. And so we would have to run greens. That was our thing. Or you could do a half green, which was like you cut across at like the softball field, but 2 half greens was way longer than 1 full green because of the way the fields were laid out. And a guy named Mike McCarthy, who went to my high school.
Went on
and
to
he
be
was
the
like a
Cowboys
runner.
head coach.
Yes.
Now we know
Same
Kyle's
guy.
hatred for
No,
Mike
he was-
McCarthy right
no,
now.
He actually wound up as an instructor for the A's or like as a assistant pitching coach or something for a year. It was weird. Watching an A's coach go online and rip Niner takes on Facebook was hilarious, but that's a different thing. And we're sitting there and the varsity coach, this is my freshman year, and he was a few years ahead of me. And the varsity coach goes, "All right, we can do 4 greens or 8 half greens, whatever you guys want to do." And Mike just blurts out, "Well, the half green is longer." And the
Thanks,
coach coach goes, all right, then that's what you're doing. 8 half greens. Let's go.
Oh,
You son of a.
As soon as you said what he said, I knew instantly what was happening next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like, dude, Mike, I hold a grudge to this day. When I saw
See?
he worked for the A's, I was like, massive mistake.
This is why he fades the head coach, the
Exactly.
former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
The 8 half greens.
Don't
You
be
had to
Mike
run
at
one
don't be
time.
Mike at baseball practice.
Don't be that guy. Don't. If you have homework due, kids, if you're listening and you have homework due and you get to the end of the class and teacher hasn't had you turn in the homework,
Walk out that door.
get out. I don't care if you did the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're like, you know what, I did the assignment. I really want to make sure I get it turned in. Let everybody leave. And once everybody's gone, you walk up and you go, hey, you didn't, here's the homework.
Because you know what?
And then-
Everyone else gets an extra night to do it. If they didn't.
Exactly.
We're all a team here. We're all
We're
trying to get through
working
this
together.
together.
And in college students, hello, welcome to the program. I promise we're getting to mad props here in a second into real sports stuff. But college students, when the professor goes, looks at the clock and goes, all right, well, we can get out of here a little early unless anybody has questions.
Oh,
Don't get me
ask
started
a
on the question person.
Here's when you ask your question. You walk up to them as everybody's leaving and you have a little one-on-one chat to get your question answered.
And you know what?
I'm not anti-asking. If you're like, hey, one of your office hours, need clarification on this, what chapter is this, whatever, you can walk up and have that conversation face to face.
You know what? And while we're at this,
Yeah,
applies
please.
at
No,
work,
let's
too.
go.
This
Let's just
applies
we might
at work,
skip
too.
we might skip mad props.
when the boss goes, all right, we'll wrap it up. Anyone else got anything? That doesn't mean, oh, yeah, let's talk about this, this, and that. No, it doesn't. We're all trying to get to our jobs. We don't want to sit here anymore.
Anyone else got anything means this meeting is over. Unless the thing you've got is, by the way, ordered pizzas, they'll be here in 10.
Yeah. You know what? Tribal chief one time during the meeting, he's like, Jess, you got anything? Nope. Would like to go to the studio. Exactly what I said. Just get to it.
Yeah, I want to go work, boss.
Exactly.
That's it.
I don't
Cut
have
the
time
BS.
for your
Just
edit.
meeting.
This
we
is-
don't need the extra stuff here.
This is etiquette, man.
Amazing.
We're trying to do as little work as possible. What are we doing?
Exactly. I'm trying to get to the studio so I can relax.
And God forbid, college professor says we can get out of here a few minutes early unless anybody has questions. And somebody's hand shoots up so they can be like, "Do you want us to turn in the paper that's due?"
Oh no.
I will kick that person off the Guy West Bridge.
Oh.
Guy West Bridge
Yeah,
is for
not
the
that
real.
far,
Is
yeah.
for the real
Yeah. Shout out.
Sacramento. The real Sac State. The real Sac State head. Stingers up.
Big ass bridge right there.
It's just like, why does this there?
Yeah.
It's going to just be a normal bridge.
Oh, the Golden Gate Bridge right here in Sacramento.
It's insane. All right. Mad props. We do this every week. 2 sports. We have the Kings game Sunday against the Washington Wizards. We have NFL divisional playoffs. That's what we're doing for mad props. A stat from each game. We put them up against each other. We pick which one's going to be higher. And now the voice guy is going to say what I just said.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
And Jesse.
Here's
And Jesse.
Mad Props.
I'm going to get it fixed someday, Jesse. I promise. Actually, you know what? I was going to until you threw that flag on me at the break.
This is
Oh.
what it is.
Now I'm holding the lifetime.
Being a
grudge.
referee is a thankless job.
You and Mike McCarthy
You
right
are
at the top of my S list.
The new Mike McCarthy.
And not Cowboys Mike McCarthy, not Packers Mike McCarthy,
That's
not
tough.
future Bears Mike McCarthy.
There better not be a Jesse Tapia trying to get a head coaching job somewhere.
Oh, God forbid. Unless it's Pops, in which case that's fine.
Shout out to
you,
Pops.
though.
Yeah, shout out to my dad. He's a good
Yeah,
guy.
your dad's the homie. You're on thin ice, buddy. All right.
Hmm.
Mad props number 1. Again, this is the Kings against the Wizards with NFL divisional playoffs. James, will start with you. Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists against the Washington Wizards.
Okay.
Or total points in the Chiefs-Texans game.
Oh, I'm going to go Domas.
Jesse?
I'm going to go Chiefs Texans.
Hmm.
So,
So,
like, Valanciunas usually has a little something for him.
so I'm trying to decide if this is a spot where the Chiefs and Texans are just going to have this knockdown, drag out defensive battle where it's like 13-6, or if it's the playoffs and everything gets a little weird and it's going to be like 31-25.
That's where I'm thinking it's going to be like 17-13, and I think Domas will be around 38. I think he'll have a low point, rebound, assist number because I don't think he'll be forced to play a ton. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm going to go Domas. Yeah.
All right.
Going Domas, and I feel good about it.
Shout out
Okay.
Chiefs Texans then.
I think there's a chance the Chiefs win like 31-10 as well. Like that's also on the table for me. Jesse, we'll go to you here first. Malik Monk field goal attempts or Lamar Jackson completions? Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, of course, playing at the Buffalo Bills.
Malik Monk field goal attempts.
James?
I'm going to go Lamar because I think that can be a throwing game. It can be a little bit of a knockdown drag out.
Yeah, that's another one where like the Derrick Henry had 200 rushing yards and the Ravens smoked the Bills the first time they played them. And is that just like what we're going to do? Is that just the Ravens have this massive advantage? That's what we're going to see
I
again.
think it's going to be a cold weather run the football type game right here.
Yeah, Monk's going to get his shots up. I'll go Malik. I'm also going to go Malik. I feel like we're on a Malik heater where he's going to put up 20, 21 shots.
That's what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm feeling more like 14, 15.
Okay. Keegan Murray 3-point attempts or total touchdowns in the Commanders and Lions game, James?
Total touchdowns in the
Commanders and Lions game.
Oh, I'm going total touchdowns.
That's the route I'm going. Jesse?
We got total touchdowns or what else?
Or Keegan Murray 3-point attempts?
Total touchdowns, I think.
I think the Lions can have 8 touchdowns on their own.
Yeah, I'm like, so I penciled the Lions in for 4.
Yeah, because the Commanders are pretty good at finishing drives though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with total touchdowns.
All right. We're all in on that. We're all rooting for touchdowns in that game.
Sounds like 6, maybe 7 threes for Keegan, but
yeah,
I feel like the Detroit and Commanders can match that.
Okay. Assuming he plays, I'm going to go Devin Carter rebounds for you, James. Devin Carter rebounds or Puka Nacua receptions.
Ooh, I'm going to go Puka.
Yeah, I'll go Puka on that one too.
Man, I'm going to go Devin Carter.
Oh.
Assuming he plays. Because if Keon Ellis is going to be out on Sunday, I think we're going to see a lot of Devin Carter. There's a chance we get a lot of garbage time.
Yeah.
And like 8, 9, 10 boards. Philly's defense been playing pretty well, although Matthew Stafford's on kind of a heater.
He is, and Puka Nacua is really good.
A really good player. All right. I'm rocking with Devin Carter, my future bald homie. Jesse, De'Aaron Fox points. Or hey, speaking of, real quick, hang on, turn the music off.
Oh, talking about bald, what's up?
Jeff Green needs to come home.
I saw that. I noticed that yesterday. Yes, that was tough, Jeff.
My brother in Christ.
You can't hide that.
It is all gone, and there's you gotta let it.
Yep.
When it's receding, if you got a little bald spot, okay, that is a big bald spot with the receding hairline.
Yeah, Jeff, you should have went bald a long time ago.
He's 38. It's okay.
That's fine. No one's gonna care.
No one's gonna. Yeah, come on home. See you at the meeting.
Yeah, no, you're right. I noticed that immediately.
Yeah,
busted up the Kings early.
Yeah, he did. I didn't realize he was going to start. Shout out to Jeff Green. He's carved out a really great career. Celtics legend, Jeff Green.
The only player besides Kevin Durant still playing from the 2007 draft.
Yeah, it's a good stat.
Yeah,
really good stat.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it is.
It's true.
Also, did he play for the Sonics?
Yeah.
Jeff Green?
I think so. Like barely, I think.
No, he was drafted by the Sonics.
Okay, I couldn't remember if he was Celtics and Sonics or Sonics and Celtics. Anyways, okay, back to Mad Props. Jesse, this is to you, right?
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox points or Derrick Henry rushing attempts?
I really want to go De'Aaron.
I told you I got some bangers.
Yeah,
this week,
I really
bro.
want to go De'Aaron, but Derrick Henry. I don't know. I don't feel great about it. I'm gonna come back to this one, but I'm gonna go Derrick Henry right now.
James,
I'm gonna go De'Aaron Fox.
You figure he's got to like erupt for a big scoring game at some point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Oh.
Give me De'Aaron.
Oh, he's changing
Give me
it
De'Aaron.
up.
Give me
He's
De'Aaron.
changing it
I didn't
up.
feel great about Derrick Henry when I said it.
All right, so here's what I'm debating. Is it Bills exert all energy stopping the Ravens run game? And for me?
On me.
Oh, okay. They exert all their energy to stopping the Ravens run game, and all of a sudden we get this, like, it's a bunch of passing, and Derrick Henry runs it 12 times. Or De'Aaron either goes off, or De'Aaron's cool just coasting, has 17 points, and sits out the fourth quarter because the Kings have won by 1 million.
That's the thing. I'm taking De'Aaron right here because I'm hoping like he's gonna get at least 26. Derrick Henry, I don't think he's running the ball more than like 20, 22 times.
I think they're gonna try. I think Fox knows he needs to start putting up points. Like,
yeah,
he's looking at the leaders and everything else. He knows he's got,
there's a chance to go get 40.
Hey, I did look this up. Jeff Green did. He was drafted by Seattle, and then they moved to OKC the next year, and he's played for 11 teams.
Wow. Salute to Jeff Green,
Shout out Jeff,
the future bald homies.
Celtics legend.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Fox as well. Yeah, I feel good about it. James Ham, we'll finish it up here. Kings total points or Eagles rushing yards against the Rams.
Ooh, that's a good one, Kyle.
Thanks.
I'm going Eagles rushing yards.
That's the route I'm going.
Yeah,
as well.
give me Eagles rushing yards too.
So
I mean, I
don't.
think the
Kings aren't scoring more than 150, so
they can go for 140.
That's
but
okay. So that's literally the number I had in my head for the Kings.
Yeah,
It was like in the 140 range. If we're penciling Saquon in for 100,
I'm penciling Saquon in for 120.
yeah, that's what. And was last week the breakout of the Rams defensive line where all of a sudden they're just going to be this force, or are they going to get exposed by the Eagles and the Eagles are going to run for 200 yards?
Well, there's the thing. The Rams defensive line could show up, but Saquon looks like Adrian Peterson. Like he's that good.
Yeah.
Like you can't really stop him right now.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
That's why I'm going to go that. I'm going to go that route as well.
Unless he doesn't need the touchdown or the yards, and then he'll slide down short.
You should have took the touchdown on that, by the way. It would have been
Disagree.
up. Why? They would have been up like 2 scores. There's like a minute
Because-
and a half left, I think.
Yeah, but when he slid down, they kneeled it once and the game was over.
Yeah, but touchdown's cooler.
There it is.
Like,
Touchdowns.
what do you want?
Touchdowns are cooler.
Touchdowns are definitely cooler. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna. That's a good. You know what?
Like what? Yeah. Oh,
You got me.
babe. Yeah.
That's
I ran for 120 yards and I slid at the 20. Babe, I ran for 140 and scored a touchdown.
Thinking
Playoff
Friday Night
game.
Lights. I want to be with a ball carrier.
Exactly. That's it. Score the
Don't-
touchdown.
Don't baby booby me.
I've never seen Friday Night Lights.
Really good film. You should check it out.
There's a TV show too.
The movie's better. I haven't seen enough of the TV show seasons to have a take on whether the movie or the show is better. I love the movie though. That was one of those like ones we rewatched a lot in high school.
Oh yeah, it was a big high school movie with football players.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Let's get to some predictions. I went 5-1 last week. James also went 5-1. Jesse, do you know what your record was last week?
I thought I did pretty good. I think you guys are lying.
No,
I wish you weren't a liar, Kyle.
no. Check the tape.
I don't know. Like you don't have.
You want to
don't
just
have it
claim?
there?
You just want to claim 5-1 too?
You don't have it there?
I don't know.
I went 6-0.
Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, I went 6-0.
Good work. Hey, everybody, round of
If
applause.
we don't
for
have the
Jesse.
numbers
That's-
there, I went 6-0.
That's big time.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Nice job, man. I
Crazy.
knew you at least took the Vikings,
Sure.
and I believe you had the Packers against the Eagles.
Allegedly.
No proof. There actually is. I could go find it, but I'm not going to.
Oh yeah, no, we lost a couple last week.
Texans, Chiefs. A lot of big lines this week for the divisional round,
I don't
which
know.
makes me nervous.
I don't know where to go with Texans and Chiefs.
What's this? The point spread?
8.5 points
Oh,
in Kansas City. Texans, Chiefs.
Are the Texans just that bad then? Not that bad because they're in the playoffs, but they just don't belong with these other teams.
I kind of think so.
I'm taking the Texans because I think they do belong, and I don't think they'll beat the Chiefs, but the Chiefs can't put anybody away this year.
That's true. But it's Andy Reid. Now, granted, he didn't get to game plan for 2 weeks for Houston because he didn't know who he was going to play till last week. But they've had a week off.
If we're going with the points and all that here, I'll take the Texans.
Wow.
Just given it could be low scoring
Hmm.
because the Texans defense is legit.
Yeah, because 17-10, that they still cover.
Taking Kansas City in the points.
20-13. My guess.
Yeah, Kansas City minus 8.5. I
Whew.
think there's a real chance here where it's like 27-10 type of game.
That's a sucker's bet.
'Cause
You might be right.
KC's defense is so good. That is a really, really good group. And Houston's offense was so bad this year.
Yeah.
And Houston's offense wasn't even great against the Chargers.
So you're not wrong. You're making all
Thanks,
right
man.
points.
Yeah,
but,
no,
like, you know what?
yeah, thank you.
This is gambling and betting. So
Let's rip through these last few here. Commanders, Lions. The Lions favored by 9.5 points.
that It feels too much. I'm gonna go Commanders in this one.
I'll take the Lions and the
Mm.
points.
I'm gonna do the same thing.
I
James.
believe in Jaden Daniels.
I'm writing them down this week.
You can believe in Jaden Daniels and still have them lose 42-24.
What's the thing? I don't know if Detroit's defense is gonna just shut down the Commanders' offense. Like they
That's
are
true.
still dealing with injuries and all that.
That's true.
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels they'll be fine. It's just I believe in Lions offense too, but I'm gonna go Commanders.
It's just I think it's
The
going to be a
Commanders are a
matter
good
of
football team.
Can Detroit get a stop? That thing is going to be different. That's going to be loud. That place is going to be nuts. I'm going Detroit. I'm taking Detroit minus 9.5. Rams, Eagles. Eagles favored by 6 points in Philly, and I'm taking all 6 of those points.
I want to
I
believe.
guess I'm not. I'm giving all 6 of those points.
I want to believe in the Rams because like they are a good team, but it's just Philly. Philly to me is a Super Bowl right now.
Yep. I'm with you, James.
I'm going Rams.
Okay.
I don't believe in
Team
Philly.
of Destiny?
You don't believe in Philly?
Wow.
And I don't typically like the Rams. I'm not that a big.
I've been big on the Rams all year.
But I think that they can like this. I think it'll be within the margin.
What don't you believe about in Philly?
I just don't like Jalen Hurts. Just like he's like he doesn't instill
Not a
any
great
confidence
passer.
in me at all.
See, but that's not the one you got to stop though.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah, but I
And
mean,
I think their
if,
defense is playing really well.
but if you center everything, you figure out how to stop Saquon. I don't know that he can beat you.
If you could stop Saquon, then yeah, I think the Eagles are really vulnerable. But I feel like that's just been
You're in for 2,000 yards.
yeah, that's just been every team's game plan all
Yeah.
year. It's just not working
It
this
just
season.
hasn't
Yeah, it's just
mattered.
not working.
It's true.
So,
I hope that's a good game, James. I hope you're right. I hope we get a close one in Philly. And the last one, the Bills are getting a point at home against the Ravens. The Ravens are -1 on the road against a Bills team they beat 35-10 earlier this season. I'm going with Baltimore because I picked Baltimore to go to the Super Bowl. So I have to continue rocking with the -1 point.
I picked the Bills to go to the Super Bowl, but I'm picking with my heart on this one. I got to go with the Ravens. I'm gonna be
I
a Ravens
respect
fan.
it,
I've been a
dude. I
Lamar
respect-
Jackson guy since Louisville. I need this one.
I'm also going Ravens.
I don't think anyone has more at stake this weekend than Lamar.
And it's crazy because he's probably going to win his third MVP.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
but still legacy.
Yeah, and I hate the word narrative, but perception.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh, he can't get it done in the playoffs, even though he's been really good his last 3 playoff games.
That's the thing. Yeah, he has. It's like Joe Burrow got to the Super Bowl once. Not saying anything wrong with Joe Burrow, but it's like he's been in the playoffs 2 out of the 5 years, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The goalpost move.
He's just kind of he's set. But-
Hey, you
And that-
beat
that's
Patrick
wrong,
Mahomes on the
but-
road once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just winner of
Dude,
Ravens.
that win against Mahomes was doing work for him this season. It's like, oh, if the Bengals get to the playoffs, who could beat that? They could get the Chiefs. So,
yeah,
just the
people
way it
said the
goes.
Chiefs threw the game against Denver on purpose. So it's like, get out of here.
Yeah.
That's right.
No chance.
Shout out Lamar.
Yeah. You know what else I need to shout out before we get out of here? The homies over at Jiffy Lube.
Yeah, it's a new year to keep your vehicle running smoothly, and our friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing New Year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil change with online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com today, find a location near you, and get that $33 off synthetic oil change coupon now. Valid until January 31st, up to 5 quarts of full synthetic motor oil. Most vehicles are covered. Specialty and diesel vehicles may be extra. Must show coupon for discount. Happy New Year's from our friends over at Jiffy Lube.
Happy New. Can we hit Jiffy Lube and ask if we can take out the Happy New Year?
Okay,
Out time for Valentine's. Shout out Jiffy Lube.
that's right.
One's on North. Get me go.
Jiffylube.com. Find a location nearest you. Jesse already knows that because, of course, you know Jesse's in there. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
The whole vibes today.
The vibes are
Hey, that game was sick
insane.
yesterday.
So
I
fun.
saw you were out there too.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
Had a
fire.
great time.
We talked Kings Rockets, Eddie Gonzalez, Kyle Madson, James Ham. I think I'm missing one more.
The whole crew is going to be there.
It's big old Friday vibes today. You know how it is.
Awesome. Can't
Nice.
wait. D-Lo and KC coming up next. James and I are done for the week. We'll talk to you guys 10 a.m. on Monday. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Chatty house. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you guys. Stay safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, what y'all thought we was getting one Gonzalez song today? Hey, oh no. Come on, man. Sacramento Kings get another victory. We're getting 2 of them. Come on.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now.
Yeah, we got a 3-day weekend.
Just in case Dylan Brooks and Ime Udoka's listening. Just in case they listening, we going again, man. Verse 2, man.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
Hey.
Warm me up on that beam, baby.
Hey,
Y'all know what it is.
Come on, man.
We welcome you in here to the Friday.
let's get it.
January 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slumps of
Oh, it's just the worst. But Hello Kitty Night was popping.
Hello Kitty Night had him in a frenzy.
Man, shout out to the boy Brian Cruz. Walked in. Hey, what's up, D-Lo? Like, Brian, what are you doing? Well, I got sent up to get the Hello Kitty towels. Man was in a line 4 miles long to get them rally towels last night.
I saw my man Hong over at Phenom, and I saw him in Doko, and he was, "What's up, man?" I was like, "You going to the game?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't normally go to the games," but then he points to his left, and there are the kids.
Yeah,
it's like it's Hello Kitty night. Gotta go.
Yeah, boy. Yeah,
shout out Phenom, baby.
Weezy says, I had the pleasure of shaking hands with D-Lo and KC last night at halftime. Haven't washed my hands since. Well,
come on, man.
That boy Weezy. Appreciate you, Weezy. Yeah. Put all sorts of stuff on there. Come on, man. Oh man. Hey, I was telling KC, or I think it was Kenny. Oh, wait, it was Kenny.
My boy Dane was a little delirious last night, lack of sleep, but he was hanging in there.
Your boy was hanging in there. Your boy was struggling. Like I refused to sit. I was in the room, the media room in the back with Matt and Biederman and Alan and the crew back there.
I wasn't invited, but it's good.
No, you were just not there yet. You were probably in one of the lounges or with the other popular people.
You didn't see where he was after the game?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
I was outside.
Where was he?
We got a video. From courtside. I saw the beam from the court.
You lit the beam last night.
No, I did not light the beam. No,
you were there. You were there.
I was there. I was working. What are you talking about? I was working.
We have the same job though.
Courtside camera was
content, man. You know, I had to give the people a different view of like
what
goes on.
You put it on the ESPN page?
Nah, but
but you was working.
Well, I was working. It's gonna get there.
Okay.
I got you.
There. So you lit the beam last night with Vivek?
I didn't light the beam.
Oh,
it was like the playoff game. They were about to light it in case he just comes in and hits it.
He ran in right before Malik could hit it. Nah,
like Vivek's other son.
I guess if that's what y'all say, whatever.
Shout out at 90, man. That's our last night.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
But no, my man. Shout out to D-Lo, man. He was out there trying to hang in there, man.
That's like, you want a chair? I was like, nope. If I sit down, y'all just gonna have to leave me here for a minute. Your boy it's a gimmick. Your boy be out a little bit.
No, he be outside.
I don't know why I didn't sleep the night before, but I think I was running on about 5 or 6 hours of sleep over a 48-hour period. Well, that's the Justin show, but the one before, man, I'm not really sure. Man, that game was intense. That game, you know what the game was? Is the fourth quarter in particular. Oh, you know what I was gonna say to you? I told you I was like, I'm really curious what like Harlan and Van Gundy are saying about Doug. And so I get to the car and pull up the broadcast. And well, I was listening on the broadcast because I have to pull it up through my phone.
Yeah, even if you wanted to, I don't think you could in your car.
Can't. Yeah, just listening on I mean, it's a damn shame you get treated that way too. By someone you've been a partner with for what, 30 years. It's a damn shame.
Toss you to the side.
Yeah.
For just random Big West games.
Davis basketball.
Okay.
Scott Marsh on the call. Anyways, like I pull up the game, and the first thing I hear is it's sometime in the third, because we was halftime. It was pretty quick though. It was, sometime in the third, and Harlan's like, yeah, Doug Christie took over for Mike Brown. He's the interim head coach, and here comes Stan Van. Well, all the coaches in Sacramento are interim coaches.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
They've had some good ones here too. Michael Malone.
Name them.
That's where it's good. Michael Malone, George Karl, Mike Brown. You know what I meant to do? This is crappy. And it's not going to be immediate. And I hate to do this, but I'm gonna.
You got the audio?
No. No, we're gonna listen to some audio.
Yeah.
Oh, because that's all they was talking about last night. Were they talking about Malik? Were they talking about DeMar? No. Were they talking about that? No. They were talking about coaches and whether they matter. That was the discussion. That was a lengthy discussion.
I caught that on Inside.
On Inside the NBA. But we're gonna do some research here during this show. And I hate to do this. We're going to check the temperature of everyone's reaction when he got fired as the Lakers head coach. Because I want to hear if that same energy is kept, because it sure felt like Stan Van. I like Stan. Let's not forget.
Let's talk about, because this is the first thing that's going through my head right now.
Let's not forget the coach that set this spiral of carouseled ass coaches into effect. When you realized you had the opportunity to coach Dwight Howard in Orlando, Stan Van, you went to the Kinkos over there on Truxell and set them out. You and your wife was here searching for a house. Y'all wanted to be here. And look, it's fine. But you better shut the hell up when it comes to talking about interim coaches. Everyone here, including those owners, thought you were a great coach. And I'm confident Stan Van would have been here for a while. But he didn't take the job. And things spiraled after that. And it was bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. So don't come in here making jokes. Look, we know what it is.
Right.
But don't come in here defending Mike Brown for being fired as the Sacramento Kings coach when we've seen this team play the way that they have over the last 10 games. When I'm very confident, whether it's Charles, whether it's Shaq, Ernie don't really offer commentary like that, whether it's Kenny Smith or any of these other people who are bad-mouthing the Sacramento Kings for firing Mike Brown, I will bet Kenny's house that they didn't have the same thing to say when he was fired as the Los Angeles Lakers head coach.
I'm with you.
So stop adding a little. We could bet all the houses, because we're coming up more on this one. We're coming up with Prize Picks money on this one.
That's right.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Thought about the same thing as you talking about Stan Van. I mean, like you said, at the Kinkos on J Street,
I thought it was Truxell, but that's fine.
Oh, maybe it was Truxell. I don't know.
Different time in Sacramento. This is true.
Yeah. Downtown with King Lounge was all they had.
Yeah, that's
and
what
Ricky
they had.
went 705
J Street, downtown Sacramento.
After that, it was over.
It was Truxell, right across from the arena.
But you want to talk about morals and
where they're building in Fridays.
Oh, right. Fridays coming soon.
Joke for all the Thomas people.
I just had to tell Vanessa about center court.
Shout out my girl Vanessa in here working. We see V.
We was talking about center court. She wasn't really outside for center court, but it's all good. It's all good.
She don't know.
It's good.
She don't know.
But we're talking about integrity. You was here. I'm sure you were leading on Sacramento thinking they had an opportunity to sign you as a head coach. All the while you out here sending faxes to somebody else.
And let's also kill the idea that George Karl came here as a good coach. George Karl came here to make his last dollar as a head coach. Mm-hmm. It was everyone outside of this city said this is a terrible idea. Do not do this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we was thirsty for some stability, and we said, no, George Karl. No, man, it was over. Mm-hmm. It was long been over. George Karl was a good coach in the NBA. When George Karl came to Sacramento, he was not a good coach. Mm-hmm. Do not, if you want to include Michael Malone, that's fine. Michael Malone has shown he's proven to be a very good coach.
Yes.
I think Mike is a good coach, but man, the evidence is really stacking up against me. Mm. I believe Mike is a good coach, but this list of coaches is not long.
No.
Paul Westphal was done coaching when he came here. Yep. God rest his soul. Yep. He was done when he came here. I don't know what Keith Smart and name this coach.
Tyrone Corbin.
Luke has not gotten another head coaching job, I think, for a reason.
Neither is Yeager. Hopefully everything's good with the health, but neither is Yeager. And once again, I always bring this up because people always, and I understand, look, names on the test, you take the good with the bad. They only give them the bad, though. When they give them the credit, they only give them the bad. But people always talk about, let the basketball people do the basketball things. Who wanted Malone out and wanted Karl in? It was Pete D'Alessandro. Mm. Nobody ever brings that. They always say, let the basketball. That's the basketball person. He was your general manager. He wanted Malone out. He wanted Karl in. They let him do that, but his name don't get on that test. Nobody talk about Pete.
Well, here's the other, but you know what it is, man? These coaches are so good. They're so good, right? What was Keith Smart's next job?
Utah Prep.
Dave Yeager.
That's a shoot. That's where he's at now.
Dave Yeager was in Memphis, right? Good coach in Memphis. Mm-hmm. Sacramento is such a bad organization. Why didn't everyone run to hire him?
Good question.
Luke Walton, same thing. Terrible organization, right? He coached the beloved Los Angeles Lakers. Why didn't anybody snatch him up when he was fired?
Can't tell you.
At some point, all right, we ain't going to do this. We got a game to talk about. Yes. This game was fire. This game was like the Denver one, but we won.
Right.
Bro, right. I didn't realize this as the game was happening. I didn't even realize this till this morning. Did you see the fourth quarter scoring?
I saw it this morning.
It was
I didn't realize it
42-42.
In the moment, I didn't realize it. Yeah, that was crazy.
84 points in the fourth quarter is absolutely nuts.
That game was popping.
We will talk all about it. Kyle Madson's here. We've got plenty. Kyle Madson, Eddie Gonzalez, James Ham, all here. We've got Kings basketball to talk about. We up, baby. 8 of the last 10, back above 500. The Washington Wizards on deck over the weekend. It's Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Let's see what it is. Oh, I thought that said TNT. That said TYT. TYT, pretty young thing. It's not what we want. So damn long ago. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find any clips of Mike getting fired.
They scrubbed it from the internet.
Mm-hmm.
They know they didn't care.
That and some of Carmichael Dave's old tweets. Right? Isn't that what we said got scrubbed from the internet? Was it the Ben Simmons tweet?
Was the Ben Simmons trade proposal?
Oh, that's what it was. Scrubbed from the internet. Come on, David. I have never seen Dave at a game. Is he in the country?
I don't know. But the last, I don't really check.
He might sit down by you.
The last time I saw him at a game was the play-in game against the Warriors, where he was wearing a Sale shirt.
Sale?
Yeah, the Ace, the Ace stuff.
Oh.
So we had a Kings playoff game.
Yeah.
Against the Bay Area team.
Yeah.
And that's the time to wear that shirt.
Okay. Well, Dave.
All right, man. I'm just curious. To each his own. Do what you do. Even if I was in favor of the whole Sale movement, probably waiting for when they play Toronto or something. Not that game. We're not worried about selling, trying to get into the goddamn playoffs. Kyle Madson. I can't speak for Damian, but I think I know the answer. No, I have no problem with Dave.
Oh, nah, Dave's fine. No, Dave's my guy. I legit meant that. I never seen him in a game.
I just wouldn't have wore the Sale shirt at that game. That's all I'm saying. But no, Dave hella cool with me.
Yep.
It always throws me off because I forget that your guys' setup is different than ours.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put my headphones on and there's no sound, I'm always like, what the?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you.
KD went home. Wizards are Kings game is the second night of a back-to-back for them.
You know,
That's
Kevin,
right, yeah.
You can't lose that game on Sunday.
No.
There are zero circumstances where you can lose on Sunday.
Not okay. Not okay.
That would not be good, to say the least. Nice pass. This was
Oh, it's me. I was right behind one of those baskets.
That's how you feel?
Huh?
That's how you feel. All right.
Wait, what?
That's how you feel. I mean, come on, man. I wouldn't nowhere where you could see me in the broadcast. I'm just saying. They always be talking about me, but it'd be everybody else. I'll be up there damn near in the nosebleed. It'd be everybody else. Kyle, what'd you say during the break? We watching highlights. You said what?
Yeah, I said I was behind one of those baskets.
I mean, I'm just saying. Like I said, they be talking about me. It ain't never me. It's always the people around me. Who was sitting courtside when Luka called him out of his name? Wasn't me.
That was me.
You guys do.
I appreciate you buying me those tickets. That was so nice of you.
See, no.
You know Kevin Durant? There were Kevin Durant highlights on the television first, which is why I was even looking at this. Kevin Durant is averaging 27 points a game this year. Casually.
Bro,
ridiculous player, dude.
That's him. And he's not even that young no more.
He's an old man.
You just went over this. KD,
36.
Jeff Green's in KD's class.
Yes.
Yep.
We saw Jeff Green dunking last night.
Jeff
What
Green
the hell is going on?
House down with that dunk.
Wait a minute.
Starting.
How many dunks did Keegan have last night? Boy, if you took that prize picks wager, you was
he had
cooking.
2, I think.
He did, because I think he had one in the fourth.
Yeah, I was looking at it like half a dunk from Keegan. And I froze. I said, nah, because sometimes Keegan don't be dunking. Oh, just 2 minutes in, bring the house down.
Not really.
So,
That's not what he did. He just kind of casually dropped it in the basket. I don't even know that he actually grabbed the rim. He just got above it and deposited the ball through the basket.
I wonder if they would count that. Like if you
if you're gonna count the Jaws thing with Wemby, he spiked it. Yeah. He did the old Dwight Howard joint.
We didn't talk about this. That was, oh my gosh, when you showed me that, I said,
yeah, why didn't it count? Because we were watching
There's
it.
on the floor.
Oh, okay.
My favorite thing about the NBA and NBA fandom is that play still blew up.
Oh, yeah.
In the NFL, if a guy has a sick catch and there's a flag, people are like, yeah, but there's a penalty. It's not. Now it's 1st and 20. That's what really matters. No.
Would that even circulate on Twitter? If
No.
It was a offensive PI.
No.
Odell's
catch.
On
he
an
pushed off.
PI.
It might have a little bit, but it wouldn't have. I got a notification from multiple sites about this John Morant dunk is incredible. Didn't count.
Yeah, right.
Nobody would have been sending out a notification about look at this catch because the NFL, the worst type of NFL fan would be like, well, actually, it's not a catch because it was offensive pass interference.
Nobody cared about that.
Not one person.
I didn't know until the third time we were watching it through that it didn't count. I don't know what happened here, but it didn't count. The Kings win did, though. That fourth quarter was spectacular. 16 for DeMar DeRozan, 12 for Malik Monk. And while De'Aaron didn't necessarily light the world on fire on the offensive end, he had 3 steals in that fourth quarter, man. How much fun was that final 12 minutes last night, Kyle?
It was great, man, because it never felt like the game was out of control for the Kings. They let the lead slip a little bit, but it wasn't tense. It wasn't here we go again. It was the first time I've watched the Kings let a lead slip away like that and go, they got it. They're cool. They're fine. And then seeing them make every play they needed to defensively, get every stop they needed defensively, answer with a bucket, go to the free throw line, hit their free throws. It's man, this is a real ass NBA team. Look at them go. It was great. It was so much fun.
What has gotten into these guys with this clutch game situation? They're just poised and finished. It's, we always talk about the mic, but it
Doug
really
Christie believes in you.
I guess that's what it is.
Yeah. You can. It's not a coincidence. I keep saying the stat because it blows my mind. Keegan Murray has taken 8 threes 4 times in his last 6 games. In the 30 previous games, he had taken 8 threes 3 times. At least 8 threes. And I think it comes down to, again, this is not to bash Mike Brown. His coaching style harped more on mistakes where Doug's you missed a shot, go play defense, and then you're going to get another shot later. And it's just a different thing. And I think maybe Mike Brown's coaching style would resonate if he was coaching the Pistons. I don't know. Or a different
young team.
Yeah, or a different team. With the Kings, that's not what the dudes are responding to. And I think the dudes are responding to whatever it is Doug is saying. And I think it helps in these games. I think some of it is just ascension to the mean. You're not going to have whatever a 3 and 11 record is. You're not going to have that winning percentage in close games all year. Just the odds say you won't. And so I think some of it is just evening out. Other team missing some shots, Kings making some shots that were going the other way earlier in the year. But I do think it also comes down to that. The Doug Christie believes in you thing. Nobody out there is thinking okay, let's see. I need to be in this corner at this pace and I need to make this pass. And if it comes to me, should I shoot it? Oh gosh, I don't know. It's just no, we're hoping. And when the ball comes to me, if it's open, I'm taking that. Yeah. And I think that matters. 10th season of his career, by the way, averaging 27 for Kevin Durant. Go on. 3rd most all time.
My goodness. How many times has he led the league in scoring? Twice? I don't know why I thought you know that off the top of your head. Is it bolded? Oh, 4.
Didn't we have this discussion? And I'm not saying right or wrong. I really don't remember. Didn't we have a discussion about KD top 10?
All time, yeah, 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half ago.
And I think me and Jesse said yes. You said no. You still say no?
Yeah, I think so.
He's
just
10.
There's
I got him at 10, but I think he's top 10.
There's a I didn't mean to derail the conversation. Sorry, Damien. But I think when you talk greatest, and I know this is going to be different for everybody. For me, the fact that like you have to lump in other things that go beyond scoring. He's one of the very best scorers of all time. He's top 3 scorer ever, or whatever you want to put him as. But like greatness to me embodies something a little different, and I don't know that he has that.
Don't worry. Bookmark this topic for like August 12th or something.
That's a good date.
We got you.
The scores of these quarters are funny. 26-25, 35-27, 33-29, 42-42.
It was so fun in that fourth quarter.
Man, and it's much like
22 lead changes in that one.
Much like Kings Clippers a couple years ago being team one. It didn't feel like these guys are just Olay defense. It was shot making. It was execution. It was physical defense on both sides, man. It was long 3-pointers that were made, man. It was good basketball being played, and it just resulted in scoring, but it wasn't because of lack of defense, I didn't think.
Yeah, I didn't take away like, God, no defense in the NBA these days at all.
Ratings down.
The Rockets in particular made some really tough shots through some really, really good possessions of defense. That happens sometimes. I coined this phrase a while back. It's a make or miss league.
Well, you did coin that.
Yeah, you guys can use that.
Copyright.
You're welcome.
Trademark.
I joke about that, but that's just like that just happens sometimes. Like you could play perfect defense, guy's gonna throw a shot at the rim and it goes in. Like, all right, well, that's a sport.
Right. Yeah, that was fun to watch. And we're talking about the Kings and them being able to kind of stand up in the face of, losing a 16-point lead, or were they up 7 with about 3 minutes to go, and saw that evaporate.
They went on an 8-0 run and gave up a 10-0 run immediately after the timeout.
That was frustrating.
That was incredible.
I think they had 4 turnovers in that time.
It was ridiculous, dude. It was like,
oh man,
and the amount of those turnovers that was just somebody walking up and just like 2 hands, just like nope, like just taking the ball. It's like, what are you?
When Sengun took it,
protect the basketball.
I'm not trying to pick on the guy, but when Sengun
no, we can pick on Sengun.
Not Sengun.
Oh, okay.
When Sengun took it from Keegan,
that one was tough.
So what are you doing?
That was a bad look.
First and foremost, I think Domas had the ball and he gave it to Keegan with 5 seconds on the shot clock. I said, why'd you give it to him? You know he can't dribble like that. You know he don't have that. And then to have it stolen, I got frustrated. I did. I got frustrated.
Yeah, I didn't love that.
But it all worked out.
I'm looking at the game log. This is hilarious. It was 100-100 with 7 minutes left.
Damn.
A reminder that the final score was 132-127.
Wow.
My goodness.
Keegan.
Sengun layup. DeRozan layup. Sengun free throw. Monk jump shot. Jalen jump shot.
Keegan hit a 3 to put the Kings up 114-105 with 4:09 left. And I was like, this is that. I was like, that's ball game. Like, wrap this thing up. Then it goes Dylan Brooks 3.
Yep.
Fox gets blocked by Sengun. That play was sick. DeRozan grabs it. DeRozan grabs a rebound. Miss 3. Keegan offensive rebound. De'Aaron Fox turnover. Tari Eason layup. Keegan Murray turnover. Dylan Brooks 3. 1-point game. It was less than a minute and a half later. No, I'm sorry. Less than a minute and a half later.
And then the next possession, Sengun steals the ball from Domas.
Turnover, Domas. Monk foul.
Tari Eason free throws, puts them up 2.
And then a DeRozan 3.
His
willingness to shoot the 3 ball too has been a game changer for the Kings.
They had what was the marker that you said? Okay, there it is, 114.
Yeah,
so let's see, steal. So 3 of their 4 turnovers in that quarter were within a 90-second stretch.
3:36 to 2:36. Literally a 1-minute stretch.
Unbelievable.
And there was a block in there.
Yeah. That Sengun block on Fox was
crazy.
Fantastic.
That was a wild block.
Because I thought
well
where I was at, I was like, oh, Fox about to go and dunk it.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden Sengun comes in. He didn't just get it. He smacked that thing out. I said, oh, man, I can't even be mad at nobody. That play was crazy.
I can't even be mad at nobody. That's the perfect description of what happened last night. It was just every possession, and for the final 8 minutes was like, yeah, that's good basketball. Oh, hey, that's good basketball. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, that's good. Oh, good defense.
De'Aaron had it still damn near at midcourt.
Yeah, he had on Dylan Brooks. I was sick too.
Hey, shout out to the Kings, because you talk about, games like this, good basketball plays, shot making, every single thing that you're doing mattered. 13 of 13 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter. Shot great from the free throw line, period. But 13 of 13 in that fourth quarter. 5 for DeMar, 3 for Malik, 5 for De'Aaron.
The one after, so Eason hit the 3 to cut it to 1 with a minute left. And then Brooks fouled Fox. The one where he hit his arm and they reviewed it.
Oh, what? Challenge that, fam. And that was the quickest challenge of all time.
The first replay shows, he just goes blah on his arm. It's like, they got him. Yeah, but anyway.
Even the ref was kind of disgusted. He was like, after reviewing the film, Brooks clearly makes contact.
Call is confirmed. Confirm the hell out of that call. There's never been a more foul. That's the most foul that's ever happened.
Disgusted that
In fact,
challenge that.
Technical foul for making us look at this.
Delay a game. And then when Fox went to the line there, with 33 seconds to go and the Kings up 1, I'm like, he's missing one of these. I was so certain he was missing one of those two.
Yeah.
He just drills them both. All right.
I can't believe Ime doesn't get more technicals than he does.
Ime
looks at officials like he's about to throw down with them.
Yes.
Not like pretend, hold me back fight.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to beat your ass.
He don't just look at, he runs up and like walks up on him.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you need to quit.
Yeah, and that's exactly how he looks.
Bro, what? I thought for sure he was getting a tech after the dead ball foul.
Yeah. That's the one where he kept walking towards the replay thing.
You ever seen that shirt that's like, my body type is I work out, but you can tell I'll eat a whole pizza or whatever? That's Ime Udoka to me. Like, he's such a just imposing person.
If I was a ref, Ime what, about 6'7"?
Yeah, he's got it.
He was a small forward, so I think about 6'7".
If I was a ref and Ime yelled at me, I'd be like, "Damn, you're right. You know, we're going the other way."
That's what he's banking on.
Yeah, exactly.
Technical foul, Rockets coach. What? Never mind.
Did I say Rockets?
I overreacted.
Did I say Rockets? Kings.
I overreacted. I said Rocket, like Rocket Ishmael.
What did the ref say that time? I didn't see it, but I believe you. That's what he said.
I believe you, Mike. I believe you.
He said Ime. I believe you.
Fellas, I don't know.
Me neither.
Just a thought. Sure feels like Malik Monk is a difference maker on this team. We said, Giannis beat the Kings. Bucks beat the Kings. It sure felt like when you needed someone to get you over that stretch of like, cut this lead down a little bit further. That's what Malik does, and it was glaring yesterday.
And the way that game started in Milwaukee with no Malik, just plodding along, just getting to, and Milwaukee's going 9 of 12 from 3 in the first quarter or whatever ridiculous thing it was, and the Kings had no answer because they didn't have. He's the most important player on the team. He's not their best player. He's their most important player, and I think that we've been saying that for a while now, and it's never been more clear than the last 2 weeks.
Yes, he's a playmaker.
Yep.
That I don't want to say they don't have, because Fox, he can do that, but that's not his game. And I'm not even like saying that to say he's less than. He's okay. He reminds me of me, right? Like he reminds me of me.
Bro.
That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
that's all I'm saying.
This guy,
get your boy.
he reminds me of me.
You have to stop. He's your boy. He came to the party with you.
He reminds me of me, where he's out there on the court and he's skilled and he scores, but he's not that tall, right? Like, people will look at me like, a point guard, oh, you get everybody involved. Not really. Like, I'll make the right basketball pass. But
the way Kenny tells it, if he was 6'4", he would have been the GOAT.
Right. So
that's right.
6'4", I'm in the league. I'm 6'4".
You remember when Katie came in here and joked? Some people call me Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Like, Kenny says it and means it, though.
Yeah, no, yeah, he believes it. Yes, they used to call me MJ.
If I was 6'6", Come on, man.
I think we've
Come on,
gone
if I was
A-
6'6",
we've
I'm
gone
just saying.
AI comps. I think we had a Steph comp once.
Yeah, well, yeah.
LeBron in 8th grade.
LeBron in eighth grade.
LeBron.
Hey,
I mean, I was
hey,
in the
WCW
rebounds
quick.
going coast to coast. They couldn't stop me.
You know what's funny for me in this is if you had just said, and honestly, it reminds me of the type of player I was when I played. Like I don't think I would have given it a second thought. And you were like, well, reminds me of me. Like, all right, guy. All right.
You a wild dude,
But look,
Casey.
but you
That's
guys-
real, hold on. That's real. I'm Casey in LA vibe right there.
Well, look, man, y'all gotta hear me though. Y'all gotta hear me when I say that.
I do.
You gotta hear me.
I hear you.
So when I played,
You were
I
not
was-
a pass first point guard.
no, but I'm like barely 6 feet, right? So you look at me like, oh, he's dropping dimes. Not really a dropping dimes guy. Like I'll make
Yeah.
the pass and I'll
Mhm.
do all this other stuff, like if it's there, but
Mhm.
I'm a scorer. That's what I do.
Right.
And that's what I look at from De'Aaron Fox.
Sure.
He's a point guard, but he's not this super creator for others.
He's the two guard in the two guard lineup.
I would go with that.
I would
go
agree with you. I agree with you.
And comparing it to Monk is more of a creator for everybody. Like he be dropping dimes.
Honestly,
created-
I forgot
Malik-
about Puka. Remember?
Wow.
Oh yeah,
that was
yeah.
that was the most disrespectful thing I think you've ever said on this
Bro,
Yeah,
show.
that was pretty
I mean,
crazy.
well-
Puka Nacua is incredible.
He is.
He
but
is not. He just turns around and catches passes, Kyle.
He is.
He could do
Yeah,
that.
Sean McVay can scoop me up.
Puka is that dude. But
were
Kyle,
trying
how
to-
many
you
times
were-
have you seen him with
you
like
were-
no jam at the line? Just let him run through the zone.
You
I
were-
can do that.
You were trying to criticize the 49ers defense when you were saying that.
It wasn't
And
even
I
against the
understand.
Niners. It was against the Colts.
Was it? I
Yeah,
thought
in the
it-
game
'cause
winner,
I-
like 2 games into the season.
I swear
and-
exactly,
and
'cause
he was at-
cooked the Niners last year.
He always cooked the Niners.
Yeah.
But he was at the line and game was on the line. And he literally ran 12 yards before anybody was in the video.
Mhm.
Well,
Do you think
I
it's
could do
because-
that.
Do you think it's because they defend him a certain way because they're fearful of the different routes he can run?
I don't
Or
know.
maybe
I
there's
don't.
a
Well,
busted
fire that
coverage.
defensive coordinator. There was nobody in the picture for 12 yards.
Yeah.
And then, but what I did say is he caught it. He ran. He broke some tackles to get it. I can't do that. I ain't saying I can do
Sure.
that.
If you're a 6'4", you
But I
could.
could get.
Well, one of Kenny's former teammates has texted us and said, "I'm backing my teammate. If Kenny was 6'5", he'd be in the league."
That is
Same,
facts,
bro.
by the way. The
That's a
text did
real
come
ass
through.
teammate. Shout out to that teammate.
Saying shout out
That's
to
a
my
real
guy.
one.
You know what I
That's a
mean?
real
I
one.
don't know what it is.
But back to the Malik as a playmaker thing. It reminds me of me.
You be dropping them dimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a
A dime dropper.
yeah.
Um,
If I was 6'4", I'd be talking about sports and be 6'4".
Malik is a creator
Yeah,
for himself and others.
Mhm.
That's the gist of what I was
like I create content.
Malik is a presence.
Yeah, he's
one of
just
the.
a
saying.
unique.
He's that too.
Yeah.
He's that too.
He's a yeah.
But basketball wise, like the people, I know James talks a lot about the symmetry between Monk and Sabonis.
Mhm.
Like think about some of the pass. Y'all talked about that crazy pass yesterday that was like
No, it was
through people,
yeah.
bounce pass. Like that was crazy.
bounce
Like,
pass into a basketball
and-
size window.
and I say this, like I said, not to shade the guy. It's just not necessarily his game. But when you ever seen, like, how many times we talk about De'Aaron and Domas and De'Aaron dropping dimes? Like you don't. Like that's not his bag. But
Mhm.
Malik has that.
Sure.
Malik has that where he'll do it over the magic, over the head, shoulder, and look away, behind the back type stuff. Like he'll do all that. And when that's not there, it's like you feel that it's not there
Definitely.
basketball wise before
Definitely.
you even talk about like the energy that he brings and all this other stuff. Like,
Yeah.
he is special for this group. He's
I think-
special.
Excuse me. I think there's probably more to be said for something Kyle mentioned a minute ago, that they built that 16-point lead. It
Mhm.
disappears. They build that lead. What did we say? It was 9-point lead late in the third, and it disappears, or in the fourth, excuse me, and it disappears. But they're able to maintain, able to close out the game, able to keep whatever level of focus, intensity, whatever that they have, not really get down.
Mhm.
And I think there's something to that. Like it's a fight level of endurance. Like it's like you could spar and you can go at it at practice, but when you start taking haymakers in a game and you're able to respond, man, that's different. And they've been able to do that during the stretch with Doug Christie.
Yeah, and I think it's just a commitment to knowing what you have to do, and it's not look at all these mistakes everybody made. We got to go focus on those and fix those to get right. It's like, no, you just got to go hoop. We're up 16. What do we got to do to get back to 16? and it's just a different mentality, and you could feel. This is silly, but you could feel it in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely.
When that 16-point lead got down to 9 and got down to 5, and then there's a 1-point game there in the fourth, or it was tied in the fourth. It never felt tight. It never felt like, oh my God, they're going to lose, because I think everybody knows like this team is just a little different. And I think that's meaningful. And I think the players can feel that too.
Absolutely.
I'm giving us credit for the Kings game last night. We did great.
I know we talking Niners, but I mean, Kyle is a hell of a football mind. I don't want him to leave without what he thinks about the divisional round.
That's so nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
My last name was Shanahan. I'd be Kyle Shanahan.
If you were 2 inches taller, you'd be Kyle Shanahan.
Man, that'd be crazy. Divisional round. Who did I wrote down my picks.
Did you forget them?
No, I have Philly -6.
Oh, you going?
Oh, we're
going
doing
for the gusto.
spreads.
Yeah, I think. Okay, fine. Then we can just. The Chiefs are going to win. The Chiefs might win by a lot. The Chiefs might. I kind of. Okay,
I
so
think I'm kind of with Kyle on this.
I think we're going to get like a in case you forgot kind of game by the Chiefs, where they didn't have this great regular season, but it's like it's postseason time now. They've had a week off. The Texans offense was not good last week. The Texans offense was not good against the Chargers. Yeah, and it wasn't good all year. And the Chiefs have an awesome defense. It might be one of those like 31-3 type of games.
Oh man, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Real quick,
I hope it's not that bad.
Me too.
Real quick, because I want to hear the other games. I don't know if this Chiefs team is capable, or in case you forgot.
Maybe not.
They might be like they're just gonna win like all the close games. They're good enough, but I don't know if they're capable of like beating the hell out of somebody like that.
I think this Chiefs team would lose by a lot of points to the 2019 Chiefs.
Yeah.
Just in that I agree, but I think they go kind of dominate the game and just control it.
I hear you.
Where it's never really. It's like oh yeah, the Chiefs are good. Like,
Lions Commanders.
Yeah, Lions. But I think it'll be a good game. I'm looking forward to that.
Eagles, Rams.
Eagles. I'm in on the Eagles. I think the Eagles are
got me in on the. Is it
like the Rams? The Rams are
it's
fine.
A little hot. I feel like it's a little hot takey, but I think I might pick the Rams in that one. I'll decide at 350, but
that's a good time to do it. That's the best time to pick. Everybody
I think
knows
so.
Yeah, I got the Eagles.
Clearer head after 4 hours of talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then what's the
Ravens Bills?
The one.
Oh, I know who.
I picked the Ravens.
Yeah.
But like I wouldn't put that's a stay away for me.
Yeah.
I don't know this. I don't know the spreads for this.
Ravens favored by 1 in Buffalo.
Ravens favored.
Yeah.
I would have said
beat them by
Bills
25
2.5.
points earlier this year.
They did. Might be a bad match.
It was a long time ago. It was like week 4.
Crazy thing is, I think both teams are better since then.
Definitely. I'm really looking forward. That's
the one.
That's the one. You hear it. Everybody's going to say it when talking about it because that's all there is to say. That should be a good game.
Winner gets the MVP. Those are the rules. Big thanks to Kyle Madson and the Insiders joining us. Make sure you check out the Insiders Monday through Friday, 10 to 12, right here on ESPN 1320. Get Niners Wire, get Niners coverage, 49ers coverage all off season long over at NinersWire.com. We'll come back. We mentioned the NBA on TNT Group. Boy, were they glowing about Sacramento. No, they weren't. You'll hear that conversation. Oh, we got to do some minutes watching as well. The good and the bad.
Did you see that 3-pointer?
Stealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
I'm so mad I missed that tweet when you sent it out because nobody else got it. I saw the replies and they were like kind of being harsh to Kevin too.
What'd you? Is that what you tweeted?
Yo,
something like that. Like, oh, you see it that.
What happened?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I thought, never mind. The still photo. Let me show you the still photo on this tweet. How do I feel like an old man? Right
I think
now.
what you meant to say, Scout, is the Eagles coach is an ass. I think that's what you meant to say.
The Colorado Rockies posted a video of them pouring a Coors Light into a glass. Except the still photo that, like, before you hit play.
All right, man.
That is wild.
Come on, man.
What is this?
Come on. Come on. What are the comments? Are there comments? People comment.
Oh,
Do they see the same thing? Oh, don't do that, man. Don't do that, Rockies.
Okay, so what the comments are? So apparently they pour the beer terribly. In fact, they do. What is that? And everybody's joking that the glass being dirty beforehand means they'd tried other times and failed. What is this pour? What are they doing? This is disgusting.
Why are they even having this video?
I have no idea. What?
You know they're pouring that beer like, oh yeah, this looks great.
What is this? If
someone hands that to you, you tell them, no, you can drink that.
Yeah, right.
I don't want that.
Pour
Like
this
you
again.
drink. You poured that, you drink it.
This screams like they owed some kind of advertising to Coors. And they were like, oh, let's do a social media video. And they forgot about it. And we're like, oh, we'll just pour a Coors Light in a glass. Have you ever poured a Coors Light before? Well, no. That's crazy.
By the way, I think you guys did talk about it a little bit. I was getting out the car, but that retweet you had of the Simmons thing, that was crazy.
The flags all over the Chatty House right now.
Oh, boy. Well, Chatty House it's a place. But that Simmons article was crazy.
It's not like I understand that was just the prevailing wisdom at the time.
Yeah.
Which is what's nuts to me. That it was just like everybody believed this, and just the specific things he named, like he's never going to get to do this and this and this and this, and he just did all of those things. Like, man,
multiple teams,
man.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like you said, I understand that was the thought.
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't repost that to diss Bill Simmons.
No. I was just reading that, and like we lived through that time. That, like,
well,
that's how they thought.
You did.
I did.
Shout out to our guy Skylar at Sac Film Room. He is funny.
I enjoy that account very much. That's a very good Twitter account.
It is a very high level account. He wrote, pause what? Love watching Malik finish. No one penetrates like him.
Oh.
I'm blocking Sac Kingsville.
I was like, what, like, why did he say that? Oh, because he got paused for the original tweet. 4 minutes of Malik Monk finishing.
That's crazy. No, but the crazier thing was the crazier is the quote tweet.
Oh, the quote tweet
is crazy.
Quote tweet is straight. No, that's a good. That is a high level follow up. That is a high level follow up. Salute to Sac Film Room. That is funny.
4 minutes of Malik Monk's finishing is hilarious.
No one penetrates like him. That is a win. My man is an assassin for that. That's
Sac Film
funny.
Room indeed.
That is terrific.
Sac Film Room, big ups to him. Oh, by the way, matter of fact, I need air horns for this one.
Oh
man.
my.
Air horns. To my boy Adam and the whole crew of Benzitos. I was there last night after the game. My goodness. Once again, I forgot what I got because they kind of make something. I don't want to say make something for me, but I just tell them I don't really know what I want, but I know I don't want avocados. And the lady was like, "I got you. Don't trip." Oh,
your hate avocados is so bizarre.
Avocados whack,
bro. Okay,
they whack.
You're literally on an island with that take.
Well,
there's
call me Castaway. I don't care.
What is whack about an avocado?
Okay, Castaway. That's perfectly fine. What?
Like, why is an avocado whack? It's fine. It's good.
You add it, you could literally do anything with it.
It doesn't taste good. It doesn't taste good. That's simple what it is. It doesn't taste good. So whatever. I'll talk to Wilson. I don't care.
Well, then go enjoy your time with Wilson, sir. Because
shout out to Benzinos, man. That is might be the best taco in the city.
Okay.
That taco, man. My goodness.
I wasn't, as you know, wasn't thinking clearly yesterday. I was starving when I got downtown. I've been craving Burger Lounge for a while. I've been craving the little plant-based burgers they got there. So I went in there and sat down. Kyle texted me, "Hey, I think the place is now called Cabana Club.
What?
It used to be called, oh man, DJ Oasis is here. Hey, oh my God. What a day.
DJ Oasis was down in Doco last
He
night.
was, yeah. So like Kyle texted me, "Hey, I'm at I think it's called the Cabana Club." Like, oh, All right, I just sat down. Let me, be a 13-year-old kid
for his life.
eating a
people bringing them all over the place.
Who?
You.
Oh,
or D-Lo.
Well, so I go down. Cabana Club's popping.
Mm.
There's 90s R&B playing. What's that? What we played this a couple months. Don't mess with my man.
Oh, shout out Nivea. Jack
Yeah, that's playing.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, whose playlist is this? I sit down. Kyle ordered, I believe it was called a peppermint mocha martini. It looks spectacular. Kyle was as happy as can be.
Where's this at again?
It's in Doco.
It's next to the cookie place, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
It used to be called Vine
Champagne
and
Bar or something like that, right?
No. That's a different spot.
But I know what you're talking. It was. I think it was either.
It was called Vine and some. It's a wine bar.
It still is a wine
It
bar?
still is.
Okay.
You can get wine there.
Okay. But it used to be specific.
Yeah. It's where I don't remember if you were there. It's where me and Trista ate. I can't. I don't think you were there. Well, you were probably with Mark Jones and all the important people. Me and Trista and Will Z were hanging out there before the playoff game. But no, that's a great spot.
Cookies or something, right?
Yeah. It's a great.
I didn't know.
Spot
Yeah. Matter of fact, I walked by there and they were playing some Mary J. Blige. I was like,
no, that playlist was hitting. It sounded like Flashback Friday gonna sound at 4:00.
There we go.
Over on 102.5.
Come on now.
It's on point.
But yeah, man. Doco still Doco be popping, man.
Yeah, Doco was fun last night. It definitely was. We were on TNT. I can't wait to hear what this crew said.
132
About the Kings.
to 127.
Game.
Man, that was a great game to watch.
Learning?
Houston showing a lot of grit. Back to back, they're down 16 in the third, came back, took that lead in the fourth quarter. But Sacramento now 8-2 under Doug Christie. And one of the numbers there, you see it's a 5-point win. That's 4 straight wins for the Kings under Christie in games decided by 5 or less. And before that, they were 3-11 up until that point before Christie took over.
I know.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Damn.
That's crazy.
I know Chuck's probably upset that Mike Brown was let go, but I think Doug Christie, he was there obviously in the locker room. Mike Brown was complaining about how the guys don't listen, so obviously he kind of lost the locker room. So I think Doug has done a great job of not repeating that, letting the guys go out, and like I said, they're playing with a lot more energy, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, and we just disagree because players never take responsibility for getting coaches fired. You saw the same thing with the Lakers. You see the same thing with the Suns. Players have to play. Mike Brown won Coach of the Year a couple years ago. He didn't start sucking as a coach. That team, they got DeMar DeRozan and were regressing. Like a couple years ago when they took the Warriors to 7 game, we're like, man, this team got a really, really bright future, and they have regressed. And it's easy to blame coaches, but players take zero responsibilities, and that really pisses me off.
Well, again, I think you both have valid points.
Pick a side. Don't be scared of Shaq.
First of all, you both have valid points.
Where does that come from?
I don't know.
Don't be scared of Shaq.
Yeah, you both have valid points. But it also comes down to a situation where you look at players, sometimes an assistant coach has a different ear to players. And being an assistant coach, he's able to say certain things while he's an assistant. Now, it's a big difference when you move 6 feet over to actually say those same things. But he might have had a belief in a couple of other guys who may have been struggling or not playing well, that now they go, oh, he's the coach. He believes in me. Now, can you play well for Mike Brown, who's been the coach of the year? Hell yeah. Like, there's no reason you should not be able to play well for him. But you have to factor in human nature of what
I'm just going to hit pause here because both Charles and Shaq have tuned him out. His response was like the levels of Colin Cowherd's questions yesterday. This is just way too long of a response.
The human nature of it is there is a switch that sometimes players.
Well, anytime you fire a coach, there's going to be a immediate energy. But like you said earlier, we'll know more in 2 or 3 weeks. But I just don't think it's fair when we're in this. The coach has to get fired. Like first of all, some of these general managers suck.
But think about this. Maybe Sacramento overachieved with him.
No, they didn't.
No, I'm talking about because the West has gotten better. Ja Morant is back.
They got better too. They got DeMar DeRozan.
But Ja Morant is back.
They got DeMar DeRozan. Is DeMar DeRozan a good player? Terrific player.
Terrific player.
So they should have gotten better with the addition of DeMar DeRozan, except they have regressed. And listen, I like Doug Christie. I wish him nothing but the best. But at some point, we as players, we have to take responsibility when we're not doing our job. They're the worst defensive team in the league. They've been that even when
I hit stop right there for a reason. I don't know. I don't think Chuck has watched Sacramento for a couple years. They weren't the worst defensive team in the league last year. They're certainly not the worst defensive team in the league this year. That definitive statement of fact is a little sketchy, but it was true 2 years ago.
When they were winning, they were bad offensively.
Whose fault is that?
The players.
Okay. Just like I've been saying the whole time, but you talk about, you need a coach.
Coaching's important. You say coaching don't matter. Coaching does matter.
It doesn't matter.
Coaching does matter.
The players have this. It matters.
Shaquille O'Caraway up there.
Come on, man. Stop it. Listen, quit saying coaching don't matter.
Let me make my point. The coaches are X and O guys and managers. It's the players' responsibility to go out and play defense, to go out and play whatever, go out and play hard. That's all I'm saying.
But you don't think coaching matters.
I never said coaching matters. You said that because you don't.
No, you said coaches don't matter.
No, I said you're giving coaches too much credit.
I don't give coaches too much credit. I give them credit when they deserve it.
Okay, so the guys wouldn't play in defense. Whose fault is that? It's the coach's
fault.
Players.
Shaq, I do believe you were a different player. We've all played against you.
Bro,
with different coaches.
Hold on.
With different, I'm just saying.
Did Kenny take one of Kyle Madson's edibles before this segment? Like, why does he sound? What is wrong with Kenny?
Hold on.
I've seen you, one of the greatest players that ever touched the ball, play differently under different coaches.
And you know who I got that from? I seen y'all when Rudy Tomovich called the play. I seen you say, "No, we're not doing that. We're going to Akeem."
Doesn't mean we don't believe in him, or he didn't make a difference.
Well, obviously you didn't believe him if you didn't.
I didn't believe him for one play.
It doesn't matter. My point is, which is valid, is the players guys. You said as a player, you took onus on yourself. Said, "I'm not calling that. We're gonna get a ball to Akeem. They're gonna double. He's gonna throw back to me. I'm gonna swing it to Mario."
That's human nature.
Yeah, and also you like you said in the back. You said the reason when Rudy said run a play, I said no, I'm going into a Akeem because he's gonna barbecue chicken shack. That's what you. No, but wait, time out. Let me add it further.
That was one of my
but Shaq.
I hit stop right there. It goes on for another minute.
That one pissed Shaq off though. He brought up the rings after that.
Oh,
how many rings you guys took?
No, he got how many finals you been to? That's when he's hit peak like Shaq form. How many finals you been to? Been to 6. Whatever he said. Well, man, you and Shaq in lockstep with this. Hashtag coaches don't matter.
Coaches do matter, but I think they do get a little too much credit.
And probably a little too much blame.
Absolutely, man. Because Shaq is right in the sense of it's on the players to execute. Like that's just kind of what it comes down to. And if they don't execute, that doesn't mean the coach is bad. You know what I'm saying? Like the coach can have a perfect plan. He could be right about everything. But if they're not executing the game plan, it's just on the players. And the opposite could be true as well. Like the guy could be.
What if the game plan isn't understood? Because I do think I can't relate to coaches on a high level. I relate to teachers. Teachers can get through to their students differently. Like some teachers overcomplicate things, and if you're a slower learner, you need someone to simplify the process for you.
Right.
Simplify. I mean, it's not just math, like, because I know that's the one people use the most, but it's also like, understanding why certain things happen in history or understanding why certain things. It's the way that stuff is communicated to you. It's not always it's not always what you're learning. It's the way that you're learning it. And it's not always lack of execution. It's lack of understanding the execution.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just not communicating effectively or reaching those players or the students a certain way. Like, and this is where I disagree with what Chuck is saying, where it's like it's on those players, it's on the like there is room for the coach is not doing a good job. And it's not just X's and O's. It's not just if he understands the game or not. We talk about this since this has happened. Relationships matter. How you communicate, how you get your point across, how you tap into each individual player and how they respond to certain things and what's best for them, and not just having a broad way of going about it. That matters. That's part of coaching. That's part of being a leader. That's part of being a teacher. Trying to understand for each individual what's best to get the most out of their skill or whatever the case may be. And I got love for Mike Brown. I never met him, but he seemed like a great guy. But
you have met Mike Brown. We met him together.
We met him. I don't know him personally, I should say. But it looks like he was the wrong guy for the job.
You think he was trying
the wrong
he
guy
might
for
be,
the job?
You think he was trying
for
to
this job? He was the wrong guy.
Execute a game plan he didn't have the right players for. Like I feel like from outside looking in or whatever, it's like Mike Brown had what he thought like what a winning team needs to do, but he didn't have the guys to do that. Like instead of playing to their strengths, he was trying to make them fit like in his puzzle board, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of coaching.
I'm thinking of this on the fly, so work with me here. His first big time job was the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James is out there. LeBron, arguably one of the smartest basketball players to ever step on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that Mike complicated things and LeBron simplified them for his teammates? Like if Mike is barking, not barking is the wrong way of phrasing it. If Mike is trying to communicate, how to execute something in a certain way, and what was the big Zydrunas Ilgauskas is looking around like, what? And LeBron goes, no. When I go this way, you stand this way, and he finds some way to simplify it, and that's the magic that made it work, right? Because when you look ahead, and I'm not trying to minimize everything that he did in Cleveland, I'm just looking ahead, listening to what Matt Barnes told us, knowing where that Los Angeles Lakers locker room was. This isn't the coach for us right now. This is not what we need. Cleveland was in complete disarray the second time he goes there. That's his last head coaching job. And so he winds up in Golden State, where you have at least one very high level leader in Steph, and then you have shout out Jim Parks. You have a good coach in Steve Kerr, right? In Steve Kerr, I think probably communicates in a way that's a little bit closer to Doug Christie. Like I think back when Steve Kerr took over from Mark Jackson, Steve came in and publicly said, I don't have to reset everything here. Like Mark put this team in a really good spot. I need to try to help them get a little further. To me, that's someone who recognizes the skill set of his team. Not that he doesn't have to coach or doesn't have anything to do. He recognizes what's in front of him. And you have maybe more detail-oriented guys like Mike Brown, eventually guys like Kenny Atkinson, different guys who would join the bench. You have more detailed guys who join your coaching staff throughout the time. It's just different forms of communication, and maybe Mike has worked with people who have helped him communicate messages in the past, and he didn't really have that here in Sacramento, so his message got muddy and couldn't understand it.
Yeah, and I expect guys like Charles Barkley or Stan Van Gundy, who don't kind of like live with this every day and talk to people around here and kind of know the ins and outs, or you don't even have to be an insider, just like pay attention to what's going on a day in, day out basis, to look at it and say, oh, this guy was coach of the year 2 years ago and they're having a short little struggle and you fire him. That's crazy. On surface, yeah, it absolutely sounds crazy. But when you are in this, like we are, and you really look at this thing, I can't speak for you or Jesse, but it's not crazy at all. It makes perfect sense that he had to go. It makes perfect sense. And you don't want that to happen because we all like Mike Brown and we like what he did 2 years ago. But like I said, when you're just kind of looking at how this thing is going on, some things that we speak about, we have spoken about on a number of different times on the show, some things that we won't speak about because it's not meant for that. Yes, it makes perfect sense that he was gone. And once again, I hate to say it this way because I do like Mike, but it had to be done. It had to be done. I'll tell you right now, Sacramento Kings fans and everybody listening, if you wanted this team to be good and be where they're at right now and even more, that's the move that had to be made. They were not going to move forward with Mike Brown.
And that's in hindsight. We did not know that December 27th. December 27th felt like the beginning of the end.
But we had a conversation. I don't think we brought this to air, but after Indiana, and we were going to, we said somebody got to go.
And whenever, and the first one is always going to be the coach.
Right.
Almost always.
But we said somebody got to go. We said specifically, this group is not going to progress. Like it's not going to happen. And I know everybody was like, just Monty, trade for somebody or fire the GM, all this other stuff. I understand.
When you quit the way that they did against Indiana on your home floor, that's different. You can get Kings got their ass kicked against Milwaukee. They did not quit. They did not just. That was Alvin Gentry out there. That's what that was. Oh, we're not going to quit. Well, they did.
When did he say that?
Alvin?
No. I think Mike said that.
Mike didn't say nothing about quitting, did he?
Mike said that before.
Mike said what?
He said it that weekend.
Mike said what?
He said, we don't have quitters. I'll never forget it because I almost tweeted. I said, let me leave it alone. Matt tweeted it out. And Mike said, I think it was before the second Lakers game. It was a weekend because I was on my way to the game. So it was either that Sunday game or the Saturday game against the Lakers. And Mike in the pregame press conference said, I know one thing, we're not quitting in here.
Yeah,
we don't have no quitters.
God.
And I immediately, I was like, oh. And I was going to say something like, I was going to, like Alvin Gentry, but I was like, there's no need for me to tweet this out. Like, let me just leave it alone. But I know he said it. It was either before Indiana. I think it was before the second Lakers game. And he was like, we don't have quitters in here. And I said, oh, he know. They didn't quit in that locker room. He knows that. So, and it reminded me of Alvin Gentry. That's why it stuck out to me when he said that. So, and I also want to say, like, I was having a discussion last night. Like, I don't subscribe to, if you don't like the coach or you don't like what's going on, just quitting and stopping. I've always said that doesn't benefit anybody. If you're a player and you're like, I don't like the coach, so I'm gonna stop playing hard, like, you're getting losses. How does that help you? Like, that's not okay. That's not the answer. Like, maybe you go out and play harder in spite of this guy. Maybe, you try to win games in spite of him or whatever you do. But, and it's not as blatant as just quitting. Maybe it's like, I'm not locked into what this guy is saying because I don't like him or I don't want him here. But you still got to find a way to win games. You have to, because it's about winning. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're just okay with, like, losing because we don't like somebody? No, I'm never okay with losing. I don't care who's there. Got to find a way to win games. But I will say I have been in a situation, basketball-wise, where it was DOA as far as the chemistry, the coaches. I know for me personally, I didn't have a problem with the coaches, but I know teammates had problems with the coaches. They didn't like them.
Chris.
We love Mr. Camberg. No. We love Mr. Camberg.
Come on, bro.
RIP to our dude, Mr. Camberg, man. We loved him. But been in that situation, and it is tough to get out of. As much as I want to win basketball games, it is like it's infectious in the locker and just in that group of players. And it's tough. It's tough. Even if, like me, I'm saying, hey, it doesn't matter. Like, go out there and try to win. Like, I was one that I was kind of indifferent about it. And it was tough. It was tough to just be like, I'm going to just go out here and try to win games, especially when maybe not everybody else was feeling that way. Or there's just a vibe in the locker room that you're in that's tough to overcome.
I can't find the video, but I found the quote. It was on December 21st.
Yeah, I just saw the quote.
Yeah, Mike Brown said there's no quitting anybody in that locker room or anybody in this organization.
And you said 21st?
Yeah, December 21st.
Yeah, that was the Lakers game. Yeah.
So just
the 1:30, so that was pregame, I think. Unless it was like on a Sunday or something.
So just a note to Doug Christie: don't ever mention quitting.
That seems to be the kiss of death, huh?
Yeah. It just, I don't ever want to hear that again. Even if they did quit, don't tell me, because I know don't tell me they didn't quit, because I already know.
Once you said, I know what's going to happen in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
This is going to come across as mean. I don't know if I found the video or not, but yeah. Let's hear this. This is just, I don't know if this is the specific videos from our man Matt. This has something to do.
Forgive the bluntness.
No, you good.
This week,
I remember
kind of
this.
a lot of talk, not a lot of action. We've heard what your challenges are to the guys. They're saying the right things, at least in front of the media, and then we're not seeing the results necessarily on the floor. I know there's the contract that you have all the guys sign up saying they're 100% engaged and bought into what we're doing. Are you seeing that with this team action-wise, other than just words?
No, right. I mean, it's evident we're not seeing it action-wise. You know, I mean, it is.
Man, I'm sorry. That sounds so different today. Matt just asked him, does he feel like the guys are all in? And Mike just flat out said no.
What's the date on that one?
December 21st.
So I think that was after the game when they lost.
Is what it is. And that's why, I mean, I didn't yell at the guys because there's nothing to yell about. They know exactly what we have to do, whether or not we can go do it. And tonight we didn't go do it. You know, and so somehow, some way, again, starts with me. Somehow, some way.
I'm gonna just stop there because it definitely did start with you. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mike. It
was right there.
I mean,
spot on.
Mike is
See no lie.
Correct. That just sounds so different today.
We ever hear about like when coaches are yelling at you, like they still care, but when they stop yelling, it's like, all right, now that's an issue.
He knew though. He knew.
That was 6 days. 6 days before.
He knew. He knew that. I don't know if it's everybody. I never thought it was everybody. I don't think it was everybody, but enough people were kind of done with him for whatever reason.
Yeah.
He knew. And that's
and it's not just enough, it's the right ones. Plural.
And he knew,
not singular, plural.
Yeah. Straight up. He knew after, like, we were surprised. It actually happened a day later than we thought, but he knew after the Pistons game, I'm about to get fired. That's why
that's when it did happen, right? After the wasn't it after the Pistons game?
Yeah. But that's why in that post game, he was talking the way he was talking.
Oh yeah.
He let it be known.
Yeah.
I told him to do this. They didn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Oh, you're saying it,
doing.
Yeah.
I
got you.
He said, "I'm about to be fired."
We have not talked about minutes because that's a thing.
You see that alley-oop? Come on.
You should have seen this dude.
Come on.
You see a nice single,
that?
bro.
Oh, that rebound he snatched though. That rebound. Let's talk about that rebound.
I'm talking to my producer.
I'm so mad I missed that tweet.
You should have seen the tweet.
Oh, he was going crazy there?
You should have seen this man in the media section yesterday. We'll tell you about it. We'll tell you about it. There's a lot to look at with these minutes, and we haven't even discussed that Keon Ellis went out with an ankle injury. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
My favorite almonds. Love almonds now since 2024.
All right. Boom. Oh, Casey just up there cheering for his boy Kev. Oh yeah, but when Jalen Green blows by, I'm like, KC, your boy. Oh man, I was talking to Leo. I didn't see it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not good, but hopefully he's all right. Hopefully he's all right. Probably all depends on how he felt when he woke up today. Also, beat the Wizards without Keon Ellis if you have to. Come on, man. Don't do this to us again.
Please don't. Please don't, man. Oh man, that would be so upsetting.
Nothing official. But I think it. I don't think it was too bad, but nothing official. Just a couple messages that maybe it wasn't so bad. Yeah, so he is, but he's not, because I think he left that 67-point debacle. I think he left that game. Okay. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line here, 916-909-1320. Start with our brother Lazy. Lazy, what's happening, baby? It's Friday. You supposed to be at work.
D-Lo Casey, what's up, guys? Hey,
what's up, man? Where the pizza at, man? Come on.
Hey, I'm about to slide through with it. Hey, guys, I just wanted to jump in on the conversation real quick. You guys are talking about kind of Shaq and him saying, coaching doesn't matter. I was curious. You guys brought some good points. If coaching doesn't matter, then what's been the difference for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Because they've had the same roster, but all of a sudden now they're the 1-2 seed over in the East. And
but before you go any further, I'm not a believer in that. I'm not a believer in coaching doesn't matter. No.
Oh, well, no, deal. I know you say
and
the
you
same
got
thing.
and also you guys. I mean, we have fun with it or whatever, but like I didn't say coach doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little overblown, and it could just be like timing. Like I coach, so I don't want to be like I don't matter, but there are coaches who like really, enhance a team and a group of individuals, and their mentality and their teaching helps out a whole lot for sure, man. But at the end of the day, the players got to execute.
Go ahead, Lazy.
Didn't hear that bloop. He hung up on us.
Good. All right. Well, Lazy, when you bring your ass to work, you can come in and you can finish your point.
I didn't even slide Lazy down and he hung up. We're going to let you get more points off.
Get your ass in the studio when you come to work, Lazy. You said we got Big E, 916-909-1320. Big E, what's happening, baby?
What's good with my guys? How y'all doing?
We good, man. We good. What's good with you?
Yo, that game was crazy. Oh my God, I was so stressed out. It reminded me of my marriage a little bit from Keon going down early. Sabonis getting fouled out, and the Rockets would just not go away last night. Every time I thought the Kings took control. Yeah. And then literally I felt like I was just a depressed Kings fan 10 games ago. And then this team just pulls me back in. I'm ready for playoffs. Like, I don't know. I'm all over the place.
It's all right, Biggie. Let's just start with this. Biggie's clearly going through something. So, brother, we love you. Whatever it is, y'all can get through it. No one tries to get little lines off like that if they're not going to. Biggie, we got you. You need D'Lo and Casey in the chatty house. It's all good.
Come on, we
here for you, baby.
Yeah.
You can get through it. Get through it. Work on it. Work on it.
That's it.
The minutes watchers will not be pleased with last night's game at all. 38 minutes for DeMar DeRozan, 39 minutes for for Keegan Murray, 30, I'm gonna round up, 8 minutes for Domantas Sabonis, 37 minutes for Malik Monk, and 39 minutes and 47 seconds for De'Aaron Fox. Trey Lyles plays the most off the bench, 19:07. Obviously, there was a factor in Keon Ellis going down in the third quarter. He had played 11 minutes up until the point of his injury. Devin Carter, a very ineffective 8 minutes for him. And Kevin Huerter, 8 minutes and 58 seconds, 5 points for Kevin Huerter in that stretch. Kevin played a little bit in the third quarter. Excuse me, he played a little bit in the first quarter, a little bit in the third quarter, none in the second, and didn't see the floor in the fourth. De'Aaron played monster minutes. Obviously, they all played monster minutes the whole game. I think De'Aaron missed like a couple minutes in the second half, like a minute maybe.
Gillette said he, maybe he missed a minute or so, but she said he played the last 16 minutes. So that's like quarter and a half, damn near. Played the last 16 minutes of the game, and I mean that's what
16 straight minutes.
That's what it is. That's what it's gonna be. And the people want to shorten the rotation even shorter. Obviously, people first want like new players in here, so there's that. I agree, but can't you want to shorten the rotation even shorter? The men's gonna be even crazier.
De'Aaron, Malik, and Keegan all played the entire fourth quarter. DeMar rested 57 seconds of the fourth quarter, and Domas played 9 minutes and 44 seconds of the fourth quarter. He got those guys back out there quickly, and it paid off. Again, you want to win or you want to monitor minutes? Because right now, the way the roster is constructed, you can't do both. And last night's one, it wasn't one of those games where you can go, come on, Kev, you could do it. Nope. It wasn't one of those. Oh, Devin's not there yet. It's fine. Get him out. Trey Lyles, maybe a bad matchup, maybe just not his night. Ain't going to work. All right. All pros, all stars, and Hall of Famers go win the game for us.
That's what it is, and Doug Christie did a good job of that. But you just got to read it. From game to game, there are going to be games when you're getting good minutes from Devin Carter, like in Boston or something like that. When Keon, gets healthy and gets right again, obviously it was 11 because he got hurt. He probably would have been more around 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
But maybe he gets 27 minutes in a game because he's playing well and you got some things going. So you'll be able to mix and match a little bit, but with the roster how it is, you're gonna get these high minute totals from the starters if you want to win.
What that fourth quarter would have potentially looked like with Keon is kind of fascinating because of the level of defense that was being played, because there was a lot of really good defense in that quarter from both teams, unfortunately. And the shot making that was going on. Where would Keon have fit? Would he have fit? Would Mike have even bothered? God damn it. Would Doug have even bothered? Would he have, come out with the rest of the crew and De'Aaron had gone back in? That kind of, again, it doesn't matter. The Kings won the game. Right. But that's kind of one of those situations that we always talk about where if you want scoring, do you leave Keon out there? If it's some combination of scoring and defense, and we're talking in clutch time minutes, like what do you do with Keon? We saw I don't remember, was it Boston? What game it was where Keon was in till like the 2-minute mark. Chicago was Zach LaVine. That's right. And then Keegan comes back in and closes out the game against Zach LaVine.
Yeah. I think in that situation last night, I got to look at it and see like maybe who his matchup was or whatever, but I know Terry Eason was in there and they had some size. I don't think there's any scenario when Keon comes in the final 6 minutes of that game. You weren't taking DeRozan out. You weren't taking Monk out. Fox might be the guy that comes out, like instead of playing the whole 12 minutes, maybe he's Keon is in there for the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter or something like that. But it was just usually the one that I now think is a little interchangeable is Keon and Keegan. And because of the size that Houston had out there, I don't know if there's anybody. Like there's 2:14 to go right now, and I'm looking at it. They had Jalen Green out there. They had Amin Thompson, Terry Eason, Dylan Brooks, and Sengun. And Keegan is guarding Terry Eason. Yeah, I don't know. In that situation, I don't know if you bring Keon in for Keegan. So that's something that may be, a game to game and situation to situation where, they're going a little small here, so I can get Keon out there. And the guy doesn't have to be 6'2", but as long as he's not 6'7" and above, I can get Keon out there to end the game. If I feel that's a better matchup than Keegan, but more times than not, I think that's where it would be. Because DeMar, De'Aaron, they've shown their clutch. We've started the show talking about how important Malik is. He's not coming out, and obviously Sabonis isn't. So maybe you're interchangeable with Keegan and Keon.
You were talking about Eason. I heard Deuce say on the podcast that Thompson and Eason had 19 of the Rockets' 27 fast break points yesterday. Fast break points were 27 to 19. For content, the 19, if you check what Will Z will tell you, that's a good number. That's a good number for fast break points. Yeah, no. It was 27 to 19 in the Rockets' favor in fast break points last night.
Man, so like I'm just saying, like, we can do whatever we want. People can do whatever they want. But do you guys understand when I say Houston is, when you talk about a De'Aaron Fox trade, like stop saying Terry Eason and Amin Thompson?
Yeah,
those guys are going nowhere.
Yeah, Thompson's next.
Thompson might be the next Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, he's next. Like, he's really, really good.
There's
zero scenario where they're trading.
Well, I was just about zero scenario. And I was about to say there's maybe 3 players in the league they would trade him for.
Yeah, he's
Wemby,
probably one of those guys. Yeah,
I don't think they'd trade Luka for him. Maybe Tatum Brown.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
Yeah, so no, don't worry about that, guys. Don't worry about that. And another guy that I saw that a lot of people have talked about, and I like, Cam Whitmore, super talented.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about him that I don't know. I don't know if I'd want that guy in the locker room. Saw some things last night.
What was the one that you wanted a year ago real bad? He went to the Knicks. What was the player that he had Casey obsessed on? Cam Reddish.
Yeah.
That's who it was.
Yeah, he with the Lakers now too. That was a couple years.
Well,
that was a couple years. I wanted Cam
Wait, he's
Reddish
still on the Lakers?
Yeah, he's on the Lakers. Cam Reddish, he'd be good on the Kings right now. Like, he's like 6'8", and you can give him 15 minutes. I wish the Kings could get Cam Reddish right now. You could use him off the bench.
But you're down on Cam Whitmore for vibes?
He seems like a possible problem. Like, you look at somebody that talented, you're like, man, why isn't he
got to be a reason.
Yeah, and the more I see him, he seems like he might be a head case. He had this situation a couple weeks ago or about a week ago in Washington with the team where he's just like, they beat the hell out of Washington and he's mad because for whatever reason. Last night there was a play. Amin Thompson missed him on a backdoor cut. He's jumping up and down and mad, stomping off and all this. And that alone isn't an issue because I saw Malik do it later in the game as well. But when I look at Cam Reddish Morris, I don't know about that guy. Super talented, but I don't know if he's like the guy you want to bring into it unless the locker room is strong enough. Another guy that I'd really like on the team. You guys, please keep your tomatoes.
Oh, Lord. All right.
I'd love Dylan Brooks in Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love Dylan.
Yeah,
no, well,
absolutely.
You saw the heat he had in that arena.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. That's because he doesn't play here.
I'd
let him put on a purple
Sacramento
jersey or whatever color jersey the Kings wear.
Oh,
yeah.
man. That's him and Malik going at it. I loved seeing that.
Yeah.
I love Malik because Malik will
Well,
Malik
shout out
will
to
get at
Domas too. Domas caught that, was like, not now. Hey, over here. Not now. Not now.
Oh man, I'd love having Dillon Brooks in Sacramento. I would, and like you said, we would love him here. I promise you, if he came here to Sacramento, they'd love him. I'd love to have Dillon Brooks. But yeah,
In a heartbeat.
That Rockets team is good, man.
Yeah, they are.
And they didn't have two of their best guys, man. Yeah. They didn't have the organizer.
Well, they certainly looked unorganized to me. They looked unorganized to me. Never heard that phrase before.
Never.
Ridiculous.
But we joked about it a little bit. We had fun with it. But you talk about minutes. You talk about like rotate. Like I know people don't want it. You have to play Kevin Huerter right now. You have
to. Fine. Play him the way you played him last night.
Yeah.
First quarter, third quarter. And that was it.
That's fine. But think about all the minutes you talked about. If you take away 9 minutes of rest, what does that look like? 44 minutes for De'Aaron or something like. Obviously,
Keon going down. Well, Keon going down. Like, and that's the thing. Like, if you're missing one guy, and that's Sacramento, they can't have everyone healthy. It's against the rules. He does have to play. If we're ever to have a full complement of players for an entire 48-minute game, I think you can see stretches where he's playing, or stretches of games, where he's playing 8 minutes.
All jokes aside, he didn't hurt him last night. Like, he was just out there. He didn't change the game or nothing, but he was just out there. And that's
hit a couple shots.
Yeah.
So if he did something that hurt them, he offset it. I think it really becomes problematic if he does something that hurts them and he can't offset it with anything.
All right. But even then, like, more important than his shot making, and this is maybe a detriment to the player that he's become or whatever. But at this point, more vital than his shot making is, man, just give these guys a breather and don't like let the game go crazy when you're out here. Because he has to play. Yeah. You don't have enough people. Just, hey, give DeRozan 5 minutes to catch his breath.
Yeah.
You did that, cool. Try not to turn the ball over. Work as hard as you can on defense. If you can hit a three here and there, cool. Now, that's not what we hope from Kevin Huerter. That's not even good. Like, we expect you to be more than that. But I may be giving up on the fact that he can be that on a consistent basis. And all I'm looking for right now is just buy me some minutes for these guys so they don't have to play 40 minutes a night. He was able to do it last night.
Yeah. Get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, big dog?
Oh, man, just vibing. Hey, that game was electric last night. That's what we're talking about, man. It's going to be special.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Kenny, I'm with you. Hey, D-Lo, hey, listen, don't get mad at it. Just, hey, that's what I was talking about. Everybody thought I was crazy when I was like, man, we gotta go sign Dillon Brooks as a free agent. I'm with you, Kenny. Like, listen, everybody say it's crazy because it's shenanigans. But bro, if he was in a Sacramento Kings jersey, bro, this whole city will love him, bro. That shenanigans, Dillon Brooks, he at the same time, dude is funny to me. It don't get to me like it gets to everybody else. He's super funny, but that's something that we need. We got it in Malik, but imagine if we had both the dudes on the team.
Dillon Brooks doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me at all.
He'd be a great fit with Sacramento. He's also, not that this matters, he's also a great fit for Houston. So I don't think Dillon Brooks is going anywhere.
But he was to me in Houston, he's a stopgap guy. Like, you get Dillon Brooks until you think a man is ready. And then Dillon becomes disposable to certain. I don't mean to say it like that. But
no, I got you. But he's 2 into a 4, right?
Yeah, he ain't playing all 4 years there.
Yeah, so.
Like, he might be out this summer.
Really?
Yeah.
With 2 years left?
Well, number one, that they want to make a trade here. And I don't know if you're talking about a Fox trade. I'll take the next 2 years of Dillon Brooks.
Oh, absolutely.
But he's like, it's going to become a situation where, like, where are you going to play at? When is he going to play? Is Thompson about to get all the money? Terry's going to get all the money, or excuse me, all the minutes. I'm sorry. And then
he's going to get the money too. He is not going to be broke.
And then if they make a trade, say not the Fox trade, but say they trade for Devin Booker, like Dylan, you ain't even going to have time for him.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Dylan's
So I think he gets moved.
He's 21 mil next year, 19 after that.
Man, do they want Kevin Huerter for Dylan Brooks?
Yeah, obviously, that's definitely what they want. Part of me wonders is if, like, what would they do? Like, what are they trying to do? They've got money. They've got everything. Would they? No, that's not even enough of a difference. Well, because Kevin would have next year, because you said 21, so 21 next year, 19 the year after. So you lose Trey this offseason, Kevin, because I feel like they'd be more interested in Trey because they, by all accounts, they're looking for they're looking for big splashes. They're looking for Giannis to ask out. They're looking for Kevin Durant. Like they're looking for the biggest fish in the sea, so to speak.
The crazy thing with them too is they don't even have a money problem.
Mm-mm.
Like, so in that situation, like they don't even have to do it because contracts are coming off. Like they don't even have man, they're set up really good.
Yeah.
They're set up really, really nice.
Yeah.
I saw Jayshawn
Tate
Tate
twice
yesterday.
this year.
I'd like to have him. Like, I wonder if they want to just give him away. He don't even play.
Who's that general? Raphael Stone?
They said he has
talk to
a
him.
fractured left hand. Oh no, that's Jabari. Yeah, Jayshawn just didn't even play. Raphael Stone was there last night.
Wow, I would
and a
hope
nice
so.
little
Most of those
Montclair crew neck. I was like, all right, GM. See you, big dog.
You guys shop. You guys shop in the same spots.
I don't know where he shops.
Where do you get yours from?
I don't have a Montclair crew neck. What are you talking about?
Just asking. You ain't got to get all defensive about it.
It's a jacket.
Friendly reminder to be patient with Devin Carter. I know everyone was excited after his first couple of games, but he's going to have ups and downs. He's going to have games where they look kind of like last night. He's going to have games where, they look like his 11-point performance a couple of games ago. Like he's not, and this would be the case even if he was 40 games into his, career, but he's like 4 into his career. Like he just got back there on the floor, and you're going to see a lot of nights that look a bit lost. And that was one of them.
Yeah.
I actually thought Houston might wind up being a really good matchup for him. And not that it was bad. Like I never thought, you got to get Devin Carter off the floor. Never felt that. It wasn't super impactful, which is saying something for the young man because he's already had a couple of really impactful moments as a Sacramento King. So those are just things that are going to come along with him starting the season late and him being a rookie.
Yeah. He did go up against Boston, and then Boston is one of those teams too. But I kind of figure this. I want to say a welcome to the NBA moment, but for a guy trying to work his way back, trying to get a feel for the league as a rookie, going up against that Houston defense, and the size and length they have on the perimeter, that's a tough little introduction here in your first 15 games.
Yeah,
and I wasn't saying I predicted he wouldn't do it, but it'd be tough. It's like, I got to get used to this type of speed. This isn't the South Bay Lakers. These guys are a problem. So it's going to be a number of different nights like that for the rookie as he gets acclimated to the league. And there's going to be nights when he's able to overcome that and he's able to feel comfortable and gain some confidence with his performance. But I'm with you. Just, be patient with him. Let him get his feel.
You're not concerned about the bench not being particularly strong?
Not concerned. Would I want it to be? Absolutely. But I'm not concerned.
Kings are at the bottom, if not the very bottom, they're near the bottom of the league in bench points.
Yeah, I would want it to be better. I understand that, but I'm not concerned because that starting lineup is so strong. And so
you don't care about the minutes, the 30, 37, 38, 39 minutes. That doesn't bother you. Because that's what you're going to have to do.
Not really. Like, once again, I would want it to be different. I would want one more player. Like, so you get John Collins in here, or Kyle Kuzma and Valanciunas, and you're able to, ease the minutes load off these guys a little bit. Yeah, that would be the ideal situation. But if you don't have that, you got to play those guys how you got to play them. Or I'm playing those guys on the bench. I'm monitoring it, but I'm playing him a little bit more.
Playing with fire too.
Are some of those guys you mentioned, like trade targets and all that, are they the difference though between the Kings maybe losing in the first round compared to them winning playoff rounds, like winning in the playoffs? Like you added John Collins here, like maybe the team gets out of the first round. Like, can you see this team as is with their bench and all that, like do anything right now? So I think right now, I think they're locked into a plan. Like I don't think they'll fall out. I think worst case, the Kings are in the plan at the end of the season. I could see them making the playoffs given how close they are to the 6th seed, but like if you're taking this team into the first round of the playoffs, you get 5 guys or whatever. But like besides Keon, I guess, like do you need more to get out of the first round?
I'm gonna just say no. I don't think you need more. I think you can get out of the first round how you are. Do I want more? Yes, but I think you can get out because the starting 5 is so. That starting 5 is legit. Anybody in that 5 can go for 25. Multiple guys can go for 25. 3 guys, 4 guys can go for 20 in a night. And when you're thinking about it, like if the starting lineup, if you got 4 guys going for 20 and the other guy going for 15, like how many points are you really expecting off your bench at that point? And they almost did something like that last night. I think, did everybody have 20 except for Keegan? He had 18.
Is it are we talking like insurance? De'Aaron had 19, strangely enough. 33 for DeMar, excuse me. 18 Keegan, 20 Domas, who actually had kind of a quiet second half. 26 for Malik and 19 for De'Aaron. What's funny about this box score is I'm pretty sure this is the second box score. I had Malik at 28 points. Like I wrote it into the show. I got the box score, the official box score, right after the game ended. This morning, I'm listening to Deuce, and he's talking about 26 points, and he started saying these numbers. I was like, why are all of Deuce's numbers wrong? And I went back to the game. There was a new box score. And
They gonna take my man's points away.
So what I was thinking about, I think it was DeMar who was talking about they took my points away. So like DeMar said it in his post game. He was like, "Yeah, I think I have more points than this," or something like that. I was like, what? So Kings had the wrong box score too. Me and the Kings, me and DeMar DeRozan.
DeMar said, "Hey, they took my points away."
We had the wrong box score. Yeah, 26 from Malik, 19 for De'Aaron. Will Z said the Kings are 28th in the league with 25.5 bench points per game. Only the Lakers at 24.5. And the New York Knicks at 20.4 are worse.
The Knicks are
one is interesting.
The Knicks are one of those teams that some would say unbalanced or whatever, but it's the starters. It's the starters. And you get those other guys like a McBride or a Campaign to come in.
Does that work in game 4, 5, 6? Because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we've got other things to talk about with Sacramento before we start talking about games 4, 5, and 6. But like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so because the rotation shrink anyway in the postseason. Like even if you had
you're right,
a 9-man rotation, it would shrink. Minutes would shrink, and you're getting your best players out there.
You're right, but if they've been shrunken the whole season, doesn't it have potentially a stronger impact?
It could.
Oh.
It could. I don't think no back-to-backs, all that other stuff in the playoffs. I don't.
Well, if it's the Kings and the Warriors, they'll play for 4 weeks.
I think Keon
the Warriors in the playoffs. That's cute.
I think Keon and Trey are fine, but would you feel comfortable rolling out Devin or Kevin in the playoffs?
Devin, yeah.
Devin over Kevin. That's crazy.
Devin or Kevin, I guess.
Devin or Kevin is what I said.
I'm comfortable with Devin Carter being out there for a limited amount of time. You're not?
I'm talking playoffs. Like playoffs, you're going to even to play.
It's not what I want.
I'm talking like playoffs though in this scenario.
Hold on. Let the man answer that when we come back.
Dude, don't stop producing this show. It's okay. What are you, the organizer all of a sudden? Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320.
The organizer. Put it on a shirt. Organizer.
Man, TikTok really about to just be gone, huh?
I thought they extended the ban. Is it? Did they not, or is it a short? I thought they extended the ban a couple weeks or so for TikTok.
Nah, it's Sunday. You got till Sunday, and that bitch is gone.
Because you know who kept me abreast of that? Reese was like, "Oh, yay! They extended the TikTok ban."
Nah, buddy, that thing's gonna be gone.
Shout out to those of us who living on YouTube Shorts.
I'm mostly on Reels anyway.
Yeah, we do, Soren, but I'm a victim to it. I do think social media is a gift and a curse sometimes. I think TikTok is part of
Soren,
that.
TikTok isn't gonna solve any of this country's issues, but like I understand, like the reason why they're getting rid of it is just because it's a foreign government. Like what TikTok does, what I'm sure they do, is no different than what Mark Zuckerberg does. It's no different than what Elon Musk does. It's exactly the same.
I'm gonna get me a jersey.
All right, so we were talking about the Sacramento Kings bench. Jesse asked, "Cool marching Kevin Huerter and Devin Carter out there during the postseason."
We'll go Kevin or Devin, I guess. We'll go 8-man rotation. We're
Okay.
good with Keon and Trey.
And you are or aren't okay with it? Again, I'm not
wouldn't
saying it's ideal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be okay marching Kevin out there. They call it what it is right now. Like wouldn't feel comfortable sending him out there. And Devin, right? Like I'm only going off of what I've seen. Like I don't know if Devin's ready to give the Kings 10, 15 minutes in the playoffs. Like each game. He could be at the end of the season, but right now it's just I don't know. So like I wouldn't feel comfortable with either of those guys.
I'd feel fine. I'd feel fine with it. Like, well, we couldn't beat the Lakers because we don't have one more guy.
I don't think you're playing the Lakers in the first round.
No,
Right now, if you're the sixth seed,
Houston.
If you're the sixth seed, you're playing the Memphis Grizzlies, who lead the league in bench points, or you're playing the Rockets or Thunder.
You beat them 2 weeks ago. No Ja.
Well, it's 1-1 with Memphis.
Yeah.
It's 2-0 with Houston, right? Regular season games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm just asking. I'm just a broadcast journalist, man. I'm asking questions.
I once again.
I think we learned too. Regular season isn't necessarily the playoffs.
Yeah, you get.
We learned that in Beam Team 1.
You get a heavy dose of them starters. Like you ain't gonna be messing around with Huerters and Carters and stuff like that. It's gonna be damn near a 7-man rotation. Like you can. I think you can do that in the postseason. Once again, I'm not saying don't try to improve. Like,
Yeah.
Go try and get you somebody to help you out. But I think, like I said, I think the starters are that good. Like they got a lot of the times when you look at these teams, they got liabilities offensively in the starting lineup. That's why you need like that bench scoring.
Mhm.
There are no liabilities on this team, on the starting five.
Mhm.
So, like number one, you're always keeping at least two, or you should always be keeping at least two of those guys on the floor. So you've got the scoring there for that. So you don't necessarily need Huerter, Carter, or whatever to come in and give you 11 every night off the bench, because you're playing this rotation of these guys for the majority of the time. And that's not the perfect scenario, but that's how this team is set up, and that's how they're going to try to win. And we'll see what happens. But
Kyle attempting to sneak in like every Friday is my new favorite Friday gimmick.
The world's worst ninja.
It's just the world's worst ninja.
now, to be fair to Kyle, he does sneak in on the radio. Like,
He does.
they may
Yeah.
not know.
That's
No.
all I care about.
No, I know. Of course, that's all you, because you're a professional.
Real radio guy.
You are a big time Matt Nahigan's finest right here. Absolutely. Matt Nahigan would be proud. Matt, if you're listening, salute. You're not listening. You're definitely not. You're probably yelling at Guru or something right about now.
Look at us though. 2 weeks ago, the sky was falling. Now we're talking about the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah. And like, we'll win.
The team's one game above 500. That's the crazy part.
We're all gas,
Like-
no brakes on this show.
Like,
You know that.
That's the thing the people who call Sacramento Sacktown wouldn't understand. Where we were a couple of weeks ago, like
We haven't even talked about them. Yeah, like playing might be tough. It's like, yeah, what are they going to do in the first round of the playoffs?
yeah, what are they going to do in the Western Conference Finals with Devin Carter?
Some people in that time said, I ain't talking about the Kings no
No, how'd that go?
more.
They're 21-20. That's what we're talking about right now.
And the place was lit last night too.
But
21 and
along
22.
with Oklahoma City, the Indiana Pacers, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, who got their ass kicked last night.
That was a beatdown.
Hottest teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, OKC is by themselves winning 9 of the last 10. Cleveland,
And that's
Sacramento, and Indiana have all won 8 of their last 10.
We go even crazier with them though, because they won probably 19 to 20. The Thunder.
OKC. Oh yeah, the one loss was it's worse. It's worse. It's crazier than that, because wasn't the one loss the Cleveland one?
It was 15 when they.
It was
lost
the
to
streak
Cleveland.
snapper.
And they've won maybe about 5 or 6 since then, or 4, 5 or 6. Damn! Wow.
How many is it? Oh, it's 4. Can I count? Yes, I can. It's 4. You're right. It's 4.
19 to 20 for them guys. Wow. So I mean, I hear you, Jesse. I'm not even disagreeing with you, but I think this is what you have, and I think because of the start, I'm really high on the starting lineup. I think they're okay. They're just kind of constructed differently. You know what I mean? Like I'll just pull up like the Cavs or whatever. Like the Cavs are starting Dean Wade.
Wade. Yep.
So yes, you need Karis LeVert off the bench, because Dean Wade, I don't even know. He's probably, my guess is he's averaging 6 points a game. Boom. Are you for real? 6.0. I'm the man. I'm the man. That's a win. That's a win. Are you for real? That's a win. 6.0.
This is a little sad right
Do
here.
you?
6.0. I got it on the dot. Stop playing with me.
I'm so happy.
Let's go.
I'm so happy. It's a 3-day week.
This is what happens when they don't let you take steroids anymore.
No, the funny part is, like, he clearly had the screen up.
Yeah.
No,
And no,
who's
and
ready to go?
okay, no. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my producer. So now all of a sudden we're working on the honor system, and he just throws out 6 points. 6 points, just like I said.
Yeah, shout out. Throw that back to last year.
I
Hey,
had the Cavs depth chart up here. I seen Dean Wade starting, and I said he's probably averaging 6 points. Clicked on it to see if I was right, and lo and behold, 6.0. Not
That's-
even
that's the same trick you pulled last year.
I just want, you're lying in front of Vanessa. Like,
Yeah, we're trying to-
look.
I'm trying
Vanessa,
to teach Vanessa radio, and you're lying.
You're in here lying.
Vanessa, you see how these people do me, man? It's
You
crazy.
just
man.
up here
It's
lying to
crazy.
my girl. I've known this girl. She's a hardworking young lady, and you just up here showing her that the way you get ahead is lie.
That's
Are you proud?
just trust.
That's how Eddie Guerrero
I
did
don't
it, to
know-
be
I don't
honest.
know what these guys are talking about.
And she just took a note. Lie and get ahead. Wow. Wow.
Is that the name of the game?
That's Casey's trick right there, though. Like last, hey, how much money did Kyrie make?
One time I attempted to rig the system.
That's all that.
And you never live it down.
And then he hit me and I guess redacted. Not really redacted, but you know, it's at the other place we were at Bar West, I think. Yeah. If I did, I would have picked Luca. Hit us with it if I did it.
If I did. I'm looking, I'm looking at other teams. Let's go to Orlando. Tristan Da Silva and what's my man? I forgot how to pronounce his name, but the big guy, Goga. Like those are your starters. Yes, you need your bench to provide what they're not. Tristan Da Silva's averaging 8. Haven't looked at Goga. Let me look right now. I think Goga's averaging 7. Let me click on it.
Bro, you're losing points. You might not even be pronouncing his name right.
9.6.
Gogo was one of the oddities back in the Attitude Era who came out with the Cartman doll. That was older.
I hated those guys.
I'm pretty sure it was Baby Yoda's name.
Do you remember? Do you know who that was under the mask?
No.
Really?
No, I don't know.
Do you?
Nah.
It was Earthquake. It's a shoot. It was Earthquake.
He was pretty old. Well, no, he just looked
No,
old
he just
early.
looked old. Yeah,
just
he wasn't
looked
really.
old
I don't think he's with us
He was
anymore.
like 27.
I think he had something.
Tugboat's not with us either, huh?
No, I think Tugboat's with us. I don't know. That's the Shockmaster.
Tugboat was the Shockmaster?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
Tugboat. You didn't know? You didn't?
No, I didn't know that either.
No,
I just know the Shockmaster is a Shockmaster.
No,
That's it.
Yeah, no, Tugboat was the Shockmaster.
That's crazy. I learned 2 things today. Man. But
Fred. Yeah, Fred is with us. Tugboat's with us. He's 68 years old.
All right. Glad to see that. Glad to see that. But these other teams that we consider are really good, they need
man.
production.
That's crazy. Earthquake passed away. He was only 42 years old when he passed away. What's even crazier is he was 42 in the year 2006. He was in his 20s in his run with Hogan. He looked 47.
Earthquake sat on the snake, right?
Yeah. The
worst,
worst
teams of all time.
in the history of
What? That was a good one.
I'm still mad about that, to be honest. I was like, oh, Kenny's got something good right now. And then you said, I was like, wait, like that's it?
Oh, that was awful. So bad.
That was a good one. Come on.
He squashed the snake. And then Jake had to look in the bag and did the big dramatic turnaround and fell in the corner.
Damien was that snake, right?
Right.
And then he had another. It was a different name for the other one, huh?
I believe it was Lucifer.
Oh my gosh! Well, they didn't have to go there.
Well, Damien is.
Well, that's true.
Same family.
It's the same.
That's true. That's true.
Same family of names right there.
That is true. But yeah, man. Like I think the way they're set up, like I did Orlando, go to Denver.
Mhm.
Christian Brown, he's averaging 13.6. He's actually having a good season. He'd like be the Keegan Murray of this whole deal. But their bench ain't strong either, though. Like Denver's bench is not that good. So they got Russ.
Yeah, but we also
Russ is killing.
Yeah, Russ is a starter now, though. For now.
Yeah, because
Gordon's out and
Murray's
they're missing
day-to-day.
someone else.
Murray's day to day.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he had it. All right. Okay. I don't want to talk about Jamal Murray because I might fire off a bad take.
Uh-oh. Well, no, they gotta be the organizer. Get away from
Okay, all right. There you go. All right. So you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Eddie Gonzalez going to join us here in just about 15 minutes or so. He had a pretty newsworthy appearance last week. He'll be with us. We'll talk Kings with him. We'll get an update on the Rockets and Heat, who appear to be at a complete stalemate. And I got some thoughts on Phoenix. I want to run by him. Obviously, we're keeping a close eye on the Phoenix Suns. I thought I read the scoreboard wrong for the briefest of moments last night and thought that the Wizards had beaten the Suns 123-120. And I kind of slid over a little bit further, like, oh, that says 130. Okay. I was like, it's really bad in Phoenix.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that yesterday, maybe off the air. It's like, bro, you really can't lose this game.
Yeah,
Like, you cannot be losing to Washington.
Yeah.
If you're any team, but
That's
especially
a
if you're
6-win
like
team.
Phoenix trying to get things together, you lose to Washington.
I mean, that's why Jim Parks and the Warriors fan base was so upset. Like, the Raptors were a 9-win team when they won. Now they're on a winning streak. I take that back. I think they were an 8-win team when they won.
Yeah.
Now they're on a win streak.
Yeah.
Won 2 in a row.
Never lost.
But
I was
you
thinking,
don't want to lose to a team 40 games into the season that has single-digit victories.
No, hell no. I was thinking about this on the drive-in. Who's the Jim Parker Kings Twitter?
Oh, I don't think we have one of those.
I'm sure we do. Sure we do.
Maybe I might not.
You want to start naming names first? Or?
I might not spend enough time on Twitter, but I don't think we.
I mean, Jim is a one of one. I'm not saying we have.
Jim is unhinged.
Yeah, we don't have an exact Jim Park, but there's some regulars out there that are
just angry tweeting.
Yeah, feels like it.
It might have been Tim. Tim used to fire off some pretty angry tweets.
No, it was Jim Park.
Tim Maxwell.
Tim was absolutely Jim Park.
Tim used to fire off some pretty frustrated tweets, but they would be like condescending and sarcastic too. Tim might be up there.
Oh no, Soren says Matt.
Oh, it's not Matt George.
It is not Matt George. Call Matt George the Jim Park of King's Twitter.
It's not Matt George.
There is no.
Kyle says it's the Deuce and Mo chat. That's pretty funny.
There is no Jim Park for sure, but Tim is a good one.
Tim's a good one.
Tim was.
Tim is a good one.
On 95.7, they probably read Tim Maxwell's
tweets. Well, no, you're not even allowed to talk about the Kings over there.
Well,
Butch tells you, I don't want to talk about the Kings. I don't want to talk about them. Come on, TC. Do other teams have a Jill?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Jill different in a good way. Like
Jill damn near an NBA insider at this point.
Jill knows like assistant GMs and stuff like that. Like, so and so is cool and all that.
Yeah, Jill different. I don't know if I'm sure maybe there are one or two, throughout the league. But I don't know if every fan base has a
if I know they did the Hall of Fame gimmick for sign lady, like Jill should be in a Kings fan Hall of Fame.
Where do I sign up for that?
Yeah, that's easy.
Mm-hmm.
That's easy.
We got Jill pointing out the WrestleMania sign.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Jill probably doesn't even get that reference, but that's good stuff. So yeah, Eddie will be with us, and then of course James Ham at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll touch on the divisional round here real quick. We talked about some of it with Kyle Madson. You guys both called it. I think the whole world is calling the Ravens Bills the headliner of the weekend.
I need a Lamar jersey. Like I'm really invested in this game. I got feelings.
I'm kind of with you on that one. I want this so bad for so many damn reasons.
I'll be hurt if they lose. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be hurt.
I feel the same way.
If I'll tell you this: if the Ravens get to the Super Bowl, I'll buy us all Lamar jerseys and we wear them on the same day. We just got to get here early enough. So one of our favorite morning show hosts over at 98 Rock sees our time. I might get him one too. I
forgot about that aspect of it too.
Oh,
I need him to win.
No, if Lamar gets to the Super Bowl, then he's with us. He broke all the narratives. He won all the big games. He's in the Super Bowl. He won big games. He did what you wanted him to.
If we can get Paul with us on Lamar, I will. It might be my proudest moment. It might be our biggest moment as a show.
What about Jalen Hurts?
Him?
Yeah, getting Paul on this. What about?
Well, I think there's a lot of people who don't like Jalen Hurts.
Whatever Paul said about Jalen Hurts, he might be right.
I know. No, you know who he likes? He likes Jaden.
Oh, Jaden's the truth.
Yeah, he likes Jaden a lot.
How can you not like Jaden? Well,
he watched Jaden too.
Lamar?
He doesn't dislike Lamar.
He doesn't trust
Paul.
Lamar.
Paul is just a bigger version of Rich from anywhere.
True.
Rich hates that man.
All they say is they want to see him win a big game, which I don't necessarily buy, but all right, if he does it here.
No, Rich from anywhere will convince you that Lamar Jackson is not good at his job at all.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Paul will just say, Paul's a little bit different, is he'll just say, yeah, Lamar just makes mistakes at the wrong time. Like he when you talk about the MVP, and we did this too, he doesn't have that moment. Josh Allen had the moment against Kansas City. Right. And if you wanted to make an argument for Saquon had moments. Lamar just didn't have them.
and we're having a good time. But to be fair to Paul, he says the same thing about Josh Allen.
Oh, the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Which means somebody's
has got to go.
See, but Paul's also the same type of guy who will be like, yeah, the Bills won in spite of Josh Allen. Or in spite of Lamar Jackson. Like Derrick Henry ran for whatever, and Lamar, fumbled the ball. Like that's what he'll. Yeah. But if we can get Paul to come on this show and praise Lamar Jackson, I will be thrilled.
I'm with you guys though. I don't even do that. I don't like nobody but the Niners. I don't like nobody but the Niners. I rock with the Ravens.
I might get I'll get a white one. Yeah, I want the white with the purple.
Yeah, that's your bag.
That's cold. Yeah,
I want.
I'll get you guys the black one. Yeah. You want a purple one?
Let me get the white jersey.
Okay, there you go. Me and Jesse. You got the white merino.
I got that.
You're a white jersey guy.
Yeah,
cool. You got a white Celtics jersey.
Green. I got a green Larry Bird. I got green Larry Bird, green Rondo, and then shout out to the Robert Williams one that lived about 2 days and they got traded.
You got it. Wait,
Robert Williams was my favorite player on the Celtics. So I got a Robert Williams jersey. Yes, don't do that. Yes.
Well, what do you do with it now?
I let it hang in my closet and I kind of reminisce on what could have been.
Just knowing you're never going to get that money back.
It's all good. Hey, that's part of being a fan.
You can wear it.
Oh, sorry. I got to get a Tatum jersey like everyone else. Sorry, my favorite player wasn't Tatum.
That's why you live in the throwbacks.
Well, we never forget that tweet or that text.
Hey, chill out. It was a bad moment. That's all it was. It was a bad moment. It was a moment of weakness. Tatum is number one.
Tatum is number one.
I wonder if I can search that tweet out.
It wasn't a tweet, it was a text.
Well, that's what I meant. Sorry.
So all you gotta do is search up Tatum.
Well, that's what I did, but not surprisingly, we talk about Tatum a lot. But this was a long. Well, no, this isn't going to be that hard to find. It won't be that hard.
I'm not gonna lie. I remember too. I was stressing. I was going through it. Celtics hadn't won a title at the time. I was like, I don't know if they're gonna get it done.
I think that happened at the end of the first quarter. I think Tatum had like 36 for the rest of the three quarters.
It was like a game in March too, I think.
He went crazy.
I'm good with Brad. Team just isn't good enough, so Ainge has to do something to surround Brown and Tatum with help.
All right, sounds right.
No, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That was sent on March 12th, 2021. It's not the one we're looking for, though. No, there's Jesse working. Look at him producing. Tatum is on one right now. Those are kind words right there.
Did he delete the?
I can't delete it on your guys' phone.
He might have taken my phone.
I unsent it or what?
Unsend. Unsend is crazy. I
don't know. Sounds like my Tatum takes are all pretty spot on.
I can't find it. Jesse deleted it. He got into my phone and deleted the text. Because that was a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
I
think it was
maybe if I search Brown.
Was it
instead.
Bean Team? Excuse me. Bean Team 1 year? Or was it the year before? Might have been the year before.
Sad thing is I deleted all my messages a year prior, so I only have what's recent.
Oh man. But that's the one thing that
guess I'm not guilty.
Man, he's acquitted. If the glove does not fit.
He's acquitted. What's the tribal chief talking about?
Well,
when we walked in, I looked to see if we were on the air.
Tribal chief come in there. But that's one of the things I do with the 49ers jersey. This Debo Samuel thing, it kind of scared me off, man. I don't think I can get a current jersey, man. It's just gonna be it's gonna be another Rice.
I feel the same way.
Young. It's gonna be a Montana, something like that, man. I want the Dion. I want the white 94 season Dion, but I can't find the white one. They got the red one. So yeah, man.
When this KSFM show starts, I'm gonna find this damn text that he sent.
I'm not gonna lie, my heart just dropped when Aaron just walked in too.
What did he want?
No, because I'm going to the game on Sunday, so he's asking about.
Oh, nice.
We just had a conversation off air. It was like because we were all there last night. We were like, "Oh man, was Jesse there?" And I was like, "Nah, Jesse don't ever go to the game."
I was there. Hey,
he goes to one.
I was
there.
Well,
that's when we remember Tunnel Tapia.
Well, I was there for the Pistons game.
That's right, he was there.
That was my first. Hey, no, hey, listen. I was there for the Pistons game, right? was there for the first 3 quarters. Hey, babe, you got to go to work early. Let's go. They won. Get home. Mike Brown's fired.
Oh man, Tunnel Tapia though. I'll never forget Tunnel Tapia. That was crazy. Oh, shout out.
Thanks for giving me your tickets that day.
Shout out Soren. Jesse. If I text it.
Well, yep. I'm gonna find it. It's gonna take me too much. Maybe it was JT. I tried to search Brown. That wasn't it. Tatum didn't work. I'm gonna find it.
I remember too, because that was the first time I was like, oh, maybe the Twitter people were right. I don't know.
Did he just call him zero?
No.
No, I don't think I don't do that. I don't do that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm a big numbers guy. I'm a 5'10".
We'll throw the Tatum text right behind number 1 defense, my ass.
You think that's because that was public. That was public. That was funny. And man, did it go bad quick.
I saw that highlight a couple weeks ago. No, you tweeted it.
Yeah,
you were like, this was the.
I'll hold on to that highlight tight. I hold on to that one near and dear to my heart.
Did
it was all bad after that too.
Does anyone think the Commanders can get it done?
I'm picking them to win.
You're picking them to win?
I got the Lions, but yeah, they can get it done. Detroit's defense, they're still dealing with injuries and all that. So
I'm not buying it. It kind of feels like Minnesota wasn't as good on offense, and I say that to say when we last saw the Lions, they held them to 9. Like, oh, that defense, they might have figured some stuff out.
Yeah,
maybe they did. I'm not buying it. Sorry, Coach Chris. I think Washington is going to have their way offensively against the Lions, but the Lions have the offense to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
So they could. I'm not saying they're doomed because of that, but I'm gonna pick Washington in that game.
Washington's defense is going to step up because I don't know if the Commanders are hanging 40 on the Lions or anything like that. But if they're able to keep them like around 25, I can see the Commanders taking that game.
Real quick,
okay.
I do have prize picks for divisional round.
Well, let's get it in there.
Yeah, I do have that.
Well, we got music for it. I don't know why we don't use it.
Hey.
Straight cash, homie.
Let's get it. Bean Money won yesterday for the first time in like a couple of weeks. I was on a bad losing streak, but Bean Money won last night. Got that divisional round prize picks lineup for your boy. I got Jaden Daniels 1.5 TDs. I'm going more. That's a little demon too, right there. That's a demon. Derrick Henry 0.5 rush or receiving touchdowns. I went more. CJ Stroud a TD pass, half a TD pass. I went more.
Okay.
Xavier Worthy, more than 4.5 rushing yards. Give me that. And Jared Goff, I went more than 271.5 passing yards. So I'll post the lineup on socials. Remember, put that promo code KIFM in there to get a free $50 instantly after your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. PrizePick.com for more details.
Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Manny, you got to get you one. Oh, snap. All right, no, we got a 13th round real quick, because I gotta talk about this because I was like, yo, what they talking about? What they talking about? Let me get this up, man. Oh, man. I'll find it. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. It'll be a short one. It'll be a quick one. Damn, I don't know if I'm going to find it in time. I don't know if I'm going to find it in time. I'm not going to half-ass the 13th round either. Wish I could find it. The whole thing is I don't know if it's true. We'll talk about it. Actually, I did find it. We'll talk about it. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes over there. And we got to talk about a potential doubleheader fight that looks fire. Looks fire. If this goes down, this is how, first of all, this is how you build something as well. But if this goes down at Madison Square Garden, and I think they were trying to say March or May, this would be fire. Rumors are out there that Ryan Garcia is going to make his return to the ring against Isaac Pitbull Cruz on a fight at the Garden. Fire in itself. But co-headlining that, Devin Haney going up against Jose Ramirez. Now, once again, I haven't found what I'm looking for. It was the Spanish version of ESPN, Chiva. I think it's Chiva ESPN or ESPN. I don't know, but they're affiliate. The guy who put it out there is affiliated with the Mexican affiliate for ESPN, saying that's what he heard. I haven't heard anybody else say it per se. They're just citing him. But if that goes down, that would be fire. That's what we need, because you've got Ryan and Devin Haney circling each other for a rematch. You get them on the same card. You get them winning that one. Then you start the build up for their rematch, which I think is one of the biggest fights in boxing right now. But not even that. Those are two dangerous fights. Now, I think Ryan handles Pitbull Cruz. I think Devin Haney outworks Jose Ramirez, but that ain't no slouches. So if that were to go down, that would be a good look. And that would be, I shouldn't say a good start for 2025, because they got a nice little card going down in about three weeks or so. But that's what boxing needs right there. That would be fire. So let's all pray. Let's cross our fingers that goes down. Ryan Garcia, Pitbull Cruz, Devin Haney, Jose Ramirez. Let's make it happen at the Garden. That's the 13th round. Let me get this off here. Although he could have joined me for the 13th round. This is true. Look at my man Eddie right here, man. He could have joined me for the 13th round.
I was just reading about that too. So
I haven't found anybody else kind of like say it's. I just seen the one source. But if that goes down, that's fire.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Ryan and Pitbull fight. Like I think some fireworks there. I'm curious about the weights. But besides that, I'm excited to see what's going on. And you see Tio, he trying to get in on it, and I think he's the best of the bunch. So, I think he's the best of the bunch. So,
I think Ryan could get him.
I think Ryan has the most.
They all can get each other. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Ryan.
All right. Interrupting boxing talk with Eddie and KC here. So we back here on the radio. We welcome our brother Eddie Gonzalez in. My man, it was quite a newsworthy appearance you had with us last week. As it kind of feels like this. You dropped some dimes on us, but man, it feels like this whole thing with Jimmy and Pat and Miami and all that is just at a stalemate. Feels like it's not going.
Everything was at a standstill after last week. Jimmy had a much talked about meeting with Heat owner Mickey Arison yesterday, and I think you're going to see the talks pick up a little bit more here. People talking about this could be done before today's game, should be done by the end of the weekend. Whatever happened in that meeting, I'll let you draw your own conclusions. The Miami Heat are suddenly much more motivated to get this trade done with. People are wondering if he's going to be at the arena today. They play the Denver Nuggets in about 3 hours. Again, the push has come to shove here, and we're going to see what's going to happen with Jimmy Butler real soon. This will not take up until the deadline, I don't believe.
Okay.
Do you think that Jimmy Butler, because I feel like they're separate, but I'll ask you, do you think Jimmy Butler is like the domino people are waiting to fall so other deals might get made, or are it's in its own separate lane?
I think just because he's kind of made it clear there's only a few places he's willing to go to. He's kind of, by all reports, been pretty lively about where he does want to go to. It's limited in that sense. But like we talked about last week, and there's been a lot of noise behind the scenes, and the conversations I've had, it's just noise. It's just people kind of hoping and wishing. But I think a lot of teams are kind of wondering, hey, if this Phoenix thing doesn't go right, what happens next? Saw a report this week about the Rockets looking into Devin Booker, and they would love Devin Booker. I'm sure they would. I've heard some murmurs about some teams that are interested about Kevin, and everybody would love Kevin. So I think it's kind of, that might be the domino, but if Jimmy then goes to Phoenix, then it's just kind of locked in, and then we wait to the deadline. We wait for the Nets, and we wait for the Raptors, and we wait for these teams that are going to be sellers, and maybe the Jazz.
So I think it's his own isolated thing for now.
Is there any reason to believe that Kevin Durant's going to be traded? And
No.
don't you talk to him like, hey, here's what we're thinking about? Like, you don't just trade Kevin Durant, do you?
Yeah. I mean, I can say in my personal experience, like, I don't run every rumor by Kevin. Like, we'll never get off the phone. Every once in a while, there's one I'm like, hey, I gotta let you know this is. I'm hearing this might come out. I'm hearing this is what say, yo, what's going on? Even just as the bro, like, hey man, like, is this real? But to my understanding, like, he doesn't want to leave. He's never asked to leave. He's not gonna ask to leave. So that's well wishing and hoping from other teams, I would imagine. But there's been no inclination of that. I know people are. Much like I did. I mean, I did the same thing. I'm guilty of it as well. But people are connecting dots and saying, hey, look, Phoenix's path out of this hole is this. There was a piece on the Ringer about it this week as well. I know people are doing that. But as far as I know behind the scenes, like, there's no offers being made. There's no conversations being had. There's no reason to believe he will actually be traded anytime soon.
And the interesting thing, you talked about this last week, and I agree with you. It's just another path that, maybe they should look at. But you said Phoenix is maybe even more of a no-go than KD is them trading Devin Booker. Like,
yeah, you can't do that. That's a tough sell. I mean, that's selling your homegrown Olympian, All-NBA, All-Star player, a guy who got you to the finals, played great in playoffs. That's tough to do as an organization. I think, as fans, when we fantasy book these trades and we go in the trade machine and the math works and, you see that green success box pop up and you're like, hey, you could do this. You're also running a business, you're also running a fan-infused business, and you have to sell tickets and you have bottom lines. And as an owner who just paid billions and billions of dollars for this organization, you cannot be the guy who then goes and trades Devin Booker 2 years in and says, all right, by the way, but buy season tickets next year and, keep us afloat so we can start the next iteration of the Phoenix Suns. This is probably the best, again, homegrown talent drafted by them since before Barkley. Like, Nash you brought in a trade. Amari is up there, but Amari is probably Devin Booker. Like, you got great guys that you love, but it's different. So I just don't see it unless there's some trade. You're getting another superstar bag and a ton of picks and all that, and that's just not happening.
You watch your favorite team, your real favorite team on national TV last night?
Well, I mean, I
did. I saw the Houston Rockets. They look good, man.
I'm going to say, you conflicted out here, man. You conflicted. That was a good game.
Shout out my guy, Royal Ivy, man. Be real. Those was fouls. All three of them was fouls.
Well, I don't know the third one. I don't know the third one you're talking about, but Dylan Brooks fouled twice for sure.
Yeah, all of them. They was all fouls. What you talking about?
All three Dylan Brooks. The one they reviewed, I didn't see any contact. That was kind of crazy.
On his forearm.
The one before the whistle, that was kind of crazy. Like, are we grown men playing basketball or are we not? And the one he fouled out was like, all right, come on.
You can't pull him back. And clearly the ball was sitting there because it went to where the pass was going to go. Dylan pulls him to the gain of leverage.
Beams were lit last night.
If that call was on, was on Kevin Huerter, I don't know y'all would be so adamant. It was a really good game and a really good showcase of the Kings and Golden One Arena and Sacramento in general. It was a really good showcase of the Rockets as well. I'm happy Jalen started hot. Jalen Green started hot, had a little funk, and then really picked it up in the end of the fourth quarter. Some crazy shots. So one of the more fun teams to watch right now. They're almost all the way whole. They obviously Fred didn't play yesterday, but they got Tari Eason back. Yo, Tari Eason and Amen Thompson.
Oh my God!
If they get to the playoffs healthy, and they get to just guard you at your point of attack and your pick and roll, and I love De'Aaron Fox. Y'all know I'm a De'Aaron Fox fan. But the way Amen was able to just pressure his dribble, like you just do not see that every day. It reminded me, remember when Kawhi did that to Ben McLemore? Like he just wouldn't let Ben McLemore dribble for like a quarter.
Poor Ben.
It was like that. And it was some of them were fouls and they had like a mix up and they dove and like all this. But that dude is so athletic. Shout out to the Bay. Like him and his brother, like watching them play, and you see guys like LeBron say, "Oh, they're more athletic than all of us." It's insane watching them do what they do. Alfred Sengun has gotten better defensively. Had a great display of that late in that game yesterday. Got caught on the island with Malik Monk. Like, you know, they're figuring it out over there, so they're exciting. But I do want to talk about the hometown team because I want to ask y'all, what has changed in the last 10 games? Because
vibes.
It's like, is it as simple as that? Is it as simple as we're giving my guy some straight turns ankle yesterday, but is it as simple as like, all right, we're making slight adjustments to the lineup? What's going on? Because they do look like a much different motivated. They're having more fun. I love Mike Brown. I know y'all love Mike Brown. I love Doug Christie. I've loved Doug Christie since I was at Valley High School. But what has changed, my friends? What is going on?
Yeah, I love Doug more than Mike. To be clear, you talk about obviously a slight adjustment to the lineup, or lineups, the way that the guys are playing and all of that. And we've been, and truth be told, I don't know, we've been trying to figure this out since they started winning after that LA game. And you talk about a slight adjustment to the lineup, it just might be a slight change in the delivery to the message. Mike is and this is the only way I can figure out how to describe it. Mike is a teacher, and Mike might be like an over teacher, where I've known players who get really frustrated with coaches who stop practice or stop shoot arounds and say no, and then talk for 20 minutes. By all accounts, Mike did that. Doug doesn't. Doug uses the word trust a lot when he talks, pre, post. Even said it on the sideline last night. He uses the word trust a lot, and I think he genuinely means that. Like, he trusts these guys to go out there and play basketball. If DeMar DeRozan wants to look off Malik Monk in the corner, he trusts that DeMar DeRozan is going to hit that mid-range shot that he's going to take. He trusts Keegan Murray to take 8 threes that Kyle Madson was talking about earlier. I think it's just a difference in the delivery of the message, and it has the guys playing a little more. Again, the word that they use is free. I'll say it has them playing a little bit more relaxed, and that and because I think when you're able to get a couple games and you win games, when you lose a 16-point lead and you go on an 8-0 lead and then you give up a 10-0 lead, that type of stuff helps you. That's all right. We've done this before. We got this, and it gives you the resilience to battle in games like that on your home floor. That message about the beam and the light in the city, they seem to have taken that to heart, because I don't think they've lost at home since.
5 straight at the crib.
Yeah, like they take winning at the Golden One Center very seriously after the disastrous start they got off to at home.
So sometimes it's as simple as knowing the 5, right? You put Ellis in there, and you really feel like, look, this is our best group, and you mix in Monk, and Monk seems to be playing a little bit more free as well. He's handling it seems like more of the ball handling duties when he's on the court. And it's just like, I don't know, they look night and day. There's some like little small schematic tweaks, but for the most part, they just seem faster. They just seem to have more energy. We talk about Doug real quick though. I don't mean to interview y'all, but like I've been watching Doug Christie since I've been watching Doug Christie since he had the curl, since he was on the Raptors, and we was all excited to get him out here. And it's like, all right, we got some defense, and watching him guard Kobe and guard T-Mac and guard all these dudes all these years. But did y'all see him doing this? Did y'all see him doing this when he was on the TV crew? Like, even when he got added to the staff, like I wouldn't go so far as calling it like ceremonial or something like that. But I never envisioned it as like, all right, he's in the next chair. He's next up in line if need be. Same thing with Bobby, and Bobby's doing stuff. Bobby's still killing it now. But did y'all see this? Like, kind of, you're closer to the team than me, with the role he had with the organization?
Well, there's 2 different questions. It feels like somebody, I'll say, if Vivek wanted Doug around.
Well, I'll start with this and I'll get out your way. Doug didn't move here to be a broadcaster. he moved here because he wanted to coach. When he came back, before he went on Grant's show, before being the commentator, before any of that, the reason he moved back to Sacramento, California is because he wanted to coach. And he knew being in Sacramento was probably, because Vlade was here, his best opportunity to be a coach was to be in Sacramento. That's why he moved back. The other stuff happened. The radio thing happened. The television thing happened. It was never what he wanted.
Right.
He wanted to be a coach. And I don't know why. Maybe it was ceremonial to be added to Mike's staff. But, like, could I have seen it? Absolutely. Like, Doug is a teacher. So, I mean, interrupt you, but Doug moved here to coach. Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. And, you know, you talk to people and you kind of don't even have to talk to people. You just kind of read what's going on. Vivek believed in him.
Yeah.
Vivek, whether it's after talking to him for so long or hearing him talk about it, he believed in his ability to lead and teach. And Dame's.
And you know who else believes in him that still talks to him? Vivek, meaning Vlade.
There you go.
Vlade is here all of the time.
Right.
You don't think he's talking to Vivek like, hey, there's no harder workers in the game than him.
And those are people that are close and see Doug, you know, talk to him and have relationships with him for X amount of years. You've known him on a personal level before, you know what I mean? And you can see, I don't know Doug other than when I see him dap up or whatever, never had a conversation with him. And I see, no, that guy, he's perfect for what this team needs. He would be a great coach. And, you know, I didn't see this like happening right now, but if you asked me a year ago, do you think Doug Christie, wherever he's going to be, is going to be a good coach? I said, oh, absolutely. His approach to teaching people, his approach to the game of basketball, his approach to getting people to buy in to his view on how the game should be played is perfect. To me, it's perfect. And I think whether he stays here or whatever happens, he's a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a teacher.
Yeah, I think when you watch him talk, even last night during the game, he did his, you know, in between quarter thing with Taylor Rooks. There's something to simplifying it. There's something to trusting the guys. There's something to saying, look, we all know how to play basketball. You know what I mean? And there's something to leadership as well. And you go back to those teams that he was on, very often they were leaning on him. Like, obviously, he has C-Web, but C-Web is his own kind of guy. And you know, he had his own issues being out here in the sack and dealing with the media. But, like, when you get in the huddle and you get in the trenches, a lot of times they're leaning on him. They're leaning on Mike, you know. And so I'm not surprised that Doug is the leader that he is in his dedication to the game over the last 30 years now at this point has shined through. And I know a lot of times we can kind of turn him into like a character, you know, even when he was doing the TV stuff and he was having his bright suits and his bright ties and you know,
he punched someone in the face too.
We see him punching Rick Fox, or people bring up Jackie and all this stuff. But like, this is a guy who's a lifer at this sport and started at the end of this bench and said, look, I'm locked in. Like you said, went to the one place he knew he could coach. And now he's got his opportunity. And it's funny because that very first game they lost and everybody's like, oh man, new coach, ain't they? And then they settled in and they went on that run. And those were some good wins. Those weren't just like, you know, like the Knicks in December. Like, they weren't just grabbing whoever and beating up on whoever they got. They went on the road, won a bunch of games. That's a tough game they won yesterday, even without Fred VanVleet. That's a tough game they won, and they won it in the clutch. And whatever you think of the fouls, they held on tight at the end of that game and finished it off. They just look different. And, like, I hate how simplified that is, but sometimes it is simple.
You know how you know Doug a good man? He ain't lied to Taylor one time yesterday in that interview.
He kept it a stack.
He ain't lied one time.
You want to talk about, like, because after the game for sure, who had like the biggest line of people waiting to see her or get an autograph? It was Taylor Rooks.
I bet, yeah.
Taylor Rooks. I was down there with.
Well, you was in line. Oh no! Is that? Oh, that's why you was down there. You was going down there to get.
Man.
I did not meet Taylor. The homies in the group chat might have asked me if I went to see. I said no, I did not meet Taylor. No, I did. I'm here for basketball.
Taylor's great at all that stuff though. Like, yo, to your group chat, if they get the opportunity to get the picture with Taylor, she will take the picture. She is very kind and polite. But yeah, man,
it was a bunch.
I don't want to talk too much about that, but I understand. It'd be a line when she comes around.
There was a bunch of people waiting to just say hi or to get a picture with Taylor. But we said this when it looked like Doug was going to be the coach. The respect that he commands.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with Doug Christie, that's probably says more about you than it does Doug Christie. There's nobody out there that I've come across that's like, nah, man, I don't like that dude. He do this and that, this and that. You either love him or at the very least you just respect him and you're neutral. If you got a problem with him, I'm looking at you sideways.
I even love this story that they cut up his defensive clips and showed them to the team, like to reintroduce him to these guys. And DeMar's like, man, but again, for like the youngins who didn't watch all them games, like Doug was 1 through 4, he was guarding everybody, and both hands on you, following you all. Doug was one of them guys like he go to the bathroom, you follow him to the bathroom. He go to the popcorn stand, you follow him to the popcorn stand, and Doug would do that. And so, you know, those defensive minded players, man, they get the sport, they get the angles, they get like all of the energy you exert to do all this stuff. It doesn't surprise me when those guys show up and they understand coaching as well.
Real quick, the other thing about that too is like he can go to that clip and the clips are there. Oh, Kobe hit me up for 35 this night, or T-Mac lit me up here. Like, yeah, it happens. I'm not asking when I'm asking you to do something, I'm not asking you to stop these great players. I've experienced it. Sometimes there's not anything you can do. I'm just asking you to put a certain level of effort forward and make them compete, and we'll take our chances from there. And that resonates a little bit more. Not saying Mike Brown didn't have that type of understanding, but sometimes if you're talking with a guy that hasn't been in there, like, no, go stop him. Like, well, no, it can't. Don't get mad at me because I can't stop Jalen Green. Like, sometimes I'm going to be ready to play defense and he's going to blow by me. It happens. But, you know, appreciate the fact, or, you know, understand that I'm trying. Like, don't get mad at me. I'm trying.
There's nobody the superstar level player respects more than the Tony Allen, the Doug Christie, those players that are ilk, the Marcus Smart. Those players that are tasked with doing that every single night, them dudes respect that guy. I mean, just saw KD on the podcast with Tony Allen. It was just like, dog, you was just too much. And so, like, people know who Doug Christie is within the sport and respect everything he's done in the sport. I'm happy to see him getting his shot. I'm happy to see, you know, that level of tradition still exists within the organization. That's how the organization carries on. Like, I talk about the Raiders a lot, and they say, you know, Raiders, once a Raider, always a Raider. This is the type of stuff that builds that level of tradition within the organization. And you can say, all right, this is a team that's never won a title, but this is also a team that honors their legends and has and will continue to do so for forever. And that team lives on. Y'all know that team is the biggest thing that's happened to sports in the city ever. So, of course, them dudes are honored like they are. So it's just dope to see him get that.
I'd love to see that clip, that video.
I thought they were going to put it out.
Yeah, I'd really like to see that. Another big difference maker, it feels like you mentioned his name a minute ago, Eddie, and I think this is really prominent in my head, probably a lot of Kings fans' heads too, is because we didn't see him versus Milwaukee when they got roughed up quite a bit and had some stretches where they just couldn't get things under the control. And then you saw last night where you had, you know, the leads disappearing and then pulling it out at the end is Malik. Monk has. I feel like Malik Monk has been able to show what kind of basketball player he is here in Sacramento, and now being in the starting lineup for the first time in his career here in Sacramento, being the starting lineup, being one of the featured guys, unlike he was when he started in LA. Man, it's showing a whole different level to what Malik Monk offers as a basketball player.
He's one of those video game players, right? Like, he can hit the jumper, he can drive, he dunks on guys. This is his favorite dunk. But it's just a guy that's been waiting for opportunity, and he's gotten different levels of opportunity in this league and shown it in different ways. And you know, Michael Jordan took a liking to him, and obviously the Kings are taking like people have always respected the talent. It's just getting that level of opportunity, and now you're seeing him do it. And can he carry that on for a season? My running joke with him, not even a joke, was just like, yo, once a month, Malik Monk is like Kobe for an hour. and it's like, all right, can he do it twice a month? Can he do it once a week? We don't necessarily need you to be the best player on this team, but can you be a consistent, constant contributor for this team? And in some ways, they'll go for as far as he'll take them. You ease that ball handling work duty for De'Aaron Fox. Obviously, that helps a ton. He had 9 assists last night. He seems to just be the heart and soul of that team. Like they all gravitate towards him in so many different ways. So it's fun to see him get that shot. It's fun to see him play how he's been playing and be counted on late in games. You know, I mentioned Amen earlier and Fox having his struggles. They went down shooting with obviously DeMar DeRozan, but also with Malik Monk, and they took him home. So I'm excited for him. I'm happy for him. He got paid. Tough injury last year. Who knows what happens, you know, but now he's getting an opportunity. And again, sometimes it's that small tinker and trusting guys a little bit more, getting a little bit more out of a couple different guys. And now you're a playoff team. And we were on this show 2 weeks ago, and it was like, man, I gotta blow it up. And now it's like it happens that fast. So I'm happy for them dudes, man. And it starts at the top with Doug, like we said, but Malik is another one. He's done everything he can with that opportunity, and hopefully he continues to do it.
We played that clip with Adam Silver on Colin Cowherd yesterday, and took forever to get to Adam's answers. But he talked about, different styles of play. We used to have the Pistons and all this other stuff. We don't really, maybe we don't have that. Well, I'm looking at Houston as a team they've got their own unique style, physical way of playing. And just last night, I was like, man, I'd love to see these guys in a playoff series, not because they're like easy or nothing, but it'd be super entertaining. And I think
a clash of styles. Almost.
Yeah, clash of styles. And then, I don't know how it is in Houston, but in Sacramento, it'd be on fire, to go up against a team like Houston as far as the energy in the building, man. I'd love to see those two teams in the playoffs.
The athleticism that roster has right now, like on the wings. And I was having fun watching Alfred and Domas yesterday, just posting each other up. They're the only two people on the court can guard each other, and Domas gives you a lefty hook, and Alfie gives a nice little drive and double pump leg, and Domas had a crazy and one scoop on Jalen Green. Like, it was just fun watching them be big men. You know what I mean? And I like that matchup a lot. I don't know who I would favor, because I think it's that close, but the level of athleticism and shot making on the court, and the way Jalen Green could just get to the rim in a dribble, it's insane to watch. And he's just gotten better every game, every day. I can't wait to see him play playoff basketball. So, I mean, you look at the standings, we might mess around and get that series, but that's what worries me for a lot of other teams, a lot of the older teams in the West. You look at the Warriors, look at the Suns, look at the Lakers, even the Nuggets. The level of athleticism at the top of the conference right now with the Grizzlies, with the Thunder, and then obviously with these Rockets, it's like they're flying all over the wings. You saw Minnesota do this last year. They were just more athletic and longer than everybody, and it was stymieing every offense possible. It's scary watching what some of these dudes can do. And in the playoffs, we get to get a little bit more physical. We get to crowd you a little bit more, use our hands a little more. I'm excited to see it. I'm kind of mad we got 4 months left, but we still got a lot to figure out with them old heads and their teams as well. So we gotta wait and see.
We got your boy on alert, man. We'll see if anything pops up over the course of the next few days. The alerts are set, man. Eddie, we appreciate you as always, man. Thank you for spending part of your Friday with us.
Good chatting with y'all fellas, man. Enjoy that football tomorrow, man.
Yes, sir.
Man. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, always. 10 times out of 10. Go Lamar. Appreciate you, Eddie. Man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. He says, be on the lookout. He said, push
might not make it through the weekend.
Push has come to shove when it comes to the Jimmy Butler deal. Remember, you heard that here first. James Ham joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Look at you. Okay. Hey. Y'all leave our girl Vanessa back here working. Yeah. That's what we need right there. We'll teach her about camera spacing later. She don't know about that yet. Oh, man. Cole, what's up, man? What y'all got going on this weekend? Anything? That other James, shut the fuck up, man. You're doing too much. Relax. Go take an edible, bro. He didn't argue. He just asked. And he was doing it to be funny. Calm down. Y'all need to listen to when Eddie talk. Eddie just casually says a few things that you're like, huh. All right. Got my eye on that. Eddie got me on alert. Something's obviously going on there in Miami. Like, they're ready to get that thing. He brought it up once. Stop it. They're ready to get that thing over with. They are ready to get that thing over with. I don't think that makes Phoenix better, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if they somehow get that deal done, I need to see what this winds up looking like if they do it. Because I don't know, man. I don't see it yet. I don't think I like Phoenix. I think that's the problem. I don't like the makeup of that team. I don't think it's I don't think that's a good squad. It's too bare. I think the 3 top players, including Brad, are very good. But I don't think that roster is good. And I don't know that just swapping out, however you're going to do this with Jimmy, if that winds up being what happens, I don't know how that's going to make them better. No, what do I know? I'm just here with a basketball team that's won 8 out of 10. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm legit throwing together a shopping cart, man. Don't mind me. Don't mind your boy. Oh man. I bugged out. I got excited. Chris Haynes just tweeted about Jimmy Butler. It's that he's coming back. Okay. Chris Haynes got me about jumped out of my chair a second ago. Our brother Chris Haynes just tweeted, Jimmy Butler will make his return tonight against the Denver Nuggets after serving a 7-game suspension. He's expected to be in the starting lineup. Eddie had just asked a minute ago, like, is he going to play tonight? Well, he's going to play. He's back. Jimmy Butler will make his return against the Denver Nuggets after serving a 7-game suspension. He's expected to be in the starting lineup. Again, that is according to our brother, Chris Haynes, right there.
I wonder why they just don't send him home with pay. Because what if he gets hurt tonight?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's what I would do.
I don't.
You don't want to be there. We're ready to move on.
I mean, is that a ultimate last resort type thing? Send him home with pay?
Maybe so.
Yeah. I'm asking. I don't know.
I was just thinking because it's like, okay, it seems like we had a conversation and we both want to move on from each other. Let's not risk you.
But maybe it's not as simple as that. We want to move on from each other, but we're not giving you away. Mm-hmm. And then there's the complexities of, I always forget that, $40 million or whatever he's owed. Yeah. Like, there's the complexities of that too.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right answer is, man. I'm just a stupid radio show host.
I kind of want that saga to end. Like,
No, I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Got enough.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Time to move on.
Keep it moving. This way, please. This way, please. And I like Jimmy. I like Jimmy a lot.
I do too. Although Jimmy, he's one of those guys that it seems like he's got I'm not saying it like split personalities, but like conflicting energies.
No, I think you got it.
I don't know.
No, I think you might have been right with split personalities. I mean, the man's a country music singer, isn't he?
He is.
Or something like that.
Or he was in country videos.
He was definitely in country music videos.
So it's like I like Jimmy, but he didn't behave poorly numerous times now. It's like I can't get behind that too much, but I don't know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of guys that I like that have behaved poorly, so don't let that be the deal breaker, I guess.
Kenny Caraway likes those bad boys.
Come on. Come on.
Let's get our man Jared in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Jared?
Hey, what's up, guys? I don't think I've heard y'all mention this yet, but it's just what I keep thinking about and coming back to ever since the Mike Brown firing. Because I was at that preseason game when Portland was in Sacramento, and we were having those terrible preseason games. Everything was going so bad, and we're like, is the season over already? And I remember Malik had that quote about, I think we're tired. And then Mike Brown responded to that when they asked Mike about it. And he was like, well, maybe they're mentally tired because I don't know how you're tired in preseason. You know, he's like, we've had days off or whatever. And I thought it was a weird comment, too, to say you're tired after training camp, right? But I think what Malik was trying to say, what he was trying to be nice about, was that the team was tired of Mike.
That sounds about right.
That's funny, man. I forgot about that line.
Yeah.
I mean, I forgot about that whole exchange. No, he's done like sneaking in now. He's just like, I'm coming in. That's good. I love Kyle. Hey, no, just are you good here on the computer? Did you get everything you need there? I can shut that down.
Yeah, you shut that down.
Okay, thanks, Kyle.
Welcome.
Thanks, man.
Bye, everybody.
Have a great weekend, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks. This is good.
It's good.
That's funny.
I forgot all about that exchange. That's a good pull from Jared right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the punchline was fantastic, but man, that was I remember that exchange, and we did think it was odd at the time. Man, I guess I mean Jared just pointed. The evidence is there.
Well, yeah.
The murder's been committed. The evidence was there all along. Like, we saw it.
And we joke.
We just didn't know what it was at the time.
Yeah, we joke and we laugh about it, but it might have been just right. Like that, they weren't tired physically.
Well,
tired of this guy.
He shouldn't have said it, but he was right. We could laugh. Mike's getting paid. He's not unemployed. Again, De'Aaron, you shouldn't have said it, but he's right.
Leave that for us. Leave that for us to say.
That's right. Mike doesn't care what we say.
He got paid handsomely too.
He got
$30 million.
He's got hella years left. He's got like his entire contract left.
$30 million.
Hey, my man's living.
Oh my goodness. I wouldn't coach another team for 5 years just to make sure.
I don't think you got to worry about that. Love Mike. What are we doing?
Love Mike.
Oh man, Jared, that was a good pull, man. Jared, call more. That was a good pull right there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's seems to be what it was. Damn.
Yeah. Damn.
But you know, I was thinking about this last night. Shout out to the Kings, man, because you know, for a basketball team that is 21-20, and I'll talk about this as a media person and hell as a fan, they're not boring. They are not boring.
They are not.
And I don't know if it's necessarily the organization or if like the fans do it, because I told you we're watching games all over the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you about the Detroit game like a week ago against the Warriors where half the stands are full. I guess people are kind of excited, but it's not really that big of it. They're locked into the Lions. You know what I mean? Think back to that Milwaukee game. Like that wasn't no raucous crowd or nothing like that the other day. And Milwaukee's got good fans, but other people other cities in January are just kind of, they're not really that locked in for 4 hours on their basketball team.
Yeah.
And that's the tone that's set here. That's how it goes down here, man. Like, they locked in. So I think that adds to the newsworthiness and the entertainment value of following this team and being able to cover this team. And it's not a dull moment around here, man. Yesterday's game mattered. I doubt it mattered in Houston. I know it didn't. They spent the whole time talking about the Texans. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. If the Niners were in the divisional round, we probably still would have been talking about the Kings for most of the time.
That's
Niners or Raiders.
Yeah.
So
we definitely would have. No question about that. No question. That arena was jumping last night.
It was popping.
That arena was jumping last night. Seeing them Hello Kitty towels in the air the way that they were.
Hello Kitty came out and danced with the dance team.
I saw that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, big ups.
It
Big
was
ups, Hello Kitty.
Fun night at the Golden One Center for sure. James Ham's going to join us here at the top of the hour. A couple of other notes to throw in here real quick. Tom Brady's agent was like, what y'all talking about? Tom's got 9 more years in the Fox booth, and he's going to be in the Fox booth for 9 more years.
Tom's agent, how is this supposed to work? What are you talking about? He owns a team.
I think at some point someone is going to go, actually, Tom, you're not.
Yeah, you're one of them. You're not. You're either not owning or you're not in the booth.
Yeah.
I'm not like the Bears, allegedly. They don't have to leave this weekend, but all right, we couldn't even make the announcement. Like, yeah, this will be it after the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's stop with this charade. This don't make no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I feel like that was Jimmy Butler's agent saying, Shams is lying. Apparently, everybody else is making this up about Brady taking a bigger role with the Raiders, except for his agent. Like, nah. One thing that doesn't appear is like I threw it out. Be the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't appear to be a thing.
I don't want to do that.
Well, no. If they are, they're not like saying anything along those lines. Like, they're going through an interviewing process. Like, I don't even know who they're interviewing for like general manager candidates. They've got a few. I don't know where the Raiders are in this process at all, which maybe lends some credibility to the idea of Brady doing it. We know Brady, the Raiders, they want Ben Johnson. And he is by far and away their number one target. And despite the fact that Josh McDaniels is going to get a paycheck and assume Antonio Pierce is going to get a paycheck, they say the Raiders will spend to get him.
They're making money out there in Vegas. They're making money. And Tom doesn't have to be the GM. He's part owner of the franchise, and he can have that influence without the day-to-day of what a GM has to do. So
yeah,
I guess he doesn't have to. There, pardon the interruption is on in here, and it's I guess the anniversary of Gary Anderson missing the field goal for the 97, maybe 98 Vikings. And they showed and that was against the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. And they just showed the Vikings players on the sideline. They were 15-1. They were 15-1. Dominant.
Ouch.
Dominant. And you lost. It might even be different if you would have lost in the Super Bowl. To lose in the NFC Championship game at home because you missed a field goal, that's an all-timer. I remember when they lost that game. I couldn't believe it. And then the Falcons went and got thrashed by the Broncos. What a waste of time. Eugene Robinson out there on South Beach the night before the game. Come on, bruh. Come on. That was crazy. Somebody
15-1 is wild.
And they were dominant.
Yeah.
That was Randall Cunningham going crazy.
That was the Panthers record, right? They lost in the Super Bowl. Were they 15-1?
Yeah, 15-1. Yep. But once again, they
lost in the Super Bowl. Yeah. They lost in the Super
man.
Bowl.
Wow.
Yeah.
That one's crazy, man. And that Super Bowl would have been great. Vikings versus Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a great one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Elway against, you know, that team going up against that offense, because that offense was crazy. Cunningham and Moss as a rookie. Chris Carter was still there. Robert Smith is the running back. That's tough.
That's tough for Gary Anderson. That's got to come up on on Happy Trails or Happy Anniversary or whatever.
Right. One of the great kickers of all time.
Yep.
And that's
remembered
what
by
I
that.
remember him about.
Yeah, remembered by that.
Did he not wear a shoe? Was he barefoot? I don't think he was barefoot. That's still wild that kickers would do that. Bro, put the shoe on, bro.
Well, I think we all think they kick a certain way, but they kick with the side of their foot, right? Like they don't kick with the front of their foot.
Side, some of them with the front.
Do they?
Yeah, but you're right. Some of them do kick like the side, the inside. Of
Like
the foot.
they do the sweep the leg
Yeah.
and the comes up with the side of your foot.
Even with that said, man, put the shoe on, bro. What are you doing?
Why are you so offended by him kicking barefoot?
Man, put your shoe on. Man. What are we doing out here?
I don't know.
Put the damn shoe on.
All right.
Oh, barefoot out here.
No, I bet
put some shoes on.
James got shoes on and he's at the house.
I do
What's
have
up,
shoes.
Hammer? See?
I wear shoes around the house too.
I look like I'm in a glam pick. Hang on.
1 hour photo, James.
When we used to do the show at the house, I'd put on, you know, I would have shoes specifically that didn't leave the house. I would only wear them in the house at home, but I wanted shoes on because I was like, I'm at work, like I'm doing a radio show. Like now I got we do TV. I got pajamas, a sports coat, and like I'm barefoot, just walking around. We got some sliders on.
I can't even guarantee you I'm wearing pants right now. Just saying.
Oh boy.
I'm wearing pants.
So to be clear, James has a hat on, a flannel, a t-shirt, shoes. Pants are a question, though. Kings winning 8-10.
There's a term for this. If you've seen Deadpool, there's a term for this.
Well, I tried to watch the last Deadpool, but it started so boring. I was like, I'm not watching this
I haven't seen them.
The Deadpool movies are funny. The Deadpool,
they're
Wolverine
hilarious.
one I struggled with. I was like, this isn't funny. Like I want to laugh. Like I legit wanted to laugh watching it, and it didn't.
What's the one that I just saw? Oh, it was it's kind of the same vein, but not the same. It was Venom.
Okay.
Venom tries to do a little comedy every now and then. It was all right movie though.
All right. Well, Venom and Deadpool couldn't have stopped DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk in the fourth quarter yesterday. Man, Hammer, that was a fun night at the Golden One Center last night.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, that was one of the better games that we've seen in a while. We keep seeing this though. Like, I feel like we're building something where the competition level is just rising every single game, and like, look, that was an incredibly athletic, incredibly physical team that they went up against. They took a big lead and couldn't hold on to it. They took a late lead by like 10 and gave up an 8-0 run. Like, that is one of those teams that that just, keeps coming at you. And good on the Kings for, number one, holding on and winning, but also for hitting all their free throws down the stretch. Just, everybody stepped up. Everybody, figured out ways to help the team. And I thought it was exactly that. It was a very, very nice team effort.
13-13 in the fourth quarter yesterday at the free throw line.
I love that, man. We're not that far removed from, I think it was about a year ago, because I remember because it was playoff time, the Milwaukee game. The Milwaukee game was, it was the same day. The Cowboys got stomped out in the wild card round by the Packers. I remember that. They got stomped out. But no, that was the Milwaukee game, and you missed free throws. And, a year later, here you are working on the free throw. De'Aaron Fox missed some free throws in that Milwaukee game, and he comes
Malik
down.
did too.
Malik did. But De'Aaron comes in this game, didn't have this crazy offensive output. But when it was crunch time, what did he make? 6 of 6 in that fourth quarter, I think he was. And
they were 13-13 as a team in the fourth. And I know Fox hit 5 down the stretch.
5.
Yeah, DeMar 5, De'Aaron 5, Malik 3, I think.
Something like that.
They tried to steal two and give them to Malik late. The final two that DeMar hit. So when we got to the media room, DeMar looked at the box score and said, "Hey, they gave my 2 free throws to Malik. He stole my free throws." He's like, "I got 33 points." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I had him too." But the initial box, the box score had DeMar at 31 points and Malik at 28 points.
I have that. It's now a collector's item. That's the one I downloaded last night trying to prepare for the show. And I said it earlier. Deuce was reading these numbers on it. I was like, Deuce, these are all wrong. No.
Tonight, print it out, and tonight hold it up like Will.
Yep, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more evidence that I have the wrong box score than Wilt Chamberlain scoring 100 points.
There it is. We can at least prove. Yeah, we can go back and watch it.
But I do love that DeMar is at the podium immediately after the game, and he knows definitively that people always say, do you think they know? That man knew he had 33 points and wanted to know how the box score. DeMar left that podium, probably pulled Shannon or Mike aside and was like, "Hey, fix this."
Actually, Shannon said, "It's been fixed. It's already been fixed." And I'm like, whoa. Like,
this is the second time today I compare myself to an NBA player.
Well,
but
first one was a classic.
Oh, I know. I always know. Always. I may not know.
I believe that.
I may not know how many assists I had or rebounds or nothing, but that calculator was working perfectly when it came to my points. Always.
Yeah.
So DeMar was sitting there like, "Nah, you ain't got to tell me I had 33.
Mm-hmm.
I know."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had 26 in the second half. He had 10 in the third quarter, 16 in the fourth. And look, I thought his first half where he had 7 points, he was super efficient, and all of his 7 points came in rhythm and like part of the offense, and you felt good about his 7 points. And then he gets to the second half, and things got a little dicey, and they just kept feeding him. And talk about a performance, man! Like, he had people draped all over him. He had a couple right in Dillon Brooks' face, and like very, very enjoyable to watch Dillon Brooks not handle that well.
Yeah, now, James, let me ask you a question. Are you on the same boat as me and Dame? And I'd love to have Dillon Brooks here in Sacramento. I'd take Dillon Brooks in a heartbeat here in Sacramento. What you think?
I think so, but I don't know. Like, there's a way that he gets his opponent riled up in a bad way. Like he did this with LeBron, right? Where he just like angered LeBron, and then LeBron went crazy. And I kind of felt like the same thing in this game. It's one thing to beat the Rockets. It's a whole nother thing to, watch Malik Monk staring him down and watch DeMar staring him down. Like, they wanted to beat Dillon Brooks as much as they wanted to beat the Rockets and shut him up. And so I guess you want him on your team because he is tough and he does do some good things, but at the same time, he's not very efficient as a player. And, like, he made so many mistakes down the stretch. The grab foul on the inbounds pass, he was just beside himself. And like, you watch the replay, it's like, come on, man. Like, every single one of them, it's like he's grabbing somebody's arm and pulling on it, and you're like, okay, what exactly did you think that you did? So many times Domas like asks for a review, and then you're watching it, you're like, man, you clearly just put your hands right in the guy's chest. Like, I don't know what you're thinking that you're gonna get out of a review. But with Dillon Brooks, like, he seemed like completely shocked that when he mugged somebody that they called a foul. And so maybe I would take him on my team because I know he is a fighter, he is an instigator and stuff like that. But I like my instigators to be a little more pleasant than him.
James wants a pleasant jerk on his team.
I think Keon Ellis is an instigator. I mean, we saw Brook Lopez just like lose his mind with Keon Ellis, and the whole time Keon's got a big smile, his eyes are all big, and just like, who, me? Like, what do you mean? What? I didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, yes, you did. So,
any update on Keon? Have you heard anything about him today?
Well, no, we haven't heard anything today, but the team had an off day. They have their big bowling night tonight.
That's right.
Yeah. So we did see him in the locker room last night. He was walking with like a little bit of a funny gait. But outside of that, like, he didn't have a wrap on it. He didn't have a big ice bag on his ankle. To be honest, he was walking around barefoot for a sec. We didn't get to talk to him because, when the player's injured, they don't typically want him to talk to you. And that was the case last night. It was like, yeah, he's not talking tonight. But then he just hung out and like was chatty in the locker room. So, but it didn't look like it was all that bad. We asked Doug about it after the game, and Doug said the same thing. He said, like, look, he was sitting in there smiling. So I don't think it could be that bad because he seemed like he was in good spirits and he was moving around okay. And that's what we kind of saw too. I mean, we saw him walk. There was no crutches. There was no boot. And, it looked like he probably just got out of the ice tub. But still, like, he didn't have a softball side ankle walking around. Yeah.
A couple of messages today seem to indicate it's not too bad. He seems to be okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Now what that means for Sunday, that's an entirely different conversation. But
he needed
nothing crazy.
He needed a little bit of help off the court, but the fact that he was able to put weight on it and kind of walk, that made me feel that hopefully it wasn't this long-term thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's possibly misses Sunday's game just because it's the Wizards. And I don't think I need to say anything else. But
it's a tough team.
That's a tough team. That
true champions.
They fight hard, James.
Yeah,
they fight hard.
Okay.
But some of us haven't gotten over bringing their family to a Wizards game a couple of years ago and getting their ass kicked. Okay. Just want to see the purple beam. Well, sorry guys.
You thought you bought him a purple beam game.
My sister says, "Hey, are the Wizards really good?" No, they're not. They are not.
Smack.
You mentioned the 16 from DeMar. Malik had 12. That's all in the fourth quarter. One number that we've tried to bring some attention to that probably just isn't getting enough because those scoring numbers are sexy. De'Aaron Fox, not the best offensive night for him. Didn't have that fourth quarter Fox moment on the offensive end, but 3 steals in that fourth quarter for De'Aaron.
Yeah, he won the defensive player of the game. I think it was 4 steals, a block. He had 4 deflections, and he held his opponent to 3 for 13 from the field. And look, I thought he was really good defensively, and like we talk about how physical and athletic and everything else that the Houston Rockets are. Man, Amen Thompson is a 6'8", but like power forward, and they put him at point guard to start that game. And that dude can move. And like, look, they threw the kitchen sink at De'Aaron Fox and tried to take Fox out of the game. And for all, they did a good job of limiting him. But that didn't mean anything because while he was being limited, DeRozan and Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk were all going crazy. And I would also point to, like, there's a point where I think we can all remember the incredible block by Şengün on Fox. Fox got right to the rim, and then Şengün jumps out of nowhere and blocks the ball. He also missed like a bunny right at the rim where he got through and then tried to finish with the right hand and just like it hit the back of the iron and came out. Like, if he has those 2 buckets, he's got 23, and we're not talking about him having a quiet night. And so, like, look, I thought he was really good. I just think on occasion you're going to be overshadowed by other players on your team that are really good as well. And that's all. I didn't think Fox had a bad night. I just think he didn't stand out like a crazy, all-star that you hope that he kind of would have on a TNT game.
And this is
good question from Chris. Sorry, how were Fox's organizing stats?
That's
a good question, Chris.
Yeah. I mean,
we don't know, Chris, because we've never heard of it before.
That's the difference between a great player and just a player. Is the organizing.
You're some of your boys at The Athletic don't think De'Aaron is the best organizer. Fred VanVleet, really good organizer. De'Aaron, not so much.
I don't even know what that means.
Neither do we.
Like organizing their team? I don't know.
Nobody
Like,
knows. They didn't even expand on it. Nobody knows.
No, James.
like they buy dinner or something, or
This is why Hollinger is at the Athletic and not in the front office.
they start the group chat on where we're all going after the game. Like, I'm confused. That doesn't make
He
sense.
orders Post-its for the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
We decided De'Aaron's basically Pam in the final season of The Office.
Right.
He's the office administrator.
Oh, okay.
And head of the party planning committee. Right,
And
Katie?
head of the party
Yeah.
planning.
Yep.
Yeah, that's who that is, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Thanks for reminding
I got you.
What was it? Oh, you talk about Fox and my man Thompson guarding him, and that guy was telling Dame. Me and Dame were talking about it the same. He looked like next Kawhi.
Yeah.
He looked like he got that in him. But you got to put him on a De'Aaron Fox. And here's the beauty of them having DeMar DeRozan, them having Malik Monk, is I don't know if there's a lot of teams that have three of them in Thompsons. So sure, you want to put him on Fox and try to shut that down? Cool. We'll just give the ball to DeMar for the better part of the first 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. And he'll go one-on-one and get buckets. And then when you try to double, DeMar gonna kick it out to Malik. Malik gonna swing it to Keegan in the corner for a three. Boom, we hitting that. And that's what I look like. It's almost if this team can just get to the playoffs, because I think when you get to the playoffs, it's gonna be hard to match up with these guys offensively. Talking about the Sacramento Kings, they've got a high-level talent offensively that not a lot of teams can match up for, and there seems to always be a scenario where there's going to be an advantage for them offensively. I think we saw that last night.
Well, and Kenny, to that point, I think it's key that you look at, Keegan Murray had 18 points and 11 rebounds. Like your fifth guy in the starting lineup had 18 points. Like this team has all kinds of weapons, and I expect them to have more between now and the end of, and the trade deadline. I expect them to have one more weapon that they can use, whether it's off the bench or as a starter, probably off the bench. But that's where I think this thing is heading with, sort of additions. They need a scorer off the bench, but again, like it's very difficult to game plan for a team that has, 5 guys that can go for 30 on any night. And, you want to take away this or that. And, that's why we talked about a little bit about Devin Carter and how, slow his releases on the 3-point shot. Like that dude's not going to be scouted for another 2 years. Like he's not going to be part of the true scouting report, because you're going to be worried about all these other things that the Kings have going for them that aren't Devin Carter. And so I wouldn't even worry about that. You need him to get better at some of the skill-based things that he's working on. But at the same time, like he's not, like your focus, number one is De'Aaron Fox. Number two is the 2-man game between Sabonis and Monk. And then number 3 is DeMar DeRozan. And then number 4 is how do you shut the faucet off with Keegan Murray. And there's just so much talent on this team, which is why they shouldn't have been 6 games under 500 in the first place. But now I think we're starting to see the team have at least one game where I think for the most part, everybody was firing. Maybe De'Aaron Fox was a little bit off, but everybody else was, on the right, like having a good ball game.
Hammer, do you subscribe to the theory that this isn't sustainable with all of those minutes those guys played last night, 37, 38 and upwards?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Kyle and I were discussing this earlier on the Insiders. Like there are going to be nights where you can't do that, right? So the Kings don't play tonight. They don't play tomorrow. They play on Sunday. And when they do play on Sunday, they play the Washington Wizards. And then they have 2 more days off. They don't play on Monday. They don't play on Tuesday. And they have the Golden State Warriors. So am I okay on a Thursday night with him running guys out there for 38 to 40 minutes? Yes, absolutely. I mean, they've got 2 days to recover. Now, what you have to be cautious of is when you get to Wednesday and you play the Golden State Warriors, and what you don't want to do is play everyone 35 to 37 minutes that night, knowing that you got to get on a plane, take an hour bus ride from the airport to the hotel, lose an hour because of the time zone change in Denver, and then play at elevation on a back-to-back. So there are certain games where, no, I don't want to see everyone playing 38 minutes a night. But like, look, if you got a couple of days off, like, why not go for broke? It's a great team, but look how much that game meant last night. I mean, the Kings went a game over 500. They cut to within a game of 500 at home. Like, all of these little things matter, especially when Doug is promoting taking care of home court so much. You beat a team in the top of the standings in the Western Conference. Like, that was a huge, huge win for the Kings. Like, sometimes you got to go for broke, and I'm okay with that. But just, know that if you had Washington tonight, I still would have probably done it because I don't fear Washington. But if you would have had a better team coming in, or you had to go play the Golden State Warriors tonight, then maybe you don't play guys that many minutes and you cut back a little bit.
Do you believe they have enough guys to play minutes? Like, are you subscribing to, like, how we talked about the other day? I know people's not crazy about Huerter, but because of the situation, like, you just have to play him. He only played 9 minutes last night, but I don't know, in certain cases, in this scenario like you talked about, maybe you just have to play Kevin Huerter 13 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it is, right? And it's the same with Trey Lyles. Like, Trey has done a good job of rebounding when he's not scoring. But, Trey had a handful of games where he was incredible offensively, and now he's missing shots again. And it's just like, he's had such an up and down season. If you just look at 5-game stints and stuff, it's all over the board, but also, the injury to start the year, the calf injury that cost him, 18 games or whatever it was. Like, there's all these like fits and stops for him, and he's got to figure out a way to, like, be more consistent within the game to game. But that's also, again, why you need someone else who can really put the ball in the basket from that bench. And I think it's funny how, like, it just keeps moving the player that you think this team needs. Like, at one point, I think we all looked around like, hey, just a Dorian Finney-Smith type would be okay. And then it's like, well, no, you probably need a Cam Johnson type. And now I'm like, okay, I can talk myself into John Collins, where a week ago I couldn't, or 2 weeks ago I couldn't. Just because John Collins can create, he can hit a three, he can block a shot, he's a better rebounder. He's 2 years younger than Cam Johnson. Like, there are so many things that you're looking at. You're like, okay, well, I think I could talk myself into a lot of different things, especially if you're getting like the rim runner, the guy, the lob threat for Malik. Like, there are a lot of things that I think you can get out of a different player like John Collins if you're no longer looking for a starter, if you're no longer looking for like a completely defensive minded player because your defense is so bad. Now, with the way that they're cooking offensively and the way they're playing as a team, I think, adding a piece off the bench that could get you 15 to 20 points a night, and for that matter, could at any point go for 30. Another guy like that would be dangerous, and maybe even a little bit better than having a Cam Johnson type player.
Well, at least it's not. Well, the Kings need Victor Wembanyama. At least it's not that. At least we're still dealing with role players who could.
Well, they still do. They still need Victor Wembanyama.
Well, there are 30 teams in the league. Well,
Whichever.
actually, there's 29 teams in the league that could really use Victor Wembanyama. You know who the Sacramento Kings clearly need on their basketball floor is Malik Monk. Just everything feels different, Hammer, when Malik is out there versus when he's not.
Yeah, it's almost like you need to go out and like scour the league for another player who plays with that type of joy. You know what I mean? So when Malik is out, you've got someone else who plays that way, and it's just such an understated thing that he has, like this certain something about him that just lights up a room. And there are players like him in the league, but there's not a ton of them. And the way he plays with the energy and sort of the zest for life. It's something that matters. And so, there's not a way to replicate that. There's not a way to have someone grow into that type of player. I certainly think that Malik has been in Sacramento specifically has been allowed to like become who he should have been in the league and sort of find himself and have a bigger voice and allow this personality to really like come out of him and shine. But at the same time, I don't know where you find another one, but you should probably look for it because it's contagious. And what he brings to the court, especially early in games, which is, I think it's something that we kind of overlooked when it was like, should you start him? Should you not start him? And just the way that he gets you off to a good start because of the way that he attacks the game, but also like brings the joy. It's special. And I, again, I didn't think he would be this valuable when the Kings signed him as a free agent a couple of years ago. And now he's like indispensable. And you're kind of hoping that he'll be here forever. In the same way that I think Bobby Jackson had the same exact thing. And it's just really tough to like pinpoint what it is, but you need great shooters. You had great passing big men and Chris Webber and Vlade Divac. You had your high intensity multi-tool guy in Doug Christie. You had your knockdown shooters and Peja and Mike Bibby, but you also need that other ingredient that Bobby Jackson brought, and that's what Malik Monk brings to this version of the Kings.
And it's a perfect spot for him. We love him here in Sacramento. Like we love Malik Monk. We always talk to people, and Lania was here the other day, and she sees all these guys and like, who's your favorite? We talk about who's your favorite. Everybody, oh, we love Malik. Oh, we love they love him here. Bobby, when you talk about Bobby Jackson, that was a great comparison because I mean, he kind of went around the league for a little bit and was just a good player, kind of nondescript, and then he found a home here, and the people love Bobby Jackson. And I feel that same way about Malik Monk, man. They react different at the games when he hits a shot. Yep. They react different when he does something. They love Malik Monk here, man. And he's this his city for as long
Malik
as he
Monk dunk is probably the most electrifying thing in the Golden Ones.
I think so. I
Yeah,
think so.
And a Malik Monk 3-point shot. I totally agree. And Jalen here in the chat, he brings up a really good point. The Kings need a Hito. They do. They need that other guy that does multiple things off the bench that, that is just, better than what Trey Lyles can do at this point in his career, as a higher end, like scoring ability or whatever. Like, I think that's, if you're going to compare this team to the previous team, you do kind of need that one other ingredient that they just don't seem to have. And it's that all-around guy that can score, that can pass, that can rebound, that can do a bunch of different things coming off the bench and add just one more element. But they're super close. And like, again, it's not like this roster. We didn't think that this was a 50-win roster. We just thought that they still had holes that they need to fill, and I still feel that way. But at least they're playing really well right now.
MVPG.
Did you real quick
saw that commercial for the first time? That one, the MVPG.
What is it?
The pizza guy commercial. It's a new pizza commercial.
I don't even be paying attention.
Yeah, see,
with Malik Monk, where they do fake media scrum.
Yep. James wasn't even a part of it. He didn't get to be a part of the fake media.
Garbage. Come on.
We'll come back. We'll close out the week. Whatever you were about to say, lock it up, write it down. Tell me to bookmark it when we go to commercial. We'll come back. We'll close out the day. We'll close out the week with our insider from the Insiders. It's our man James Ham with Dealer and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right.
Come on, man.
All right, Vanessa.
Come on, man.
All right, Vanessa. This is easy work for Vanessa. She be making beats.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is all you need to do.
Vanessa,
That's what she's saying.
Vanessa, I'm gonna be a rapper. I'm gonna have Vanessa make beats for me. Eric Spolstra says the Heat are in an unusual place. Okay. Yep, Eric, that's correct.
Yeah, no, this is great. Bring them back. Yeah, have them play. Yeah, this is.
You said you're looking for drama. I'm looking to get this team to play at a high level. All right, pal. Good luck to Eric Spolstra.
You know, it's funny. I think Katie's mentioned it a couple times or whatever, but they're like, Keon Ellis is, you know, you talk about, man, in high school, you know, I was a scorer, like, got buckets, whatever, you know, get to college and you play a role, but still was able to get buckets. And I can imagine him, you know, people, Keon Ellis, man, you know, defense is his game. He's a defensive guy. Hey, I score. Stop playing with me. Stop talking to me like I'm some non-offensive scrub. Like, I get buckets. Stop playing. But he understood what was going to get him to the league. Locked in on that.
They could still use a shot blocker, that's for sure. Kings. I mean, you saw it last night. Like, there was a point where I thought the Rockets, like maybe 4 minutes left in the third quarter, they just started running right at the Kings and like attacking the rim with like a physicality the Kings just couldn't match. Just one after another, and I was like, ooh, I don't know how you recover from this. They went to like an all tough guy lineup. I was like, what in the world is that?
They're tough.
They are. That when they bring out Steven Adams and Dylan Brooks and
I love Steven Adams. I think
Yeah.
Steven Adams is going to be one of my favorite players for a long time.
Yeah, he's awesome. But you know, they had Tari Eason and then Cam Whitmore, all of those guys on the floor together. It's like, ooh, who's going to stop who? Frank Anwar, I love Steven Adams too. Like the first time I met Steven Adams when he was doing pre-draft, you know, years ago, what did he go in the Ben McLemore draft, 2013? He came through Sacramento and he was just hilarious then. I don't know, mate. Yeah, and he had short hair.
Yeah, that's wild. Looking back at him, that's crazy.
Coming out of Pitt, yeah, just a big dude.
Yeah, he really is. He is a very big man.
Yeah, yeah. He was not moving very well last night still. So, I mean, it's tough. He just kind of is what he is at this point. Yeah, that was the C.J. McCollum draft, where C.J. McCollum thought he was going to Sacramento, where they had him in for a third workout like the Monday before the draft.
I had no idea CJ thought he was coming to Sacramento.
I think he has a tattoo. Almost drafted by the Sacramento Kings.
I'm sure he got over it, though.
Second only to LeBron playing his first game here. We're coming back, Hammer. Got Vanessa in the production room running things, and it's so pleasant. Like, she gets on the mic and says, "We're coming back in 5 seconds." It's a lot nicer than Jesse.
Vanessa, what do you think of Tua?
Oh,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Now you got her stressed out because she's got to figure out what buttons to push.
Do you
It's her
think Mike
first day.
McDaniels- You think Mike
It's her
McDaniels is the
first
guy?
day.
Do you believe in Mike McDaniels?
I like it. I'm getting it. I'm taking notes.
So she's taking notes. Like she's good. We appreciate you, Vanessa. But she's so pleasant. It's better. All right, we're coming back. Hey, jackass, show's on.
I guess we'll never know. I'm coming back.
that needs to be Jesse's shirt. We'll never know. We're back. That's tremendous.
Oh,
that is tremendous. Great job, Vanessa.
Before we went to break, I was just gonna. It was nothing too serious, but it was pretty funny. Circulating on the internet, talking about Malik Monk.
Okay, hold on. Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay.
But one of the reasons, you know, we talk about how much we love Malik Monk or whatever. I know a lot of people saw the moment when DeMar got the and one.
Mm-hmm.
When Malik was like, "I'm open."
Yeah,
I'm open.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let's go.
Yeah.
That was a classic.
That's on my stories. That's
Oh,
funny.
that's
That's funny.
That's classic.
That's funny.
That's a classic one, man. That's why we love Malik Monk.
Malik
man.
had two moments. He had that one, and then the Dylan Brooks stare down.
The stare down was like,
where did you notice? Dylan didn't look back.
Malik crazy.
Dylan did not look back.
Malik about that life.
What's the Tinashe song? Match My Nasty.
Yeah.
He match my crazy. That man matched it. I'm not looking back at him.
Malik, man, come on, man. This dude, he one of them ones. He one of them ones here in Sacramento. He should not, like James said earlier, he should never leave. Never.
Yeah.
No, you got to try to find another one like him, another guy who brings that type of energy and that type of creativity. And I think that's a lot of it. He's just a super creative dude. Everything he does on the court is like, it's instinctual. It's not planned. It's not scripted. He's a certified hooper, and there's such a joy he plays with that you need to find other guys like him.
Never forget. Oh, goddamn.
Every game. He's like, oh, there's a mic up there. Now he knows there's a mic. It's like, oh, there's a mic up there. I'm going to say things into that mic.
He had a last night. He didn't get a goddamn, but
He's probably worried that it was national television, and he's going to get himself in.
But I didn't stop Ime Udoka. Ime ain't talked to an official without a 4-letter word in God knows how long.
Did you guys catch, James? I know you were at the game, but you went back and watched. Did you catch the Doug Christie moment with Keon and the ref?
I don't think I did.
He was mic'd up, and Keon, something happened. Keon was talking to the ref, and Doug comes over and he says, "Hey, man, get away from him, man. Get away." Talking to Keon.
Yeah.
Get away from him. Let him do his job. Like, let him work or whatever. And the ref goes, "Well, no, he's fine. Like, as long as it's respectful like this, then it's fine." And Doug was like, I know, but no, we're trying to not even worry about that or something like that.
Yeah, ref, because I don't know if you know, the last guy who was here, all we did was argue with the officials. So I'm trying to.
It's one of those. It's one of those moments where your mom comes over and is like, "Oh no, he can't have that piece of candy." You're like, "No, it's fine. I don't mind if he has it." I said he cannot have that piece of candy. It's like,
that's exactly what it was.
Okay.
Was like, no,
kid, you can't have the candy. Your mom said no.
Sorry, Keon. Doug won't let me talk to you.
Keon's in there with the big eyes, like,
that's
but I want that piece of candy.
I gotta go back and watch that. That's funny. That is terrific.
Mom said he can't have candy.
What? Poor Keon just wanted a Jolly Rancher, and Doug said no.
Get over there, have some smelling salts. Sorry.
One guy that weren't we supposed to order smelling salt for the station? One guy who probably hasn't gotten the attention he deserved today is Keegan Murray. Damn near 40 minutes from Keegan yesterday. 7 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, 18 points for Keegan last night. Really good on both sides of the ball hammer. Keegan, again, I guess, we're still so young into this. We have to keep saying, like, Keegan looks like a different player with Doug Christie as his head coach. He looks like a different player. To be fair, he looks like a different player since coming back from those 2 games he sat with the ankle or the foot.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. Everybody who kept talking about how Mike was just running Keegan into the ground, he's literally playing the same role and playing the same amount of minutes that he did that he is right now with Doug. And the difference is he just has like a weight lifted off of him. And I think, I don't know that, Keegan had something against Mike, but I do feel that whatever it is, the change here that's happened here to Doug has just given him a reset. And all of a sudden he's doing everything he was doing before, just way better. And he's hitting his shots. He's taken, I think Kyle figured it out. He's taken 8 or more threes in 4 games in the last, I think, 6. And he'd only done that 3 times, taken 8 3-pointers under Mike Brown the whole first half of the season. The rebounding is something that I'll keep pointing to. Like, he's been really good rebounding the ball all season, but all of a sudden he's going up and grabbing rebounds like over the top of people, and he's snaring the ball. You're like, hey, look at that. He went and got it. He didn't let the rebound come to him. The finish in transition where he went behind the back and then like faded backwards as he switched hands and hit the layup, that was incredible. And then he had like 3 or 4 dunks. Well, maybe it was 2 or 3 dunks because, he finished with 18, and I know he hit a handful of threes as well. He's all the way up to 32.4% from 3. And I was worried that he wasn't going to have the ability to get to 34 or 35% on the season. I think he'll finish at 37, 38% because he's that good of a shooter. And we're just seeing him incrementally get better. I do believe that whatever was going on with the ankle it was downplayed way too much. And, we heard about them having to drain the ankle and then him getting cortisone shots in the ankle right before he missed the time. And then he took those 2 games off, and it really does look like it got his body right. And when you mix that with a little bit of a boost in confidence because just the different voices in the room, I think he's all of a sudden right back to the Keegan Murray that we thought he would be this season. And that's a really good thing for the Kings because he just was not playing well enough the whole first half of the season where you felt comfortable with him out there and playing nearly as many minutes as he was playing. But the fact was you had no one else who could play those minutes at all, and you still don't. But now you do feel comfortable with him just because he's playing so much better.
Keegan Murray in the month of January, and I believe it coincides with when he came back because he came back against the Warriors, right? After the time off. Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
14.5 points, 48.5% from the field, 47.7% from beyond the arc, 7 rebounds as well, almost a steal a game, a block a game. He looks different. Simple as that. I mean, and this isn't another coaching situation or conversation we're having, but I think the combination of the two, Doug Christie and the time off that he took for the ankle, kind of seems to have him rejuvenated and maybe even just cleared his mind a little bit as well.
Yeah, and clearly he wasn't around Mike Brown during the time off. So no, I'm just kidding. I had to. You said this isn't a Mike Brown thing. I had to get to that was a joke. Stop it. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Well, I'd say the 2 games before he missed time, he had 5 points and he had 4 points in those 2 games. I mean, he was shot. Like, you could tell he was 1 of 9 combined in those 2 games. And even if you look at the 4 games before that, it was 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 11 points. I mean, he was barely hitting double figures every night. And now you've just found a way to like rejuvenate him. And I liked what Doug said after the game. He said, just like you just putting your arm around a young guy and making sure he feels the love. And he said, the same thing that Mike said, that, Keegan Murray is way better than even Keegan Murray thinks he is. Everyone else sees how good he can be, and he hasn't got to the point where he has the faith and the belief that he's as good as everyone else thinks he is. And when he gets to that point, then the Kings are hoping is when he truly ascends to like the player that they believe he'll be, like the finished product. But again, 3rd year in, I mean, he still has time to grow and to become, the 18 point per game scorer, 19, 20 point per game scorer that we all thought he would be coming out. You're just kind of waiting for that moment where maybe his role is a little bit bigger. And the fact that he had 18 in a game where, he had 33 from DeRozan and 26 from Monk and 20 from Sabonis and 19 from Fox, that's still really good. It just shows you again where the pecking order is and how, it's really difficult to take that next leap if you're a young guy when all the other players around you are really, really good.
Well, whether it's the rest, whether it's Doug, combination of the two, like KC just said, it's pretty impressive to watch. I mean, Keegan's, we know that Keegan's been a good player, but to see just the switch since getting those 2 games off and his impact on both sides of the ball in these games has been pretty awesome. There have been some really good games in the 10, the 8, that Doug has won, but I think people will remember last night's game for a long time. Houston's obviously a good basketball team. That's on national television, and they lost their last game. So it's not like you're not still riding the wave, and it's not, oh, it's just a subway. Oh, none of this is real. It's all right. We not only did we lose, we got our teeth kicked in, and now we're back home. We got to regroup. We got some things to figure out. And man, they fought until the end against a great Houston Rockets team.
Real quick, James, I just want to say, I didn't even think about that. And that's a testament to the things that you're looking for and the things that everybody's looking for. Because, yes, they did lose, and it didn't even matter. They just came out and they're competing.
That's right.
Like they're hooping.
Yep.
Like we didn't think, oh, man, they look a little iffy because of last night. Or no, this is what we do. We hooping. That's a great point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I think that there's something to it, too, where you're looking at it, you're like, okay, there were built-in excuses all over the place. They're like, okay, anytime you win 6 or 7 in a row, there is usually a letdown, and sometimes the letdown lasts a game or two. Anytime you go on the road and you have a 3-game road trip and a couple of really emotional wins followed by an emotional loss, like there is a little bit of a letdown. So if the Kings would have let down a little bit last night, I think it still would have been, let's say they fought really hard, they got all the way to the end, but they missed a couple of free throws and Houston got one more big shot and they lost a game. I think we still today would be feeling pretty good about where they are. We would have said, okay, that was a good barometer game. It's a really, really good Houston Rockets team. And you had all of these other built-in excuses. But the fact that they don't have to rely on that they walked in and they beat a good team, after a road trip and after a tough loss and all that stuff, it does kind of make you feel even a little bit better about the 8-2 Doug Christie era, and sort of where they're heading. And then when you look at the schedule ahead of them with these 2 games coming up, you can see where, like, look, if there is no let up, if they are going to be more like the 2022-23 Kings, where they don't, just have almost like brain dead moments, right, and just fall to bad teams. If they can get over that right now, they have a chance to go 3 games over 500 walking into a crazy 6-game road trip. And then this crazy 6-game road trip, it looks easier than it did, 2 months ago. Sure, you got to play the Knicks, you got to play Denver, but Denver's beatable. The Knicks are playing really well, but then you get the Nets. And not only that, but this spacing of the long road trip where they're going to have like 4 days in New York City without even having to switch hotels. Then you go from there and you got Philadelphia, and Philadelphia now Joel Embiid's out 7 to 10 days at a minimum, before they'll even reevaluate him because of knee swelling. So you're looking at this road trip and going, okay, 3-3 on that trip is a lot more possible than it was 2 weeks ago, and maybe even a 4-2 trip. And if you get that and you come home and you're still 5 games over 500, there's a stretch of games right there where you can start winning again. And next thing you know, this team is cooking, and that's where you're trying to get to.
Well, it's nice riding this wave right now. That's for sure. It is
Amen.
nice riding this wave right now, because, man, this thing looked like it was over. I thought I was going to go have to answer calls on the wake-up call. Just pick, hi, wake-up call. What do you want to talk about?
Kevin the intern got his own show. I'm here.
Yep. I'm now D'Lo the intern over there for Kevin.
And this show is going to be nothing but me reviewing the Office episodes that I've seen.
Well, show would be off the air by 1:30. Wouldn't even make it. Wouldn't even make it a full show with that. Barely get through the first season. Damn shame.
I'm watching one this weekend.
No, why do you do this?
Because I am.
You're lying to Vanessa's here. You're lying to Vanessa.
I'm gonna watch at least.
Don't lie to Vanessa, Kenny.
Don't lie to Vanessa, Kenny.
Don't lie to Vanessa.
No, you're not.
Vanessa, don't
Bad
listen
habits.
to these people.
Bad habits.
Don't listen to these people. I'm watching the episode of The Office this weekend. At least one. Come on, man.
No one believes you. Literally no
I
one.
watch it tonight.
If I said, you know what, the sky will fall on us on Sunday, they're more likely to believe me than you.
Well, that's because Kyle Shanahan told us
Well,
we might not make it.
Might not make it. We might.
You
not.
hit the group text. If you watch 1, I will watch 6. And if you watch 2, I'll watch 6 more.
If you watch
this
1,
weekend,
James will watch Paid in Full. If you watch 1 episode of The Office, James will watch an entire season of the Flavor Flav show.
If I watch 2, he'll watch New Jack City. I think he's seen
James
New Jack
has
City.
seen New Jack
I've
City.
seen New Jack City. Come on now.
James,
Paid in Full is a barbershop.
what
movie.
did James see that we were like, all right, James? It was like, was it Breaking or
James,
something?
no, James has seen all of these movies.
Yeah,
it's just Paid in Full is very.
You're missing out.
That's
on
a very neighborhood movie.
Yeah, you missing out on this one.
If James
Poetic
won't-
Justice. I think that's what you were shocked that I had
that
said.
was one. Yeah, James can't get Paid in
Tupac and
Full
Janet
at his salon where he gets his haircut, but you can get it at the barber shop that we get our haircut.
Paid in Full. What's the other? Killer Season. Yeah, he'll watch Killer Season.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You're not watching a single episode.
I
You're
ain't
going.
watching. Why would I say it if I'm not gonna watch it?
Why do you do that every time?
Well, because things happen. Now that I know that I'm
There's
logged into
2
the
football
app,
games.
it's good.
There's 2 football games
Yeah.
Saturday, 2 football games Sunday, and the King Sunday. That you're going to.
There's nothing going on tonight, and like there's no late game. Well, the late game is Lakers Nets. I don't know if I need to watch that. I will watch Wemby and
Everybody
the Spurs against Memphis.
Bam at King KC
Underscore.
whatever it is. Did you watch The Office? Did you watch The Office? Just spam him
Well,
Office.
don't
gifts
do it
tonight.
now. I'm not watching it
Do
yet.
it now.
Give me
Do it
time
now.
to watch the show.
No, everyone listening. There's 1,600 people. Just spam. That's just watching. Like these
Just
are people
spam.
who have computers and phones accessible. Just send Kenny an Office gift right
Season 2, episode 2. That's what I'm about to be watching. Oh, that's a good one. Hey, good shout out, Manny. Have you seen Baps before?
Oh, I don't think so.
You like Baps?
I don't think James would like Babs. To be clear, I do not think James would like Babs. Before we go, Hammer, who we got here? This is a bit in your wheelhouse as well. I know you love this stuff. Texans at Chiefs. I know who you're going with in that one. Your boy. You're riding with your boy.
Oh, we did point spreads earlier. So what? Chiefs are by 8.5. I wouldn't take the Chiefs with the points. I'll take the Chiefs to win, but I don't think they'll cover.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's going to be 20-17 or 21-13. Yeah, I think that'll be a close game.
Okay, before we get to the other 3. Okay, now let's go through these real quick. Commanders at Lions.
Lions.
I don't know the spreads for any of these. Rams
That's
at
a good-
Eagles.
I'm going. Ooh, I think earlier I didn't like the spread in this one either. I think I'll take the Eagles to win, but not to cover.
I think I'm taking the Rams to win that game. I actually think I'm taking the Rams and Commanders.
Oh man, the Lions are gonna
NFC Championship.
That really feels like hot take stuff, but
I think they've got a shot.
I like the way
think
the
both-
Rams
both
are
teams
playing. The Commanders would be an upset.
I'm gonna go Eagles though. I smell what you're cooking, but I'm gonna go Eagles. I don't know if that Rams defense is ready to stop Saquon in the run game.
I got you.
Yeah,
I'm
I
go-
just don't like Jalen Hurts. I think if you can slow down Saquon, I don't know that Hurts can beat you. So even with all the weapons,
Ravens at Bills.
Ravens. I have a feeling
the
the
Ravens,
Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, I like it. I like it. The Washington Wizards are here on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
This happened with Toronto. What are the chances the two sides get together and try to iron something out Sunday morning?
Oh.
Because, again, we saw this with Toronto and Pascal Siakam. It ended rather quickly.
Didn't work.
Wasn't a long conversation.
But they literally were like, hey, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
I definitely would listen. I would take Jonas Valanciunas in a heartbeat. I'm kind of off the Kyle Kuzma wagon here. He just hasn't played well. He just hasn't played well at all this season. Well, no, I mean, there's a point where I fell in love with his contract, but again, you didn't trade for him then. and now his contract is a little bit older, and he's a little bit older, and I would. Again, I'm sort of like, for some reason, John Collins is now climbing up the list of people on my list, especially when he's like a year or two younger. I think he's 2 years younger than the other options, than Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma.
They don't play Utah till the 26th of February. Damn it!
No,
gotta get back on the phone.
I think Utah will look a lot different by then, though.
Oh, yeah, well, who knows? It's Danny Ainge. Danny's just probably staring at everybody the same way he is Monty McNair.
I continue to hear that they're being super aggressive. The Kings have been super aggressive.
I don't doubt that the Kings are being super aggressive. I think Danny's just sitting around like, oh, I don't know.
He's just waiting for the Lakers call so he can get fleeced again.
Well, he doesn't get fleeced. He's
given things.
He's clearly BFFs with Rob Pelinka. Oh, Rob, what do you need? Sure. Here you go. Oh, let's settle that golf bet we had a couple weeks ago. Here, take this.
It's almost like he thinks he's Rob Lowe, and you're like, hey, he's not Rob Lowe. He's Rob Pelinka, and you keep giving him players. Like, I don't understand.
Same page. Does look like Rob Lowe.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows Rob Pelinka looks like Rob Lowe. He looks exactly like Rob Lowe.
He does.
Rob Pelinka is more famous for looking like Rob Lowe than being the general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers. Your stupid facial expression is not getting over at all. We're ending this show. Kenny is on my last nerve. I swear to God.
That was Rob Lowe at the game.
Flashback Friday starts on 102.5 next. Shout out to Vanessa and Jesse for holding it down. We'll see you here on Tuesday.
Yeah.
We'll see you here Tuesday at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings still like the beam.
All right. Great job, Vanessa. Hey, he's put Vanessa on camera. Great job, Vanessa. Hey.
Good job, Vanessa.
We gotta look. She got an insider switch. Wow. Man.
Yeah.
Well,
look at that. I think Jesse, you just have to give him to us. We get Jesse now.
James says it bees like that. We just got to get her some merchandise.
Be like that sometimes.
All right, guys, we gotta go.
This is a shoot, by the way.
What?
No,
Wait,
really, family.
do we have Monday off?
Did you
Or
know?
do you guys?
Oh, wait, that's
a
your
shoot.
cousin?
Yeah.
Oh,
They realized that Sky River. They're like, "What are you doing here?
I
Like,
had
what are
no
you doing
idea.
here?"
Oh,
That is awesome. Two of my favorites. That's a good look right there. Yes, James, please do not come to work on Monday. You are off.
oh, all right.
Started
didn't
at 12 today.
People have been off all day here. Guys, we got to end the stream. We'll see you Tuesday.